Aiden, what's going on, man?
It's been forever. How's it been, brother?
I'm doing well, man. It's been a long, long time. What's your name?
I'm Tennyson or
What,
Tenny. It's Tenny.
Penny? Cool, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Hopefully, Aiden's said not too terrible things about me.
Yeah, I've heard great things about you.
Good, good. What's going on, man? How are you guys doing? What do you guys got going on today?
Dude, well, so today Mondays are always reports. We're sending out weekly reports to all of our clients. So it's always just kind of a mess. We got a lot of those done, but most of them weren't sent out yet. And then I sent Tenny out on a couple of last minute shoots that came up out of nowhere for a couple clients. So
Cool, man. That's interesting. So Monday, you guys send out like weekly reports to all of your clients. That's really cool. It's really interesting. Huh. Yeah.
yeah. When I
Very
worked at an agency before, that was like something that made all the clients really happy. And so, yeah, it's made the clients pretty happy so far. So,
good, good. Yeah, I think doing that. When did you start doing that?
I started doing it like this year, probably like January, February.
Yeah.
Um, and then like we like you go through the KPIs and then you tell them like, hey, here's what happened this last week, and here's what we're doing this next week to improve. And yeah, they love it.
Are you is this like a check-in or do you send them like a Loom video or an email or something like that?
It could be both. I honestly kind of want to do more videos, but like normally what it is just a PDF where it's like, yeah, you have all the KPIs in one slide and then a summary of what happened and what we're doing in another slide.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, man, I would like back in the day, I didn't harp on that nearly as much as I do these days. With these guys, like right now for all these guys, like we're extremely religious about doing onboarding and then after that, like also doing weekly check-ins. Point where we'll try to get our clients to message us Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then we'll do like the check-in. Yeah. So that level, because in my experience, like I always say for retention, it's just like results plus relationships.
Yes.
And so really building that relationship, really just make sure they're happy. So when you say that to me, like I'm not surprised at all hearing that. So very interesting, man. That's cool, man. So you got the guys hopping in. I guess like before we delve in, man, I think it might be cool for you to like introduce yourself and all that. But before we get into that, man, like I guess like what are like for you, like what are you hoping to get out of today in terms of hanging out? I know it's been a while and it's very similar flavor, but we do things a little bit different now. But like what would you say you're hoping to get out of the interaction with the guys today?
Yeah, so as far as what we're hoping to get out of, today, yeah, I'm really interested in seeing like how the free to fee is going for everybody and how their ads are doing and um just because yeah, I haven't done a whole lot more like other than the clients that we already have, we haven't gone far outside of that with the cost quiz kind of stuff or and so if for anyone that's using those, I'm curious to hear how it's going and um yeah, like from what I've seen, like it seems like you guys are really starting to like really hone in on the free to fee stuff, and so I'm excited to like start doing that ourselves and hear how it's going for you guys. That's kind of the main thing. I was, trying to come up with questions with that we could ask you guys, and I don't know, haven't really come up with much, so probably questions will come up as we go, but yeah,
Cool, cool. Yeah, I figured that's kind of what it was, just kind of see how the guys are doing. And um, I think questions will arise. It's like, oh, I didn't think about it that way. Let's go a little bit deeper in terms of that. So that's kind of where my mind is at as well. Um, guys, is anybody in here in a rush? Like, does anybody have to get going here in like 30 minutes or 15 minutes or anything like that? Is anybody in a rush? So Keith, looks like you're good to go. Jeremy, are you in a rush? Okay. Will G, are you in a rush? Okay. Cool. So what I would say, so I know we've got like, the typical thing of like, hey, we've got our time slots and everything like that, but I think today could be really valuable and very jam-packed just because of who we've got, where we are in the overall process. So we've got Aiden in the house hanging out with us, who's a veteran who's been in the game spending tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know how much Aiden spent at this point, but he's got a lot of ad experience. So I think just like, I think what I want to do, if you guys are cool with it, is to spend the first, I don't know, half or a third, however long it's going to be, just kind of checking on Aiden, and then also talking about the free to fee, and then from there, kind of progressing to the other stuff. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Are you guys cool with that? Cam, Wilgie, you guys are all right with that?
Yeah, it's cool.
All right, cool, cool. So in that case, before we get started, let's just kind of do introductions really quick. Aiden, brand new set of faces. Just really, I'll let Aiden introduce himself, but Aiden actually had a partner back in the day, and his partner bought our course years ago. Years ago. I don't know if this was 2021, 22. And then Aiden kind of went through some of my stuff with him, and his partner was put on the video side. Aiden was on the media buying side. And then from there, Aiden, I think, saw an ad, and we started working more closely together back in 2023. And then he kind of went off, did his own thing, and then he saw kind of what we were doing with the free to fee stuff and wanted to reach out and see how we were doing with that and try to integrate that with them, what they've got going on. Some of you guys already know a little bit about Aiden. Aiden recorded a video. I share that with a lot of you guys. So that's this guy right here. So anyways, that's me doing a quick introduction, but I wanted to go and hand it off to you, Aiden, for you to thoroughly, introduce yourself, man, like as much or as little as you want to provide the guys with to kind of get them caught up to speed in terms of like who you are, our relationship, kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah. I mean, Koshi pretty much he summed it up pretty well. I've been doing like media buying, Facebook ads for like going on 5 years now. Spent probably hundreds of thousands in ad spend. And Yeah, me and Tenny, we run Midas Media, and so we are kind of, we do the video marketing kind of stuff. But like, obviously I feel like ads is the way to scale the company with the least amount of resistance in my opinion. But yeah, we love offering that video side of things as well. Um, Man, our specialty right now kind of seems to be like contractors, but it's kind of fun too because on top of the agency that we're running here, like I also have experience on like the corporate side of things as well, and like marketing agencies working as a part of a team with other teams, and things like that. So just some different perspective. I feel like a lot of you guys probably, I guess I don't know, but I feel like a lot of you guys probably have like videographer, backgrounds. And I kind of came at it from the other side of that, where I was a media buyer turned videographer for all of this. So anyways, yeah, that's about it.
Cool, man. Tenny, is there anything you wanted to add, man? Is there anything that you felt like you wanted the guys to know?
Not really. My specialty is kind of video, and I didn't know a whole lot about ads, and Aiden's really been teaching me a lot. So, and I'm loving learning all this stuff. So yeah, good to be here.
Cool, cool. Thanks for that, man. So I would say I was hoping Aman would be here. Mason, can you shoot Aman a message really quick, or let's ping him, try to get him in here, so he can hop in here and we can start the conversation regarding free to fee. Actually, Mason looks like he's on a call. Um, so, wait for Aman to hop in, but I guess like, do you guys maybe have some questions or thoughts that you guys have for Aiden before we delve in? I think what I might start with is Righteous and then Riviera, and then by then I think maybe Alan's gonna hop in and then we can kind of like do like a group discussion. But does anybody have questions for Aiden or like want to learn more about what he's got going on? Anybody that have like specific because again he's like shared a lot of the ads for like home service, the quiz stuff. Anybody have question on that? The amount of ad spend that he's got? Anything specific? Okay.
I'll go.
Okay.
Aiden, so what is your primary focus right now? Like, what's your like main niche?
Man, I can tell you where we've done the best is
Yeah,
stuff
that yeah.
yeah. So probably like basements. Like we've done millions and millions and millions in dollars in revenue for basements.
Like remodels?
No, so out yeah, basically out here in Utah, they've got builders building spec homes, and what they don't finish the basements because it's basically cheaper to just and faster to just crank them out like that, and most people don't want to pay the extra to like
Yeah.
finish the basement. So anyways, there's a huge niche out here for like unfinished basements where they come in and they finish it. And so that's what that is.
Okay.
And there's enough of it and it just keeps coming where, yeah, it just keeps growing and growing. A little bit of remodels in there, but not really. That's actually, we're trying to dial that in right now. Kind of the remodels have actually been a little bit messier. We found like in not as clean and not as cheap as the basements. But the other thing is like cabinets. Like we had one client that did in this last December, which is like the winter time is supposed to be the slow season. He did 122K in revenue this last December for cabinets. Also,
Nice.
we haven't done bad for like garage door clients. If I were to like try to charge forward into one space, it'd probably be like cabinets. There's just really high margins there, and the ads do really well. So
Cool. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to crack basement waterproofing and foundation repair, and I'm getting shit. So
dude,
I'm like seriously thinking like, should I pivot or what? But yeah.
that's
But
brutal.
Coach Sheik and I can talk about that.
So, Aiden, why go into cabinets as opposed to, you said the thing you've seen the most success with is you said basement finishes or basement. Okay. Yeah, why not delve into like basement finishes as opposed to like cabinets? I'm just curious.
Yeah, yeah. So the main thing, honestly, is like, to my knowledge, basement finishing isn't happening on the scale like in other states on the scale like it is in Utah. Like maybe in Idaho, but like for example in Arizona they don't do like Arizona is growing too, but they don't do basements there. I don't I'm pretty sure like places like Florida are the same way. I guess I don't know about other places. You guys would probably know better than me. You definitely would. Um,
Yeah,
but
anything in the south and southwest, they don't really put basements in homes
yeah.
because of the soil and like the high water table in a lot of places. That was
Oh,
what my research found, at least.
okay. Okay. So like I am completely in the dark regarding basements. I didn't even know that's what that was. In my mind, I'm just like it's not finished and they're gonna like go in there and like put drywall and stuff like that. So you mean like the house doesn't even have a basement and they go in there and put a basement? Is that or
So
my
they have the space for a basement. Yeah, it's exactly. It's just like they do like a concrete foundation and they like make it so that it can support a house on top of it. But like the basement is just like concrete and maybe some like wooden studs and framing and things like that. And then they go in and that's literally all they do. Um, is they just put drywall, electric, HVAC, and they make it look nice and pretty.
interesting? Very cool. Cool. So it's like a market share, total available market kind of that's the decision to go into maybe cabinets. Interesting. Cool. Um, Anybody else? I think we've got everybody that's doing free to feed. We've got Aman, we've got Riviera here, we've got Righteous here, we got Wilgie here. So we can delve into that. But does anybody have anything else that they want to maybe ask Aiden before we delve in?
Yeah, I like to ask Aiden, as far as like when you're working with a client and you're using the quiz funnel, because I'm using it in the painting industry right now. I'm getting some pretty good results. I'm able to like get like book sales calls, just trying to keep people going in the process. Are you only using the quiz funnel like for one client, or do you have other methods as well when it comes to like getting your clients results?
Yeah, so we test other stuff. The quiz is just kind of the most effective thing that I've seen for like home services across the board. And like sometimes what I'll do is like you can throw a promotion in there. Like for example, like I have a cabinet for my cabinet guy. Once a month or every few months, we'll run a promotion where it's like they click on an ad to like take the quiz, but then on the landing page they see that like, oh, if you take the survey or like take the quiz, they'll also get like a 15% off, limited time offer. So like, you could do something like that to increase conversions. But like we're actively testing like other stuff and we have actively tested other stuff. Like, for example, one client who did garage doors was like, hey, what if we just got their name and their phone number? And we actually found that the quiz, like not even a promotion, but just the quiz by itself converted better than, and this is like they answer like a dozen questions. And that quiz converted better than just asking for their name and their phone number. Like, not even close. I don't even know if we got any submissions on the name and phone number one. And the if we did, the opt-in rate was so much lower than the quiz. But like we are testing other stuff. Like we've got a couple garage people right now where it's like, you know, to claim a promotion, you just give us your name, email, and phone number. And right now, still the kind of the survey or the quiz format, even if we're not like, it's like so part of what we'll do with like garages right now is like we'll just phrase it as like a not even like a cost quiz. Although the cost quiz, we kind of found that that was working. We ended up running that by accident, but it was working anyways. But like just let's say you have a promotion on 2 landing pages. On one landing page is a contact form, and the other is the survey. The survey is still crushing it more so than the lead form.
Got you. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Aiden, is that a survey on a landing page or is it like on an instant form?
Landing page. We are generating like some leads on like an instant form. And we're starting to do like, you know, higher volume with that for those where we're still dialing it in the landing page and the conversion ads for not lead form kind of stuff. But yeah, that's all on a landing page. I've tried it with lead forms, and like you can get it to work, but it's just a lot more. I don't know if clunky is the right word, but I don't know. Just it is a lot. I don't know how to say it's harder. I don't know. It just didn't work as well when I tried it. But
Is your when you say it doesn't work as well, do you mean like the cost per lead is higher, or do you mean that the quality of the traffic, so you'll get like $10 leads from instant form, 20 from like driving traffic off social media, but like 1 out of 2 is good there versus here is like 1 out of 10. Is that kind of what you mean, or is it cost per lead? Like what do you mean by that?
it's more of the cost per lead. But then I also just assume from the nature of lead form ads that it's lower quality as well. But like the cost per lead, you know, it didn't justify spending more to get a higher volume of leads, even if they were lower quality. Like it was, you know,
Not drastic.
yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Good question, Revere.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. Anybody else have any other questions or thoughts for Aiden?
One
Um,
last two.
yeah.
We've been testing patio and deck and pergola client lately, and they've been absolutely killing it and just closed a 16K deal from like a week or two on. It was like a week of ad spend. So that's probably another niche that I'm probably going to look into as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I mean that's I guess, we can talk about this probably like tomorrow, but when we do our one-on-one, but like what are you leaning towards? So there's cabinet, there's deck, and then there's basement. It sounds like are you leaning more towards cabinet? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Um, Anybody have anything else for Aiden? Anything that they want to ask?
Aiden, it's good to see you. I don't know if I have a specific question, but it's good seeing you.
Yeah, good to see you too, dude. Glad you're still here, man.
Uh,
Glad I'm back.
your initial stuff was very helpful. I feel like the quiz form is like crushing it for the exterior painting ads I'm running. I was able to get the lead form. I actually found it a lot more successful for me. I was getting like lately it's getting like $10 a lead, which is crazy. And it's like really good quality leads. So yeah, it's looking promising.
That's sick, dude. Yeah, we're actually setting up stuff for a painting client right now, so might have to hit you up on some of that. That's
Oh yeah,
awesome.
I got you.
Dude, super cool, super cool. All right, so I want to kind of get your guys' thoughts. I'm on Riviera, Logi, and Righteous. Do you guys think it would be best to do what we typically do, which is like running through questions, or should we just like do like an open thing where we just like all kind of maybe talk about free to fee? Like, what do you guys think? What do you guys think would be like most beneficial for you as well as like Aiden?
I like the
Um,
idea of the general.
yeah, same.
Just what's that?
like just an open discussion.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's just do an open discussion then.
I'm down with it.
Um, so I guess, where do you guys want to start in terms of open discussion?
I don't know if you went through KPIs at all, like in terms of what you expect in terms of like booking for or actually like closing a deal for during service delivery. Is that like a good place to start?
Yeah. I guess like yeah, so I was actually thinking about that earlier today. Um, I don't know if I sent a voice note about it, but it seems like okay, yeah, I don't think I brought this up, but it seems like what I'm seeing from you guys so far is it's not like we're not even close to it being refined, and it seems like one out of two are closes from the trial. Like that's what I'm seeing from Righteous. That's what I'm seeing from you, Aman. It's just like had a call, I didn't close this one, and I closed this one. It's like seems to be a 50% rate. Is that correct, or are my numbers wrong there?
From mine, I think it was no close and then close close. So I think I had three total.
Okay. And then Righteous, what about you in terms of trials?
So my first one was a close, and then it was like the second one, no close, no close, and then I got another close.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I feel like what I'm seeing so far is it's about 50%. I think if we were to average it out, like it would be nice to be better, but like 50% bare minimum. So my guess is kind of like it's kind of like if we aim to do as a bare minimum, we do like two trials, then like one of these is going to be a close, one close, one close, one close. And I'm thinking if you guys can retain these two and do like a paid in full. That's kind of what I'm theoretically seeing in terms of numbers. Does that make sense? So it's like you aim to do two trials a week, get two people you do a trial for every single week. You're going to close one a week, and then two are going to fall off. Two you're going to be able to keep, and then ideally we're even getting these people to do paid in full. So that's a $10,000 month. Ideally, that's realistically kind of what I'm seeing at the volume that you guys are going at, which seems like a pretty comfortable volume. Like, are you guys pretty much doing two? You guys are doing like one trial a week at this point, or two?
Typically I'm doing one trial.
Yeah, one. I'm working on getting it to two. That's what I would like. That's what the goal would be, 2 to 3.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. I mean, how many hours would you say, Aman, you're putting in a week? Because I know you feel like you're in a place where you're like, man, I feel like I could be doing more. I feel like I'm kind of on standby. How many hours, if you had to guess, are you kind of putting in to doing like one trial? If you had
To
to guess.
do one trial. Does that include like making the calls and stuff?
Yeah, it's like everything. It's like doing the text out, making the call, doing the hook call, setting up the ads, like everything. Like how many hours do you feel like you're putting in a week?
Okay, so I would say it takes like 1 to 2 hours to do hook like one or two business owners. So it could be two in an hour or it could be 1 in 2 hours. I feel like that's what I've seen. Um, but I would say like 2 hours to get a trial going, or yeah, sometimes even 1 hour. So 1 to 2 hours to get a trial going, and then when the ads are working, then it really just depends on when the lead comes in. So if a lead comes in and I call them right away, then that probably takes like I probably get on like a few phone calls. So if each phone call's 7 minutes, 10 minutes, then that's probably a total of like 30, 40 minutes. And then I push for a sales call from there. And the sales call is like 40 to 50 minutes, maybe like 45 minutes.
Two,
It's not too time consuming, in my opinion.
it's about 4 hours is kind of what I'm gathering.
Was it 4 hours? Yeah.
So four
Yeah, I'm
hours.
gonna work, to
What
be
would you
honest.
So 4 hours is like one trial. Man, like 8 hours is like two trials. Like we're barely working. And I don't say this in a bad way. I say this in a good way. Is like the amount of time that's going into just like one trial. And if we were to really scale this up and we're all putting in like 20, 40 hours, like this is how I think Drew's hitting those numbers of 17,000 per month, right? So
Yeah.
putting in 4 hours and we're doing one trial. Imagine if we scale this to 20 hours, 40 hours, which is realistically what we should all be doing. I can see how this might turn into like 4 to 5 trials. What about you, Righteous? How many hours do you feel like you're putting in?
It's kind of about the same, I would say, in terms of hours, because it does take, I would say, maybe 1 to 2 hours to like hook a business owner. But in terms of like the warm handoffs, it does depend on when the leads come in. But like texting them, hopping on the call, that's anywhere from 5, 7 minutes. Those are quick calls, so I would
Yeah.
say, um, yeah, it's pretty hit dead on, like about 3, 4 hours.
Yeah. So what I'm seeing is I think if you guys commit 8 hours a week, that's one client because 4 hours is gonna get you one trial, 8 hours can get you the second, right? So put in a solid 20 hours a week. That's literally that's like 2 closes a week, realistically. Again, there's gonna be a whole thing in terms of like things getting messy and systems and organizing things, right? So we got to figure that out. But I think that's very realistic. If that were to kind of maybe answer your question in terms of like KPIs and stuff. What are your thoughts when you hear that, Aman?
Yeah, that sounds pretty realistic. It doesn't sound like, again, to me it wasn't as bad. I just didn't like, because I couldn't get my ads to work properly, like properly produce. I didn't want to do like two different locations and then, I'm spending a lot. Like now that I kind of have an ad that seems to be working, I feel like something like that's very realistic to just do two trials or like even start like two different locations. Um, and so yeah, I think that sounds about right. And like, I don't know how if it's just pure luck, but again, the ads that I was running during this trial was getting about like $10 a lead. So my cost per acquisition for that 500 trial was like $87, which is
Yeah.
insane.
So, a few,
Now, mind you, I spent like a lot just to figure out what works, but once, and now that I have something that works.
yeah, I would say, and I'm like, I tell everybody that is like, and kind of keep this at that stage. Um,
Yeah,
you got to spend a shit ton of money until you figure out what works, and once it works, now you scale that shit to the moon. And so we spent, I don't know, what did you spend like $1,500 on ads until you got here or something like that.
yeah, it was like almost 2K for it.
But now we're at $80 CPA, which is insane. That's the cost per book call with ads, which is like nuts.
Yeah.
So Aiden, just so you like the main takeaway that I've gotten, like I mean there's a lot of takeaways, but like one of the core things I've gotten from the guys is like the biggest bottleneck, like I feel like it's been like this in terms of momentum. And I feel like we're entering hockey stick growth. And I feel like the biggest bottleneck and Righteous and I want you guys chime in, but I feel like it was like just getting ads to work
Yeah.
like not knowing how to get results for a particular industry. And so people like Aman's like, okay, if I go into this industry, like I over and over, I would see things like, okay, I hook a business owner in Memphis, but then I run ads there and it's just not working. So shit, what do I do? Okay, let me go into another market. And they go into another market, hook a business owner, run ad, it's not working. And then now we're in a place where it's like, okay, we know every time we run ads, cost per lead is going to be $8 to $12 invariably. Okay, cool. I feel confident. So yeah, that I feel like that's been the biggest bottleneck. Again, that's where Keith is kind of like quote unquote stuck a little bit, is like just figuring out how to make the ads work. In terms of hooking the business owner and closing a deal, man, like I feel like, dude, I didn't even like give the guys really a script or anything until today. And these guys are closing. And so I'm like, holy shit. So with like the secret sauce and like the scripts and the psychological warfare that we've got there now, I think it's, I'm very optimistic about what I'm seeing so far. It's literally, and so for somebody like you, Aiden, that's like your background, that's your strong suit is like getting people results. So for you, it should be a walk in the park, I think. That's what my thoughts are. I guess like what are your thoughts or like does anybody want to chime in when they like as you hear kind of what I said, does anybody have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I feel like hooking the business owner has been it's like been the most dreadful part because obviously you're like calling, but it's you get it done like that morning. You text them like sometimes I'll like go down the list and then when I go to copy the other number from the list, I come back and someone already replied to my message. And so I just call them right there and then. And now I'm like, okay, well, I got my hook done like in 20 minutes. So um yeah, honestly, I think if you have the ads, I think you're gonna be golden.
No, no. Um, Go ahead, Aiden.
I was just like, that's freaking amazing. That's what I was like that's what I was thinking. And then I was looking through the free to fee chat today, and like I feel like if we were like all in here and we're doing this well, I feel like we've kind of everyone is just kind of dialed it in even more, and so it's just like it's just getting better and better. So like I like saw that before, but like especially today, I was like, holy shit.
What made you say that in terms of today? Like what kind of like piqued your interest or went like, damn, like what was your thoughts before versus today? Like I guess like you're kind of viewing it from a third person perspective. So I'm kind of curious like how you've been seeing things.
Yeah, I mean, oh, what was it? Just like the stuff you guys were talking about today specifically, just caught my eye and was like, damn. And because like I don't know, I've kind of been, reading things in passing. Um, let's see. Yeah, I think it was that like onboarding thing. And just like I don't know. I was kind of getting the sense of like a high converting like ratio from like the messages that I've been reading. And anyways, a lot of times I just kind of like, and I'm sorry I don't engage more, you guys, and I'll engage more like, as I'm just getting more involved, as we're getting more involved. But like, a lot of times I'll just kind of scroll and read in passing kind of a thing. Like just kind of, yeah, like observe from a distance kind of a thing. And anyways, I knowing that this was happening today, I went through and I was reading everything and I was just like, damn, like the onboarding stuff that you guys were talking about, just like being able to dial that in and seeing those factors of like, oh, knowing that it's like, oh, a business owner that is, better established is going to get you a higher conversion rate or like a better retention rate, and setting better expectations, getting a better conversion rate. I don't know, just like I had confidence in this when we were like all, shooting in here, but now I'm like even more confident now that we've dialed it in even more. So
Yeah, yeah. I think, and so I've, I sometimes I know that it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'm like for I'm on, I think it was like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, dude, just close the fucking deal, just close the deal because we just need data. And then when you have the data, then that tells me like, okay, do we need onboarding? Do we not need onboarding? Do we need to tweak it? The retention, their behavior will tell me what we need to do. And so I've been just like really pushing guys like, just hey, let's get the close, let's get the data, let's get the data, and let's refine it. Um,
and we're here to help with that as well. Like we're not just here to be like, oh, is this working? Okay, well, I guess we'll try it. But like we're here to like contribute to that as well. We want to put in the sweat.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's been cool, man. Like I think I was telling Mason this, I don't know if he's here, but I was like, man, it really feels like with what we're doing here with the free to feed, it feels like we're kind of like an army just like marching on, like trying to
Yeah, yeah.
the like the enemy together. Like, dude, I got this cheat code, try it out. Yo. Hit him from here, bro. You're good. So
That's
um
the sense that I'm getting. That's what it feels like.
yeah, yeah. So, but yeah, I guess so we've talked about like some KPIs and kind of some expectations. I guess like where else did you want to kind of take the conversation? Anything else you want to delve into that's top of mind, Aman?
One thing I feel like you'd also really like, Aiden, is that I feel like the people I have worked with, because I feel like when I was running ads, you're just trying to close anyone because you're trying to get a sale. Whereas like here, when I do the warm handoffs, I like actually listen to how well they did a warm handoff. And so like one of the guys, I'm like, okay, this guy sucks. And then the other guy was like really good at it. So I just went all in on him and then closed him. So like just the fact that they're replying super quick shows you, okay, they're really responsive. And so that hasn't been an issue at all where I'm like calling business owners and then they're not answering the phones on time or anything like that. Like they're all super responsive. And then two, you can actually just kind of tell if they're like decent with the leads. And then once you get them to the sales call, I was telling I don't know if you heard my voice note in the chat today, but like I'm like I could not get a pain point out of this guy I was trying to sell, and he just closed somehow. I was like just thinking in my head, I'm like, there's no way he's gonna close. Like there's no reason for him to need me at all. But he was just so qualified and he was already doing so well that he could just take on the extra marketing. So that's also been a big plus.
I think that like that really made me think about like it's like this marketing channel is very different than the market channel of paid ads. Like paid ads, people are like in a lot of pain. They come to you and they've got so much stress that that could be a bad working experience, right? Versus this, it's like we're working with people like these people are like, oh yeah, dude, like you seem like you proved your stuff. Cool, man, let's give it a shot. I got the money to spend. Let's see what happens. And so long as we have, again, I think it's about dialing the onboarding. It's like a little bit of psychological warfare, the paid in fulls within 30 days. Like I think that, and then again, obviously just getting good results. And of course they have the budget to spend because they're more, established. Um, so yeah, it just seems like a very different sales process, different avatar, to make this work versus like if you actually have somebody that's in a lot of pain that maybe doesn't have quite a bit of money, like that's actually a harder sell. And from this marketing channel, it seems like, um, right? Just did you feel that way as well when it came to like your closes? Like the people that did close, like I know this one was a close because um you basically made him no, no, no. Was this is the one that you made a sale already. What about this one?
Yeah, so it was actually close, then no sale, no sale.
Okay,
But
close.
it's still kind of, same ratio, but it was close, and then no close, no close. But the first one was the 250 a week, that was Memphis, and then the second one was the guy that did actually get a close. So
So
yeah, but yeah, I definitely do feel that way. Like they have to be pretty hungry.
okay. Did you feel like the ones that didn't close, do you feel like what's okay, so what would you say is the difference between the ones that didn't close versus this one? So this one versus these two. What do you feel like, what did you feel like was the difference? Both in terms of like maybe their behavior, but as well as like your actions.
Yeah, so the first no close, I believe that was Derek. Yeah, that was Derek. I felt like he just, didn't believe that he was gonna actually get a win. He was doing the quotes, but I don't think that he was confident in getting the actual win. And then part of it was just my process as well, as far as like because I was still doing the 250 a week. I don't think I was putting much scarcity on it as far as hey, we're going to be working with two other business owners in the area as well. So I don't think I really had that honed in on him. Um, and the last one, what was that? That one was my last call, David. He was the one that said that he wanted to get a close and call back. Then he went, yeah, get a close and then come back. So let me see. I would pretty much say it was because he was David was a little different. I felt like he was hungry, and then like it was just the belief thing. Like, well, will he get a close? Because like he was texting me back, answering my calls and stuff like that, but I just couldn't get him to like move forward.
Okay. Um, Aman, what about you? Like the one that you recently closed, do you feel like this is part of it? Like, do you feel like he believes in himself, or do you feel like what do you think is a contributing factor? Like, actually, before I delve in, do you know what like the revenue was for both of these guys that did not close? Like, were they in a place where they were like really struggling, or were they pretty affluent? Do you know?
Uh, the first one, he seemed like he may not have had the funds because he was saying that he was going through like a divorce and stuff like that, and he was saying something about taxes.
Oh,
Um, but so he was saying like, if the funds will definitely be an issue for him. David, I don't believe the funds was there for him, but I think David was making around 50, 60,000 a year, and he was trying to get to 150 or 250. And the
okay.
same thing with Derek. They were both under 100K a year for sure.
Under 100K a year?
Yeah, like 50, 60,000 a year.
So both of these guys are doing about 50, 60,000 a year.
Yeah. The first close, Carlos, he was already doing 150. He's trying to get to 250.
Makes sense. So what about this guy?
So yeah, that would have been Theory. He's the Columbus lead. He was in that mark around 60,000 as well. So he wasn't over 100K. He's trying to get there.
Okay. So again, this could be an oversimplification, but I think this potentially means we're moving in the right direction, right? So the non-closes were less revenue versus this one is a lot higher revenue. This one closed not necessarily because of revenue, but because they already got it closed. So it's like, hey, I can't doubt this shit, right? Um, and so I'm on what you're saying is higher revenue range. This guy, we obviously could tell like his energy and just like he wasn't at a place. He was like saying, hey, I used to do well, but now I'm not doing so well. I'm trying to kind of right.
Other
So
two were definitely a lot higher.
interesting. Okay, so there you go, guys. That's something we should be maybe looking forward to in terms of like who we suss out, like make sure that they're so theory. We'll see it next week. This week, let maybe this week what we try to do is we try to everybody that we hook is more affluent. And let's see how that goes. Instead of people that are like in a tremendous amount of pain. And like not even a tremendous amount of pain, but like low in revenue maybe. Right. So let's try and make that pivot this week and kind of see what happens. Um, yeah.
I've
Other
definitely
thought?
seen that as well, just from like not even this, but like of all the contractors that I've had over the last like year, there's been like two or three that have, that I closed initially that didn't renew. And that was the same thing. It's like they were in a really desperate position. They like literally like one of the guys mortgaged his house to like keep his business afloat. And so he's like so desperate and nothing ever happened. Also, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but like that same guy that like leveraged his house and then paid for ads, didn't even like call the leads. Like he's an older contractor. And so he I don't know if he was like too prideful to like, oh, I don't like I shouldn't be the one calling these leads or something. Um, but also like I don't know that he was like willing to, yeah, like put in the work to call the leads either.
Hmm, interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's yeah.
Or
I
Canada. Sorry.
yeah, no, go ahead. I don't want to make an oversimplification here, but it is kind of true in some ways, is like the more money somebody makes, yeah, it's a vehicle. Yeah, it's like whatever happened in their life, but usually the more money somebody makes, it's a reflection on their hunger, their desire, um, and their skill level, right? Oftentimes, like it's a little bit of a gross oversimplification. Like yes, I do meet people that are like at ground zero, really hungry and whatever that do succeed, but that's like far in between. Usually, if somebody's like, I kind of said this, I don't know if I should say this, but like I'll go and actually say it. This is a cheat code for me that I came to learn in my life. The number one thing I look at when I look at to do like a relationship with somebody, is not actually like you might think like it's how religious they are. Like God-fearing people are like good people. No, that's not what I look at. It's bankruptcy. That is the number one thing I look at. In my experience, over and over again, and I feel almost bad saying this, every single time I work with somebody that does bankruptcy, it is a shit experience. And the reason for that, if you really think about, here's how you, if you really think on a deep level, okay, we all have like this frontal cortex where we make decisions every day. Okay, I gotta wake up, I gotta brush my teeth, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. And we're doing certain things to progress as men in life, right? And we all kind of like have a certain score. It's like, okay, who is the woman that we're dating, or what is the car that I'm driving, what is the house, right? But we all have like this huge score that's even above all those. What is that? That's our credit score. Because if your credit score is fucked, your house is fucked, your car is fucked, every fucking thing in your life is pretty much fucked. You're gonna get the bad worst case scenario, bankruptcy. And so whenever somebody does bankruptcy, that tells me they don't have higher level thinking to understand what to do step by step. So it's like they should be doing this, but instead of focusing here, they're distracted, they're doing this thing. So that's just a golden nugget I want to give you guys. Test it out, I promise you. Every time you come into somebody that's filed for bankruptcy or has a poor credit score, usually that's okay. Now, I understand people have had bad things happen. And I also noticed for myself, when I was younger, I was 18, I was terrible with money. And I know what my credit score was then versus what it is now. So here's kind of the other caveat to I'll say this is like if somebody has bankruptcy, but it was 7 years ago, that's different than now. What I'm saying is if they did bankruptcy within like the last 2, 3 years, or if they have a shitty credit score the last 2, 3 years, that means they haven't grown out of that phase yet. To grow out of that phase and become responsible and have higher level thinking, that's like a 5 to 7 year journey that a man needs to go through, in my experience. So, anyways, went off tangent there, but like this kind of like it's about like people that are doing maybe lower revenue numbers. They're not thinking in a higher level that they need to be successful. And so they're more likely to churn because they're not doing what you need them to do to be successful. You're putting in your effort, but they're not doing what they need to be doing, either lack of effort, decision making, whatever. So, um, that being said, what else, guys? So here's why I wrote this down. Did you guys get a chance to look at some of the scripts, by the way, or not yet?
Yeah, I kind of went through and I was skimming through the scripts. I didn't get to the onboarding part yet. That's the last thing I have to kind of skim through.
Okay, cool,
I,
cool.
I read some. I was noticing that you made it a lot shorter for when we mentioned like the no commission, no pay per lead. You kind of just say it's just too complicated. So I go and you go straight into I go with this. Um, so I kind of like that because it's like you don't have to get into the nuts and bolts of the small details
Mm.
of why you don't do that. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to try it out just to see because sometimes I'll mention why I don't do commission and they'll start like having a rebuttal
Yeah,
for like why I should or whatever. But you kind of just say it's just too complicated. So
exactly.
I'm curious if that's what you're trying to go for in terms of not having them rebuttal or
Exactly. That was exactly what it was. It's like I just don't want to spend too much time, and it's the energy, it's the way you kind of say it. It's like, yeah, dude, look, here's how I do things, and that's the energy you're kind of giving out. Um,
Mhm.
but the reason I bring this up is I did not put this into the script, but you guys might want to make a mental note or probably write this one down. Is if our theory is correct in terms of people that are going to close or be like more affluent and all that stuff, perhaps something you an angle you play with is, hey, do you want to add another revenue stream? Hey, so where are you doing in terms of revenue? Got it. And so you're doing really well. Is there a certain goal that you're trying to hit? Just out of curiosity. Okay, cool. Okay, well, and then now what you do is you play on the idea of like, okay, well, I know you're already full. I'm not full, but I know you're already satiated. I know you're already doing successful. I could be this other guy that comes to your life and just blesses you and just gives you another revenue stream or another marketing channel. So that's why I want to write it down. So that could be part of, again, the hook call script. Okay. So you guys might want to write that down, test that out as well. If it feels right, if you feel like you can insert it in there. Um, but yeah. Um, other thoughts, other things? What else?
Aiden, do you have any specific questions that come to mind based on what you're seeing?
I uh I need to go through. I need to like go through all the specifics of like I don't know the first one. Holy crap. I need to go through all the specifics because I feel like I have a lot of questions as to like, well, how do we do this or what do we do in this first little bit? But like I just need to go and read that. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing this week is just going through that document and going back through the chat and reading everything. Yeah, that
Yeah, this is
exactly.
this is this is pretty much where but like you would skip out on, you wouldn't do step one,
Yeah.
two you wouldn't do, step three you wouldn't do. I mean, if you're gonna go with cabinets, we kind of already know. Um, but you would start with step five, basically. Yeah.
Exactly. So I need to go back and read through all that because again, like I've kind of been observing from the outside and kind of like skimming through everything, but not like really sitting down and becoming just like the dedicated student I need to be. So now that's part of what this is. That's why we're here is to do that. So
Yeah. Cool. What else? I guess,
One
do you have anything else? Go ahead.
one question I have is just so I can get an idea with like my new client. How many, I mean, I'm sure each industry is different, but how many leads until you typically see a close? Like, is it like 1 out of 5, 1 out of 10? And is it usually like, do you find that they'll get closes like way later down the line just because that person like finally end up closing? Just was curious, just so I know what to kind of expect. Like, oh, will my client close? Like, should my client be closing in the first week or two?
What have you come to find, Aiden? If it like, yeah, like, do you have a certain kind of benchmark? Like, okay, 1 in 5 leads is typically closing the home service space, or like, do you have like certain data points that it might help them?
um I if you I don't know if you guys have watched my video, I talk about like there's a correlation between the price of the service and the closing ratio. It's like the higher the service cost, the lower the ratio is going to be. But I also had like a cabinet guy where he closed. it was like 5 or 6 deals in his first 30 days, and he made that was an 86K, month in revenue for him. Um,
Jeez.
but like the garage door guys, they'll convert, on a 70, 80%. Like of all the leads that come in, they close 70 to 80% of them. So, but like, basements, that's like, you know, 6 to 10% is like a solid month kind of a thing.
Right. That makes sense.
Um,
Do you find that like you have to teach your guys sales at all, or do you just let it up to them once they get the lead?
I do have to teach them like follow up. Because like, yeah, most of the contractors that I don't know about you guys, but most of the contractors that I talk to, um, the ones that really need like kind of a little bit of coaching. They don't have like a CRM or anything like that. Like my garage door guys, they all have House Call Pro, and they're just like they're naturals, and they close all day. That's why they have 70, 80% conversion rates. Um, but a lot of these guys, like I have videos walking them through Go High Level, how it can help them stay organized and how it can help them follow up. I don't know that I necessarily have to like teach them how to sell. At least like the guys that I've worked with, I haven't, obviously with the free to fee method, that might change. But like teaching them how to stay organized and how to follow up seems to have made a big difference. And like these guys, as they get more leads and they close deals, they hire more sales guys. And so I have to train their sales guys on that same stuff too. And it's just helped them. Like they love Go High Level. They love that organization and that framework to help them scale. But I don't know about like not the sales specifically.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed that on the in-person or on the sales call when I asked them like, okay, like how are you currently managing all the leads again? They're like, oh, like I just have like, I just remember or I put something in my schedule and I'm like, okay. And then I show them like the go high level and they're like, yeah, like is that part of this? And they kind of get excited. So at least the last two seemed excited. And the one today I closed was like, okay, like when do I get to use the CRM and stuff? And I was like, oh shoot, like he actually wants to use this.
Yeah.
So I think it would be really big, especially if it did any kind of like they can put it in the calendar and then they get reminded or something.
If they don't like start out using it, they will always come back being like, I'm like, do you want to training on Go High Level now? And they're like, yes, please. Every time.
Yeah, I can see it. Because I imagine like so many of the leads they have to like follow back on in like a month or so when they're ready to close. So
Yeah.
So that I, I'm glad you guys brought that up. Thank you for bringing that up, Aiden. So another thing that I put in the sales script now, again, I don't know exactly where I'm going to insert it. I think this would actually this would be in the demo section. So inform what happens next, Q&A. Two, crunch the numbers, show how the funnel works from A to Z. Really sell them on CRM, go high level to stay organized, harp on their pain, harp on the pain associated with losing leads through the crack. Um, yeah. What else, guys?
I'm curious with you guys, have you guys done much with SMS or email like drip campaigns for the clients? Like not for like the free to fee, like getting the business owners, but like for their leads. Have you guys done much with that? That's something that I know like I want to invest a lot more time into now, but I haven't been able to do that. And so I'm just like, I don't know if you guys have seen that do much if you've tried it.
So,
um,
oh, go ahead, Owen.
oh yeah, I haven't done it for my clients yet. But I have noticed that even during the free to fee, like I'll have an automatic text message that goes out, has to say like, hey, is this, whatever his name is. And then I've noticed that, and then I have it where if they reply yes, they'll get automatic message that says like, great, we'll be giving you a call to go over your quiz answers, expect a call from this number. I've noticed that like the people who do reply have a lot higher chance of like picking up the phone. But I haven't played too much on top of that. I feel like this industry would be really great for the AI texting to just like push for a a time for an estimate.
And I forgot about this one thing too that I'll put out there for anyone else who's doing, because that's perfect. I love that. Even just like an initial text is like that'll totally increase your show rate.
Mhm.
Something that I did with a dog training client like 2 or 3 years ago was like, so they got sent an initial text. They're like, "Oh, hey, thanks for claiming this. You know, we'll have somebody reach out soon." And then a few days later, from that same exact number, so like they knew it was an automation. From that same exact number, it was like, "Hey, so and so, this is Robert, the owner. I just wanted to make sure that my guy, like that my team reached out to you. You know, were they able to get in touch with you?" And that was like probably an 80% response rate on like the text message side of things. And then also like
Interesting.
I'll do that to like follow up with my clients' leads as well. So like sometimes when they're not like, then they're like, oh man, the leads just aren't working. I'll blast a text message to all of their leads to be like, hey, did my guy Mike get in touch with you? Like, you know, have we gotten anything set up yet? And sometimes they're like, yeah, but a lot of times they're like, oh no, he hasn't gotten back to me in that case. But like, I think too, like, oh, and I phrased it from like, hey, this is so and so, I'm the co-owner, or like, hey, I'm so and so, I'm working for you know Mike, the owner. And I think like mentally that kind of has some weight in their mind to be like, oh damn, like they're reaching out, like they actually kind of care or something like that, you know.
I would say the
That's
big
really
I would say the big thing, especially like again, if you're saying cabinets, that's so I feel like the best use of that is gonna be right after you onboard somebody. And the reason for that is why? Is because the most crucial part, I think, of this whole business model, like the most crucial part is those first 4 weeks. That's kind of the bottleneck that we're at right now. I'm trying to kind of like step by step get these. And the number one thing I think it is going to be that cash collected. And so if you can hit their existing customer base with an SMS campaign and right away make them the 5, 7 grand that you want to charge paid in full, then when we get to the end of the 30 days, you say, hey, John, there you have it, man. Like that's the first month. It's $2,000 a month thereafter. I think I kind of wrote this down. Yeah, I did write it down. Yeah, it's $2,000 a month thereafter. Or if you wanted to prepay for 3 months, we'd go ahead and give you a 20% discount on top, discount off the top, which would shave off $1,000, bringing the total down to one-time payment of 5 grand. And since you've already paid X, we could credit that towards a 5K. I'm not saying you have to say this. I'm just making this even sweeter, which will bring the total down to this. Let me know which one of those two you want to go with. And so if you make them that money, there's no reason for them not to re-up with you or like pay you the painful. Like that's what I'm ultimately trying to do. I'm trying to get these guys not to do the week to week or the month to month, but to get the pay in full. Because if you get the paid in full, is what we spoke about last week. If you get them to do a pay in full of 5 grand, 7 grand within 30 days, and then you have the ad spend to keep them happy for another 3 months, they're going to make enough money to renew with you and do another pay in full after those 3 months. And so that's kind of the ultimate game plan. So in terms of SMS and email and all that stuff, I would say it's right then and there so that you get that paid in full. Um, you know,
one
anyways,
question that came up
go ahead. Go ahead.
regarding paid in full thing, because you know, like for Aiden, when you work with your clients, do you find that you're like depending on the time of the year that you're increasing, decreasing the budget? Because I was just thinking like, okay, if we do a paid in full, I may want to just have the ad spend on their account, so keep it separate and that they can just increase it and decrease it as needed. Just wanted to hear your experience. Or do you find that they just kind of keep it at the same?
Um, sorry, I'm not sure if I understand the question. Sorry, I'm a little
Oh no,
slow.
you're fine. Yeah, sorry. So if they pay like right now, the trial they're paying us like the 500. I'm putting about half of that towards the ad account on that's on my ad account. So I'm basically paying for the ad spend. And so I'm wondering, okay, if they do like a paid in full, should I have it where they pay my fee and then they pay Facebook separately, depending on if they're gonna go increasing, decreasing. Um,
I
so
would I wouldn't put their card on like on the ad account. Because first of all, it's like if you're doing it right, from what it sounds like with the free to fee stuff, if you're doing it right, it's like you own the ad account anyways. Like they don't have any access whatsoever to it. from what it sounds like. Is that correct, or is that
Pretty much, yeah.
so? Like, if I have a basement account for Utah and another one for Idaho, like I should have access to that. And basically, like I feel like you should just be able to pitch it like, yo, it's springtime, cost per lead is going to be really low right now. Which, by the way, like you can still, depending on like my fencing client, he like was a hard stop. He's like, no, we're not going to do ad spend during the wintertime. I know that we could have gotten him business during the wintertime, but like all my other contractors, even though the winter was like out of season, they were still able to generate leads. They had some of their biggest months in those off seasons when they're running ads. Anyways, like I would like definitely pitch it like that. Like, hey, spring is coming. You know, the cost per lead is going to be really low here, especially like initially in these first few months, like April, May, kind of a thing. Like I just charge that and use that like yourself. Cause and something else too. I don't know if you guys have run into this, but like so many times it's like the ads will stop for no reason, for some stupid reason outside of your control. It's like their bank just for whatever reason just decides to flag Facebook. And so anyways, I don't know. I've never had that issue like running the money off of our card, but
Okay.
I think what Aman's getting at ultimately is, do you, in your experience dealing with your contractors, do they fluctuate the marketing budget or do they pretty much keep it at a flat $2,000 per month? I think that's kind of
oh
what he,
yeah, sorry. I'd say it goes like they will usually what happens is like we'll run ads for them for a little bit and then they're like, hey, can we like they're like, how much are we spending a month? Well, can we like spend 1,000 more or something like that? So like they're usually the ones coming to me to like ask about that. I think that that's something that you could like push or
so they titrate it based. So I'm guessing, so whenever you charge them, do you charge them like a fee and you collect a certain amount of the ad spend and you spend a certain amount on their ads, or do you separate where they pay you a certain fee and then they pay a certain fee towards ad spend? Does that make sense?
I do separate those.
Okay. So you're like, hey, look, my service fee is X dollars per month, and then whatever you want to spend on ads, you can spend on ads.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So I think, and so yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Like he does it the traditional way. I think with with what we're doing here, I know I sound like a broken record, but it's just about getting the data. And I think you have to, so the thing is like, I just want it to be as simple as possible for you guys to get the painfuls. And I think it really is, again, like the onboarding, setting the expectation, doing the check-ins. Like what I'm confident that we need an onboard where we're missing, and then we do need the check-ins. And I like what Kate, I think, so Aiden shared what he does, which is similar to kind of what you do, but he actually does like a weekly cadence where he sends out like a report to every single client. And he said that the clients absolutely love it. And so if we can implement an onboarding, we can implement a check-in and get them to win, we can collect the paid in full within 30 days. And then from there, I'm not sure what the next step. I'll be honest, I don't know what the next step is. But if we can, maybe the next step in the process, month two, is like we hype them up to the point where they're like, hey, look, we want to spend more money. And then maybe there's a way where we can separate the two. We're like, hey, look, we typically don't do this, but the way we're structured this relationship, I'm gonna go ahead and just whatever you want to spend, we'll have an ad account, and then you can increase and decrease the budget. However, my fee is this. So we're pivoting to that. Again, I don't want to overcomplicate, but we're pivoting to that around month two or so. Again, different ideas, but we just have to kind of get there first. Um,
Sure.
I understand where you're getting at of like, hey, look, I'm spending half of this. I don't know it's going to fluctuate depending on how well the ads do. I understand kind of where you're coming from, Moment.
Yeah, I think the reason why I was kind of getting at that is because if we do like a paid in full for 3 months and then they shave $1,000 or something, then that's basically like $1,000 I kind of lose towards the ad spend. I feel like it cuts into the margins more. Whereas if they just do month to month, then at least have more room for the ad spend. So I think that's kind of why I was either want to separate it or I may just push for the 2,000 or something.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. So it depends. I mean, it depends. Like, so the reason is, so here's kind of where my mind is when we do the initial hook call, we start the relationship on the premise of, hey, it's $2,000 a month, and then it's $500 a week to get started. And so then the question becomes on the sales call, how do you do the bait and switch there? How do you do the, hey, I have a certain fee for me, and then there's a certain fee for ad spend. I feel like it could complicate it. So then it just, yeah, it could complicate it. And so then when do you bring that up? You can bring that up on the post onboarding or when you upsell or downsell, because it's like we start with the premise of that. Like the
Right.
foundation, hey, it's a free trial. Like the offer is the free trial, then it's the $2,000 a month, but for you $500 a week. And so how do we backstep from that? Does that make sense?
I was thinking about that because when I was doing the outline of my onboarding, I was thinking like, hey, towards the end of this is what's gonna happen. And then maybe just kind of break it down there because they're already kind of committed. They're already starting to get the leads. And so it's like in total, you're gonna be paying around $2,000, except, now with having it separate as ad spend, you can increase the budget as you like, depending on the results, or you can actually decrease it. Um,
Walk me through how you
and
like walk me through how you would say it. So I can kind of like I want to step into the shoes of a business owner and see how kind of how you're going to present it. So
okay, so
under the assumption that you've done the trial for me and I've paid you 500
uh,
bucks and now we're on the onboarding. Have you done the onboarding with that guy or is that scheduled for this upcoming Wednesday, right?
that's gonna be Wednesday, yeah. Let
Yeah.
me actually show you what I wrote down. Um, Let me see. So here, what I at least what I kind of brainstormed down. Okay, you can see. Basically I have like first, so basically the first month will be like 500 a week, and then we'll switch to 1,250 a month retainer. And I know I mentioned it was 2,000 before. Basically, we're just gonna have the ad spend. Well, I guess before I even get into that, one thing I was thinking about was if I were to do like a timeline on things. Um, I was thinking maybe like, hey, the first few weeks, these first initial weeks, basically the leads are gonna just be forwarded to you. You give them a call. Once you close your first, one or two, either that or once we finish the first month, then we'll set up an CRM. This way you can have automatic messages that get sent out. You can manage all your clients in one place. We'll train you up on that, and then we'll also set up your ad account so that you can increase and decrease the budget as you like. And then when I get down here, that's where I'll kind of I'll mention it again and say like, then we'll switch to a 1,000 month retainer, and then we'll set up your credit card on the ad account I mentioned, and we'll set it for $35 daily for a minimum, and then my fee would be like this or something like that. Again, I know it sounds a little bit complicated right now, but that's just kind of where my mind was at.
Hmm. Yeah. I think it's complicated, man. Like so the thing is like I'm under the assumption that no matter what, we're you know they're we're spending about half of it on them and half of it we're keeping. I'm kind of under that assumption. Like the way you're doing
Right.
it, breaking it up, and it's like I get my fee no matter what, and then you spend whatever you want to spend. I definitely like that's the better route, but it's just like bridging the gap to get from the hook call to that. And again, I see how kind of you're doing it. Um,
Yeah, because either way, I think they're still going to be paying around 2,000. And if they make a ton of money, I don't see why they would care too much. Well, I guess they haven't made a lot of money at this point. If they had already made the money, then I think
I
explaining
think
all.
it's like whether you charge, like that the number of whether you say 5K pay in full or 7K pay in full or whatever, like that number can vary. And it just depends on
Yeah.
what we want to do and what we think will work for us.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of like so the reason I bring this up is this is I spent and Mason's here. He sounds like he's on a call right now, but I spent years trying to figure out upsells and retentions, like years. I went through so many cycles and it was so difficult for me to figure it out. And what I learned is that like there's a very specific form, there's very specific words you have to use, or else you're not gonna like retain people and upsell people. And that's why I'm harping on you so much about like, hey, just do it this way. Of like, hey, at the end of the 30 days, here's how you position it, and here's what's going to get the sale. I feel pretty confident about that. And I feel like if you do it the way that you have it, it may work. I don't know, but it could overcomplicate it to the point where like it just complete backfires. Like, does that make sense? It's like
Yeah.
I would rather secure the 5K and then month two, we can figure out the next step
Right,
instead of us completely losing them at the end of the 30 days.
right.
Does that make sense? So it's like baby steps. That's kind of how I'm kind of seeing it. Like I feel pretty like I feel like so initially we're 250 a week and I'm like, okay, I feel confident we can swing the 500. So we've been able to all swing the 500. And then now I'm like, okay, I feel pretty confident that we can swing the 5K pay in full, assuming we hit this criteria: onboarding, weekly check-ins, get them result with an SMS blast with S8 and stuff. If we can do that, we can make enough cash to get the pay in full within 30 days. After that, then next step, okay, we'll figure out that stuff then. That's kind of how my mind's kind of working. Um, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, even then, like if I do 2K and then they come to me, they're like, hey, like, can we get more leads? Then from there I could just tell them like, hey, I could just bill you separately for it. This will be how much additional ad spend you can, you know, expect
so,
this much or this many
so,
more leads.
so in my mind, it's almost like, okay, 30 days, we do a 5K pay in full. Maybe 2K of that goes to ad spend. Maybe we pocket 3K of that or whatever. And then month two rolls around like, hey, look, you're doing so well. In my experience, Facebook ads, we can create some scarcity urgency, whatever. And say, hey, look, in my experience at this time, you should really ramp it up. If you're open to it, we can certainly do that and really pack you up. And so then what we do is we say, hey, look, I know you did 5K for 3 months. If you want to add on an additional 5K, um, again, that would take care of us for these 3 months and we would double your results.
Right.
Does that make sense? So we can always just ask for more money. And again, that money, they don't necessarily need to know how much of that we're pocketing, how much of that is going to ad spend. They don't necessarily need to know that.
Right.
Um, so, but yeah, I would, if I were you, I would just keep it simple. That's my opinion. For what you have and what I've seen, I think it's if I were you, I would simplify it. I
I
would
know
just keep it
I know this kind of could go towards like complicating a little bit, but I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts. Something that I've done with my clients. Now, again, this isn't with free to fee, so I don't know how quite well it would translate, but I have like we have packages here where it's like you've got the bronze, silver, and the gold, and that's like clearly defined. With the bronze, you get A and B. With the silver, you get A, B, and C, and it's just like I don't know if that like that and to me it makes it pitching almost either one of those even more. The only issue with that is you have to get clear on what it is you're going to offer between those two packages. But like that, I feel like that could make it easier either way, whether you're offering it separately or together. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I think so. Here's what I'll say is okay. I'm going to go and just do an experiment just to prove my point here. Uh, Keith, what did you pay when we first started working together?
The first month,
The initial payment that you made, what was that? Do you remember?
1666,
And what did you pay within 30 days?
3048 or something like that. Yeah.
Jeremy, what did you pay when you and I first met? You might be busy right now. Do you remember that first
Sorry,
payment? What it was?
Koshi. What did you say?
That initial payment that you made when you and I first started working together. Do you remember what that was?
I think, well, I know the first 6 months with you.
3 months, first 3 months. What was that initial payment? I'm trying to make a point here.
Yeah, it was like almost 2100, something like that. Yeah.
And then within 30 days, what was the other payment?
I want to say it was the same thing.
Yeah. So who else? So Cam did a 5K pay in full. Who else?
I know I did 5K for you the first 3 months.
So the point I'm trying to make is this: is I would say 9.5 out of 10 times I get paid in fulls. 9.5 out of 10 times. And so when I say a pay in full, my definition of a pay in full is within that first payment or within 30 days. So for me, what I'm always trying to do, I'm trying to maximize cash flow because I see businesses die and struggle because they're not maximizing cash flow. And so the way I do that is you have kind of two routes, which is route one is like I mean, it's the same thing. So I didn't go over this with you because I didn't nail this back when you and I were working together, but basically the way I position it. So yeah, I should just get you caught up to speed. The way I position it is like, hey, So in order for us to work together, I don't do silver, bronze, or any of that stuff. I just say, hey, look, for us to work together, it's a 3 month thing. It's not a 6 month commitment, 1 year, and it's none of that stuff. It's just 3 months. You have someone to write on. He says, yeah. Okay. So for me and you to work together, it's just $2,083 a month, which breaks down to 6,250. Or if you want to prepay, we'd give you a 20% discount. We'd shave off 1,250 off the top. That would bring the total down to just a one-time payment of 5 grand. Which one of those two you want to do? And I would say that there's some people that will take the 5K. There are some people that will take the 2083. And so for the 2083, here's what I say. I say, hey, look, 2083 sounds good. Hey, I'll do you a solid, Aiden. Tell you what, man, here within 30 days, man, I'll still honor that 5K, that 20% discount. So let's go in. We'll get started for $2,083. We'll get you some results, da da da, all this stuff. And then within 30 days, so long as you pay off the remaining balance, we'll go and honor that discount for you. And so what do you think happens? So what happens is I start working with somebody, we give value, da da da, all this stuff. They start progressing. They pay off the remaining balance. Usually the reason people don't do the pay in full is because there's a little bit of self-doubt belief. Maybe they don't want to expend the cap, whatever. But usually within 30 days, it's like, why would I pay? Nobody on their right mind is going to pay $5 more for this thing that they have to. Nobody. It makes no sense. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. So when we get to the end of the 30 days, everybody pays in full. So that's how I get literally, I don't know anybody else that, well, I chew my horn a little bit, but I don't know anybody else that gets 9.5 out of 10 people to do pay in fulls within 30 days. And so the reason I say this is everything I'm trying to do right now with you guys is to do pay in fulls. And I think my theory, from what I have seen and done this a bajillion times, it's all about how you structure the offer within 30 days. So right from the get-go, right on the onboard, right on the sales call, you need to explain to people, hey, look, yeah, for the free to fee, it's a little bit different. Um, but from what my theory is based off what I've seen, if we get to the end of the 30 days and it's time to renew and they are happy and we say, hey, look, we're going to move into $2,000 a month, or if you want, you can prepay. It's going to be 5 grand for the next 3 months. We'll give you a discount. Everybody's going to take that offer up. And so once we get them to take that offer up, that's step one is get them to pay $500. Step two is get them to pay 5K. After that's done, now we have 3 months of breathing room to really blow them away. And in that 3 months, a lot of amazing shit can happen. And the next painful might be 10K, it might be 15K, right? Versus, in my experience, if you try to do 2K per month, a gold, silver, whatever package, people can, again, they can churn and stuff like that. My thing is this. Here's what I've learned. Hormozy talks about this. He says, like, the more opportunities you give somebody to pay, like a weekly thing, they can change their mind. They can say, you know what, I didn't use the service or whatever. For me, if I can get somebody to pay one time and I get 3 months with them, I can build so much of a relationship and get them so many results that it becomes a no-brainer for them to do another 3 months. I want as much of a long time frame to build value with somebody. So for me and what I'm seeing with the guys, the first 4 weeks is extremely challenging because we're doing week to week. It's so hard. But as soon as I get that pay in full, dude, we're off to a race. We're chilling. But yeah. Other thoughts, guys, regarding free to fee stuff.
What are so I guess this is for more Amon and Righteous. What are you guys doing for ad spend? Are you guys like when you're trying to get leads so that you can, give them over to the business owner? You guys haven't necessarily started working together. You're just handing them off, right? Is there like a daily ad spend you guys are hitting, or like is it like 70? Is it 50? Is it somewhere around that ballpark?
For me, it was all across the board, just depending on the results I was getting. So if mine was I couldn't get it below $40 or $50, then I was spending like $50, $100 a day. But once I got the cost per lead down, I was able to just do 35 a day, and I was able to get a lot of leads to that. So I think it just depends on how many like leads you wanna like. I think probably like around 2 leads a day is kind of where you want to hit at least. So if you can't hit like 2 leads a day, then things will move fast enough. So you just kind of have to reverse engineer. At least that's what I did.
Cool, cool. No, that makes sense.
I don't
It's
know,
good.
right?
To look out for.
I think Rich is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Righteous I think bounced, but yeah, I'm just curious, just to kind of know where to kind of put it. But I'm getting like $20 per lead right now. So what would you say is like a good kind of,
I
would
feel
that
like
be somewhere where you bump it to 50?
Yeah, if you're getting 20, then I mean I feel like 35, yeah, that's like one lead a day. So yeah, I'll say like 50.
This is kind of what I drew out. It's I don't know. So so after you and I talked about Riviera and Righteous, I just created a lesson on this. And so this is just like visually how I see things working. So you first of all have to kind of like figure out what is the minimum amount that you need to spend. And so I launch ad set one for business owner one, and I do hook one, and then day two I'm spending the same amount. Day three I'm doing the same amount. Day four I'm ramping down ad spend, and I'm closing the business owner because I don't know when I'm going to close or not. After I get it closed, I'm going to do the ad spend that they need. So this is the ad spend required to close a deal because I need to get one solid lead in. Here it's just the budget. So $500 divided by 30 days, $35 per day, for example. And now I just continue to do that ad spend for them throughout the duration. Then hook business owner number two, I'm spending $70 for ad spend number two, hook business owner number two, $70, $70, ramp down ad spend, close them. So hopefully this is kind of making sense. This is kind of how I can kind of see things staying organized. But again, there's a video lesson on this if this sounds confusing. Um, but I think you just got to figure that out. You got to figure out kind of like what your number is for you to, get enough leads over, quality leads over for the trial.
For
Um,
sure. I think my main issue right now is like, I guess I'm getting because I have obviously a client in the Valley, probably 2 hours out from me, that is doing the same ads, basically I used him as the proving model, so now I'm just copying what he's doing. Um, I'm essentially getting a test with his ad spend through him too. But we're running the same ad. It's funny enough, we're getting like $20 a lead. Him and I'm in Orange County, he's in LA. But his leads are actually answering, so I just been kind of having a little bit of those issues. But I was dealing with some Facebook backend glitches that I'm finally getting kind of like finally over. Um, but yeah, so I don't know if that was it. That one of my questions today was like, hey, is like a CBO campaign, like maybe that could be contributing to it because I know he's on an ABO, so I'm
yeah.
not too sure if you believe like I should just try to match him entirely.
So he's finding success with CBO or he's not finding success with CBO?
He's doing ABO, I'm on CBO, and then we're getting like almost the same metrics in terms of cost per lead, and cost per click and all those things, you know. But he's actually, when he calls them, they answer and he's able to book out, show up same day or next day at least.
Yeah,
Uh,
I prefer ABO, and we kind of ask Aiden kind of what his thoughts are, but like I prefer ABO for most brick and mortar lead gen. The only time I would recommend CBO is like if you're really at scale, you're spending like $5,000 a day and you're doing like a VSL funnel, like that kind of stuff, I would recommend a CBO. But otherwise, I would recommend ABO. Um, what are your
okay.
thoughts, Aiden?
Yeah, same here. Every now and again, I'll try uh, doing CBO for the service businesses. And, it does well for a little bit, but eventually the cost per lead goes up. And as soon as I bring it back down to ABO, they're doing a lot better. Like it's the dumbest thing, but ABO is where it's at.
It's like if you're spending a lot of money and it's not necessarily about getting the cheapest cost, it's just more about stability. CBO, I think, is the way to go. ABO otherwise, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't really my choice, so I was running ABO and for some reason Facebook kept converting it to CBO and I would just come back at the end of the day and like what the hell? Like I had an ad set for $70 a day ABO and at the end of the day, it's like $20 running $20, and I noticed it said campaign budget optimization. I look and it totally switched, and then I'm like, oh, I'll fix that, switch it back to ABO. And then the next day, it's like, Groundhog's Day, deja vu. It's like it did the same thing, and I was like, what the hell? And I had noticed something very specific on the onset of doing this whole thing on this new fresh, free to fee method. When I created a fresh campaign off that ad account, it didn't let me choose ABO. It
Hmm.
said you have to have it said it only gave me the option for CBO and the ABO was grayed out and it said that I would need to be running two ad sets at one time to allow that. So I'm curious if anyone's made new campaigns recently and has seen that change because I'm wondering if they're forcing me off ABO because they know I'm only running one live ad set. But I'm thinking of just doing it straight up from the start again, trying to do it fresh and seeing if I have that issue again, seeing if it's grayed out. I haven't actually tried that again, but I'm curious if anyone's seen that or have noticed any Facebook change in the UI or
I think
how
I have.
everything's operating.
I think I have heard that before. Just I recall hearing that where like if you launch from start and you don't have multiple ad sets, it like defaults like a CBO. So that's probably what that was. So if you just have multiple ad sets in there, it probably will naturally just allow you to do ABO. It sounds like Aiden's got some thoughts on that.
Yeah, we actually dealt with that this last week, the last couple of weeks, setting up campaigns for a lot of new clients. Same exact thing. So literally, if you just make multiple ad sets, then that will just go away, and you can select the ABO option.
Yeah, and that's what I did. So I created like a, a draft one, and then I made my real one, like a clone of that. That one that was actually going to be live, have the ad sped budget, and the other one was just like a green draft, and that's when it would do that converting thing. So it would kick me off. So I'm like, do they both have to be live? I'm
I
not too
would
sure if that's an issue.
I would publish them, even if it like even if it's the one that you're gonna eventually just turn off. It starts out as on. I think like I don't know. I mean, I
Hmm.
guess in that situation, I guess I haven't tried it in that one.
Hmm.
So in what we've been doing, we'll have multiple assets that are on at the same time anyway. So that's like anyways.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
yeah. It's
Would
just weird.
publish it.
It's just weird. I haven't dealt with anything like this before, so
So
um it's dumb. It's dumb. But okay, maybe I'll just like I'm thinking maybe throw like $1 to the other ad set just to make it live because I ideally just want to use one ad set so I can just compete across those ads and I don't really necessarily have two ad sets where they're kind of cross competing in the same region since kind of more like doing more local service based, but so I'm just trying to figure out a way around that. So maybe I just kick $1 to the other one and then have the real budget to the other ad set. I mean, that's my only workaround for now. What are your thoughts, Pushik, on like maybe splitting like let's say if I was doing $50 a day, 25 a day on one ad set, 25 a day on the other ad set, or should I try that method to kind of keep an ABO going and have $1 in one just to satisfy Facebook's guidelines and then maybe the $49 a day for the live one?
I mean, if you do 25, 25, just I would say just have different audiences in there so that they don't quote unquote compete with each other.
Hmm.
Yeah.
that's what I would say.
I- okay.
It's like
Cool.
when we're running leads for our different clients, especially lately, it's like we'll do three different audiences, and it might be that spend might be a little bit higher at first, but especially like when you find the one out of the three that's like really, really doing well, then like I don't know, it'll do really well. I don't know. I don't know if you guys have tried that much with this, like doing multiple ad sets and audiences.
Yeah.
I would recommend doing that because like even though you're going to be
Oh,
spending a little bit more at first, like now we're getting leads that are like $5 or $7 a lead on a lead, like on a landing page, not a lead form kind of a thing. And it just came from that initial testing. So I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
okay.
I feel like this might be tinfoil hat there. I could be completely wrong about it, but it's like if you have one ad set that's like a $49 budget and one that's like $1, I think Facebook's algorithm and is just like their bot is smart enough to know like something weird's going on here and it might treat you a certain type of way. Like it might like screw up your results in some way. I don't know. That's like tinfoil
Yeah.
hat. It's like that's unusual behavior. You know what I mean?
Okay. So maybe like if I'm doing $40 a day, do $20 a day in one ad set, $20 a day in another ad set, but just two different audiences. Yeah, because I've noticed Advantage Plus has been working really well for us. So I'm curious maybe doing like one with Advantage Plus and maybe one with just like keywords or key targeting.
Yeah.
So just to try out. Right now I'm getting 20 CPL, but like they just don't answer. I'll double dial, it'll go straight to voicemail. I had some other funky stuff happen, but I mean, some of them are legit though. Like every other, I'd say one in every four is real. It's just I just so weird because it's three out of every four for my client, and we're running the same ad, same everything. So I'm just like, damn, this guy's getting answers, but I don't know. I'm thinking it's the CBO, the wackiness that came from that, and maybe switching up to going back to ABO would maybe help a little bit. So I'll
Yeah,
have
go
to come up, try it out.
ABO one, and then another could just be like bad pockets, like bad ad sets, duplicate an ad set, find another pocket of people, the like simple things like that. That's probably what it is. If you got something that's proven, it's working, it's making people money, man, like it'll work again. Like in my experience, if something that consistently predict, if something makes somebody money like once, it could be a fluke, but it's making somebody money over and over again, it's not a fluke. And if you just duplicate that, it should work. And you might just be a bad pocket or something like that. So I want to stress about it too much. Um,
Thank you.
guys, we're an hour and a half in. I think what I want to do now, because I do want to be respectful of Jeremy and MJ and the other guys. Does anybody have anything top of mind really quick on fee to fee before I think just maybe we're gonna go in order and just help the other guys, and then we'll circle back to free to fee at the end.
I just want to say, I just booked the sales call. That's why I had left. But I booked the sales call for tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the guy that has recently closed, and I used the warm handoff script that you had just made. So, but that's all I had to say.
Yeah. Hey, dude. Hey, man. You never gotta apologize for going out and making money, bro. Get out of here. What are you talking about? What you talking about? How the convo though? Like, how's the handoff? Like, did it feel any different, or how did you feel about it?
This dude is super hungry. Like so the first one I gave him that he closed was an ASAP job. So this time on the call, I made sure I let him know again, like, hey man, I got another one that's an ASAP job. And he was like, oh yeah, let's go. I'm ready. But he said that at one point in time he had 63 teams. He said that his son had recently he said his son had passed, so he was kind of like, down in the dumps, but he said now he's like he's hungry, he's ready to go. So he booked the estimate for tomorrow. He says he's like, man, I got the best closing ratio. I'm like 66% here in Memphis. I'm like the top guy. So I'm like, I'm pretty confident that I can close this one. And he was pretty much saying he's ready to rock and roll over the phone. So I know now, dial in that my sales script process and my onboarding for sure, so that we can continue to have a good relationship. But I think this one's gonna be good.
Good, good. That's music to my ears, bro. Yeah, I think the big thing I'm just kind of seeing is like belief. Like, make sure whenever you guys do these calls, interactions, trial, make sure the business owner believes themselves. Sometimes you gotta let them borrow your belief, but create some of that confidence, curate some of that. But sounds like this guy has it, and I would too if you already closed the deal. I mean, shit, why not? But yeah, it's good to hear. Yeah, guys. So I'm gonna delve in, just kind of go in order. Anybody else want to say anything regarding free to feed? And again, we will circle back towards the tail end, but does anybody else want to say anything about free to feed stuff? Okay, cool. Well, then we'll get started and go in order. Is Mason, you available now? I know you're on
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've had three back-to-back discovery calls, but I'm here. I'm good now. I don't have any more.
you're good. So I would say Cam, in terms of tech stuff, maybe a separate time for that, but in terms of other stuff that we can go over, let's delve in, man.
Okay. Yeah, I might just make Mason a loom and just send him something.
In terms of,
Um,
you want to start with Orlando then and kind of fill us in on what's going on there?
sorry, with Orlando?
Or wherever you want to start, man. Wherever you wanted to start.
Okay. Um, yeah, I guess I'll just go over the Orlando. That's kind of the only thing I think we can talk about. That's not technical stuff. Let's share my screen. So yeah, I'm just waiting for ATP to get approved. I sent you a voice note on this before, but they're getting leads. Like you and I worked on a few things where we finally got to a point where we're getting like $25 leads. Any leads at all was the main problem. And then we started getting leads and they're too expensive. So we eventually got it down to like $25 per lead. It's these guys here.
Where are they? Okay, so Orlando 2461.
Sorry, that was my bad. Yeah, it's these two here.
So what are you at? You're at 24. And 21. Awesome. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so that's like super healthy. It's very little link clicks, so I imagine this is gonna skyrocket. Like I can't imagine this is gonna last very long. We turned it off because one of the guys pretty much just typed in the group chat. I have like those two guys, the two business owners who are partnered in this location, and he just jumped in one day and was like, this is just money in the wind. I hate it. Like I hate the system. Like a little child. Like he didn't come to me, he didn't say what was wrong. He just kind of like just batted his hands in the air, sent that out. So I reached out to him and asked him what was going on. He's like, well, none of these leads are picking up. Um, he's having a hard time reaching them. Every time he calls them, it's almost like they don't even ring at all. That call just ends. Just a bunch of bad stuff. Um, so I basically told him the reason why I was so adamant on getting A2P approved before we launched anything was because of this. And I kind of ran him through everything about getting a phone call from somewhere else rather than in his local area. You're going to be more inclined to pick up when it's in your local area. And the text messages that I have set up that are automated to go out, they're going to be getting sent to these people with a foreign phone number, the 1-800, rather than in their local area, which makes a difference right there by itself. Like all these things have little touch points, but it all adds up to a big result, is what I told them. And I've told him this before, and still he sends stuff like that in. But I think I just told him, I was like, why don't we just stop running ads completely then until A2P is approved? Um, One of their guys has a Go High Level account already set up, so he decided to do A2P himself. And I said, like, if you got it, you got it. Like, do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourself? And he's like, no, I can do it. So he got rejected like 4 times. Then he passed it off to me, and then I was like, all right, I'll go for it. Then I got rejected. It's being approved right now. I might get rejected again. I'll keep you guys updated on that. But pretty much I just turn these guys off until, regardless of how healthy, this is super good that when we turn it back on, hopefully it just continues to be like this. But he was just like, these leads are shit. Like they're not responding. We're getting no jobs. The ads that I have up and the way that I market my stuff, he said that that's not how he does it. He's been in this business like for years, and his average ticket is like $1,500-$1,200. Like he showed me proof. Like he's like, this is what my guy did today. Like not one of them was below $800. And the average probably was around like $1,300. So he's not playing around in terms of his location, but we're focusing on Orlando, which is something that he's trying to start up with one of his friends. So a completely different location. So it's a way different ball game. Like his trucks are in Connecticut. That's where he's built a company, and he's going over to Orlando. But in Connecticut, he like people know what his colors look like on his trucks. He's got a great review count. Like he's built a name for himself over there, and he's just really livid of how it's not even close to the same in Orlando. So that's kind of where we are right now. I think I might have already shown you these, but this is super cool. Because I've been
Yeah.
chasing something close to this. It's still nothing. It's still like twice as expensive as my other clients, but this is great for Orlando, coming from like $80 per prop, 177. So
Yeah. Are these off right now, or are these on? Are these
yeah,
on?
no, I turned him off because he's like, because I'm getting him leads, and especially like at this cost per lead, I'm like, the results are good,
Yeah.
but you're still pissed off. Like, to me, the automations do a lot where if you're not able to call them, at least the text message keeps the lead aware that a text you will be calling, or then there's like all the follow-up texts just to keep them going if they didn't respond. Like there's a bunch of stuff that I do for all my clients that isn't working because they don't have a local number attached. So I just told them, I was like, also, I don't know. I'm guessing that when we do get A2 approved, it's going to be a bit better, but I still think this is one of those things that's just not going to work out. The
Sure.
way I've listened to a couple of his calls, and he's basically telling these people that it's not going to be $189. It's actually going to be 400. Like he's pretty much, he's just like, he doesn't really get the system that I do. I'm like, the important thing is to get in the house. You don't want to be telling them anything other than things that they want to hear. As long as you're not lying, just tell them exactly what's on the offer, the thing that they signed up for. Get in the house, and then upsell from there. When they see that you're respecting their home, they like you, you make like you have that touch point of like they know, like, and trust you when you're in the house. On the phone, you're just a voice telling them that the thing that they just opted in for, it's actually going to be 4 times that expensive. Like, why would that make any sense to them? Why wouldn't they hang up? Um,
So
I
what
don't
are
know.
these?
And he says that he does that in Connecticut all the time. But I'm like, yeah, but people know who you are over, and half the time, I bet you lots of these people are referrals from businesses, from friends and family, because you're a good company. Like you have a base over there. And he's like, that is true. And I'm like, on Facebook, this is just an ad that they saw, and a stranger telling them that it's going to be quadruple the amount that they signed up for. So like the difference is if it was a friend that referred that person, they're gonna be like, okay, it's $400 more, but I bet you my friend went through the exact same experience and he was really happy. So I'm gonna go. Like there's a big difference between these people that he's on the phone with and saying that to. Um, I don't know. It's gonna be a struggle. I have a feeling.
Do you feel like that got through to him, or do you feel like he's gonna revert back to his old ways?
No, that got through to him. I just don't think he's willing to change. I'm gonna be running ads for him in Connecticut his way, and we'll see how that goes. But the thing that's kind of happening here is,
My suggestion is here.
yeah,
So here's the thing, man. Like some people some people you have to twist their arm into doing the behavior that will serve them. So something that I would suggest you keep in your back pocket, dude, is this. Once A2P is solved for, maybe give him like a few days, okay, where he works the leads, does it himself, but then you take over if he doesn't do the right thing. And so you're gonna have to think 5 steps ahead. So what that means is you get A2P approved, you hop on a call with them, you say, hey, dude, look, I just want to have a really quick conversation with you. We solved A2P for you, and here's what I expect to happen. Now, here's the thing. If you do things your way, here's what will happen. So I just want to set that up right from the get-go so that you are not surprised. Now, in the event that that does happen, what I would like to do is I'd like to offer you some help. I like to do something for you that I typically charge for, but I'm going to do it for you just because I have such high conviction. And so what I'm going to do is myself and my team are going to work the leads that we the way that we know how to work them. And if we cannot, if we don't, if they don't work, we'll literally refund you that ad spend. That's how confident I am. And to that, he can't say shit. So if what you're saying is true, like it's about the H2P, it's about this discovery call, then this will actually help him and it actually will work more. Now the question is that you're probably like, well, Kushik, I shouldn't have to do that. And you're right, you shouldn't have to do that. But the consequence is you churn. So,
yeah,
it's either you do it for a week and kind of eat the bullet and you can retain this client for a year plus, or they fuck it up and it's ultimately going to be your fault. They're going to point fingers at you.
right. Yeah. The other thing too is he's done it my way and he's gotten into a couple homes, but they're just walking away with like $189 from what they walked in there for. And like the people are pissed off and like whatever. And I told them, I was like, okay, 2 times is nothing. Like you're basically switching what you've been doing for all this time to a different model. And I'm telling you it works, but it kind of what you tell us. I was like, well, what did your guys do? Like, do you know what they did in that house? Because if they don't do things properly or they say certain things, it's gonna piss somebody off. But if you say things properly and set the tone right when you walk in the door properly, like the whole call changes and the
So
customer's shoulders drop. You know what I mean? So
my question to you is, so is the issue going to be at the nurturing level? Or to me, initially it sounded like, okay, it's gonna be an issue at the nurturing level. Like they're not gonna work the leads the way I need them to work it. Now what you're saying to me is it's a sales level at the door. So which one of those is the issue, or is it both of those issues? Because you need to tackle both of those issues then.
I think it's both because he's having trouble getting them in the door because all these people are like, oh, hell no. Like, that's not what I signed up for. So they hang up on him.
So you're
And
gonna have to get them to do the right task, or you're gonna have to insert yourself at the lead nurture level and then really drill them on sales, work with their sales team to do something.
yeah,
It's what's gonna be required, man.
yeah. And then, yeah, I don't really know. This is kind of,
And if they're
I
too
got
much,
a lot of money, but it's a pain in my butt.
yeah, like dude, if it's a pain in your ass and you can't, then fuck it, man. It's just time to move on. But
I mean, the
that's
thing that I also said to them was like, until you guys are getting good results, because they were like livid. And I was like, these guys have money where if I can figure this out, I want to keep them. And they weren't like giving me hints that they were going to leave, but I basically told them, I was like, just to calm them down, that I'm not going to start charging like the first 30 days until we're on a steady thing where results are coming in. Because we were like, the A2P wasn't approved. The ads weren't up, like the leads were $177 a pop. I was like, I don't want that money to start trickling down until you guys are on a steady plane, which this is. But now that we're getting leads, he's calling these leads and just disqualifying all of them because it's the way he does things in Connecticut, and it's not working in Orlando. So, and then when they're in the home, I got this other problem. So I gotta maybe hop on a phone call with all these leads and kind of teach them how to do things. But yeah,
yeah.
I'll probably use the line that you said, and I'll talk to both of them at the same time. Be like, I don't like I'll set expectations as to how two different scenarios could go. I know this works, but you have
I,
to trust me. And I get
I
that
yeah,
it's different from what you've been doing your whole life, but this works with Facebook.
My suggestion is like you might have like from what you're explaining to me, dude, you might have to hop on like a Zoom call. Can I share my screen with you really quick?
Yeah, sorry.
Like it again, it depends on whether they're worth it or not. But if I were you and they're at least logical human beings, it's like, hey, look, step one is, we're going to solve the leads problem. And then this is one of two things going to happen. Either you're going to work them the right way or you're going to work them wrong. If you're working them the wrong way, I'm going to step in. And if I step in, then from there, the issue is going to be sales potentially. And so if sales is the issue, then I'm going to need to work with your team to work on sales. So this is what I foresee being the issue. And this could take a month to figure out. And so it's just setting proper expectations, I think.
Right.
So
Yeah.
really got to hop on a Zoom call and like really have proper expectations. And then off like the stuff that you're doing in terms of like, hey, look, I'm not going to charge you and I'm going to like all that stuff, add that to that for sure. But I can foresee like you needing to do something like this. I don't think maybe a phone call is going to be good enough.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, that's kind of all I got. I think I got what I needed from that.
Okay. In terms of this stuff, like, is this like a fast thing or is this going to take a while? If it's going to take like more than
Um,
minutes, you should
go
write.
go over the Phoenix automation there. That's something that I've been dealing with GoHill forever. I have a call with the guys, like the client that's having that problem tomorrow. So I'm gonna work with some solutions through him, and if he's good to do some stuff, then I have steps to take, so I don't have to go over that really. Talk to me some other, yeah, me and him have been talking about something like that for a while. I think I have to dig up one of the snapshots that he sent me a while back. But I'll do that first before I annoy him.
Anything else, man, that you want to chop it about that I could help you with or Mesa could help you with?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, cool. You sure? Going once, going twice?
Yeah, no, that's it.
Cool, man. Well, if you want to hang out or if you want to bounce it, like I said, I'm gonna work on that investing video. I'm gonna try to get that over tomorrow.
Cool. Yeah, I'm excited for it.
It'll be a good one. Cool.
Cool. Thanks.
Mr. Jeremy,
Yo,
how you doing?
good. How are you?
Chilling, chilling. So, yeah, where do you want to take things?
Well, I'm not sure to be honest with you. I just need to figure out why I'm not getting any appointments. I
We can look at your screen. We can look at your numbers if you want to share.
yeah, I had to get in on another computer. Something's happening with my main computer. It keeps overheating and just shut off in the middle of the call last time. So I'm jumped over to another one here. I'm logging in. But I'm almost there. So what I did, I went ahead and created another ad. So now I have three variations of the ads running, and I have them in two different um, ad sets or forms, I should say, I guess. So I have uh, one running, which is just the typical one, like I've always done, which is going to the funnel. And then I have one campaign going, which is going to these Facebook forums which then triggers this AI chatbot, which
Let's
I've
look at
really enjoyed using. I just can't get anybody apparently to fill out, once the chatbot starts talking to them, they don't talk back, which is odd. So, but here, what I've got is, so essentially you can see, one, two, three. I don't know why they're in weird order, but the ones that say leads ad, and then there's leads ad Facebook. So you can see the Facebook ones are kind of clustered together. This third one here, that's right here, this one and this one, I just started today. So they obviously aren't delivering yet.
can you click on campaigns for me really quick?
Yeah.
And then can you deselect Jeremy? And then
This Facebook forms one.
let's click on let's go to the asset level. Yep. And then okay, so far you've spent how much? You spent 88 bucks. You got 55 link clicks. So their cost per click is like 20% of what it is. You got 7 leads.
The 7 leads. So like I have it set up so the chat bot will try to talk to them. It literally comes on and goes, "Hey, thanks for watching and clicking on the ad. Here are some dates. Would you like to get booked?" I mean,
Yeah.
it starts right in on them.
And
No,
they
no chance and nobody's responded to it. It's really weird.
okay, so how much
And
have
I
you
know these are potentially lower quality, so
so if we scroll to the left, so here are my thoughts. Again, I don't know. I mean, I'd be curious kind of hear what Aiden's thoughts are on this, but I think he'll probably echo what I'm saying, which is like for B2B, like highly unlikely. However, I know Will G closed a business owner using instant form ads, actually. I think we can ask him to confirm. Actually, Will G, like, when you were doing the optometrist stuff, were they doing instant form ads for you, or were they going to funnel, like a funnel for you?
It was an instant format for the optometrist.
Yeah. And you spent 700 to close that deal, right?
Yeah, about that.
And how many leads did you get?
Oh, give me a sec.
How many leads and then how many book calls and live calls? So leads, book calls, live calls. And Jeremy, I'm getting at something here.
okay.
Actually, I'll just go and share it as he pulls up the numbers. Really, you got to, in testing anything, you really got to be aiming for 3 times KPI. Like that's kind of before you make a decision. So what that means is that you spent so far $88. So if your cost for book call is typically like what, $50?
It's yeah, probably.
Yeah, if you in your Excel sheet. Yeah. Your cost for book call on average $63. So that means that you've got to be spending 180 bucks before we can write off the instant form ads. Like, and again, is it an issue with the instant form ads, the issue with the ad? It's hard to know. Are you using which ad are you using? Are you using the original ad?
Yeah, well, now three of them. So yes, the original ad, the second one I made, and then I went in and made another one today, which is it still isn't really showing up right. But
Are you
with
are you
it, instead of using like graphics and all that, I did more of a stock footage thing with less of my face because I thought, what if it's me? So maybe people are just getting tired of seeing me.
if you so I if it were me, I think what I would do is I would take the original ad and only run that because that's proven, right? We know that the original ad works and it goes into a funnel and it works. It's made you tens of thousands of dollars. However, what we don't know is whether that works with instant formats, but we do know it's a banging ad. We know it's a winner ad. So in my mind, what I would do is I would be doing all of the ad spend towards that. Um, that's the first thing because we don't know if these other ads are proven or not, right? So it's like I just want to prove a different quote unquote like marketing channel, a different strategy. Now my second question is, are you calling all these leads or are you just kind of letting the bot do its thing right now?
Yeah, the way I've got it set up is if they fill out the form but don't talk to the bot, I get all their information still in a certain stage. So if they were to talk to the bot, it moves them to different stages depending on how far they got. So yes, all seven of the people I've called, none of them have answered. Well, I'll take that back. One answered me and she said she thought I was a spa and she was filling it out to book a service. I'm like, okay.
Right,
All right.
right.
Yeah.
I know the film where you can't even finish the sentence. You're like, you silly rabbit.
Yeah. I just like you are okay. What was the part about when I said, hey, med spa owners, did you? Okay. Gotcha. So anyway, and she could have been lying, but none of the others have answered. So I'm just going to call them. And then they have nurturing texts that go out to them too. Just
Wilgie, really quick. Jeremy, I'm going to transition back. I just want to get his numbers really quick just so we can compare.
Yeah.
How
So
$100, yeah, how many leads did you get?
so I spent a total of $715 Canadian, so it's about like around $5 US. And then I got two book call, one of them I closed. But the book call, none of them actually like booked directly after like filling the forms. After filling the forms, uh, none of them booked by themselves. I had to call them and
Right.
talk to them. So
How many
for that,
How many leads did you get though? I just kind of want to work in that order really quick.
15.
So 15 leads. So that means 715 divided by 15. That's about $47 per lead, which breaks down to probably what is that, like $40 per US lead?
Something
So
like that.
and Jeremy, your cost per lead is how much?
Well, let's just find out here.
Your cost per lead is $12, which is insane. Very big difference. Okay. So 15 leads, and out of those 15 leads, I assume you called all of them. How many of those people did you have a conversation with, Wilgie?
I got a conversation with. Give me a sec. Um, mm, 6 of them.
Okay. So a third, and then from that, a third book a sales call. So there we go.
2
So
booked a self call after talking, and then one of them closed.
yeah. So those are the numbers, right? So he's taking about a third of them and having a conversation with them. So theoretically, if you got seven times 0.3, you should be able to have a conversation with two. You got one, so almost there. Out of that, then a third of those people are going to agree to a discovery call or sales call, and then out of that, you're going to close one of them.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, they this Facebook test form that I've been doing that only started on April 1st, so it's not even been running that long. Um, and mostly I was running it just not necessarily for the form, because I know you and I have discussed that before about the quality. I was just curious to see if maybe the chat bot, because it literally hits them, and for whatever reason, I don't know. I seem to always get my information, whether it's through the funnel or these, late at night or early in the morning. So I thought this would be a great way, if they fill out a form and they get hey, thanks for watching the ad and clicking on it. Here are 3 dates and different times. Would you like to book? I was trying to, not leave it up to them, but at least get in their world. So yeah, and I have started running it now for a couple of my clients. A third one I've talked to, I'm going to be putting it in place for him. So I'm going to be really anxious to see how it works for them. They're all excited. Although I've tried to tamp that down by saying, you're going to still have to call them. People just won't do this stuff through text. So, like we talked about last week, I'm just getting more and more inclined to believe that I'm going to, maybe not for myself, but for clients, it's going to have to be a thing where they get a virtual assistant if they don't have the time to do it themselves. And yeah, but I was hopeful and am hopeful that this chat bot will, maybe sift that. If they get 20 leads, maybe it sifts through the 20 and gets 3 or 4 of them snagged. I think they'd be thrilled with that. So
What I guess, I think actually is Aman here? Um, Aman, um, do you have I would say like Jeremy, why don't you like share what you shared with me? Maybe I think Aman maybe has heard, and just kind of get his perspective because he was kind of doing something similar. And maybe that might be valuable for you, Jeremy, to kind of hear what his perspective was and like what he found. This way, kind of speed up the process of you like discovering things.
you want me to say what I'm doing right now?
Yeah. And so, Aman, are you there? Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
basically, I'll let Jeremy talk, but I think what Jeremy's doing is kind of the issue that we ran into, which is like, hey, we're getting leads, but then it's getting the leads into the calendar. And so what Jeremy's doing, he's starting to implement an AI bot for texting. So I think what he's doing, I'll let Jeremy talk, but I think what he's doing is like running an Insta format, and then from there, he's having like a bot take over, start a conversation, try to book them in. And I don't know, I think it might just be valuable for him to kind of hear your perspective, to kind of like maybe get him caught up.
Sure.
Here's the data that I got, here's what I learned, here's some insight, and that might be valuable for Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
that's pretty well what I'm doing, Amon, is I've got the form going. As soon as they fill out the form, and I make that form as easy as possible. I don't, ask a bunch of questions, just name, email, phone number. As soon as and then as they're clicking on it, it says, hey, as soon as you submit this, someone from our team will text you and get you booked. So, and this is both for myself and for clients. They click that, and I've built these chat bots using the conversation AI and Go High Level, where it will immediately start talking to the person who filled out the form. So it'll say, "Hey, Amon, thanks for watching, or thanks for looking at our ad, clicking on it. Here are 3 or 4 dates and times. Would you like to pick one, or do you need a different range or whatever?" If they pick one, it immediately puts it into the connected calendar. For me, that's where it basically ends. It just confirms it and says, "Is this good for you?" And then it ends right there. For the clients I'm working with, it'll put them into the calendar and then says, "One final step. We just need to collect a small deposit to reserve your spot. Here's the link to do that." And then I put a little warning there that says, "If you don't pay the deposit in 24 hours, we have to free this time back up." So, let's say they go through, they click the deposit, they fill it out. The chatbot gets a notification through Stripe that it's been paid. And it says, "You're all confirmed. Thank you very much." If they don't pay the deposit, it goes into a stage to alert the client. It says, "AI booked, no deposit." And then that tells my client, "Hey, you got to pick up the phone. These people booked a date and time with you, but they didn't put down the deposit." If they don't do anything, it just goes into a form submitted where they're calling people anyway. If they don't respond, same thing, just goes into the form submitted where they start getting the nurturing texts, and the client is supposed to call all of those. So that's what I'm doing. I just started it with the clients. So one just started today. The 2 of them just started today. So I don't really have any feedback for them yet. But for myself, I've had 7 people fill out the form and then not talk to the bot. It goes to them saying, "Hey, this is Cinematic Visions," or, "Jeremy from Cinematic Visions. Thanks for watching my ad and clicking on it and filling out the form. Here's some times you want to talk," and then they just don't respond. So I've called all 7 of those people and not gotten to talk to anybody in real. I talked to one, but she claimed she thought I was a spa. So the other 6 didn't answer. So I guess, I'm just trying to find a way similar to, I think I told Koshik last week, I feel like I'm walking down this sandy beach and I see a couple sets of footprints right beside me. And they look like yours and Koshik's footprints. So I think I'm kind of following down the same path you went in the med spa thing, which is there a way to get people booked with a deposit other than having to make phone calls through virtual assistants or the front desk or whatever? Because that's what everybody wants.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm hearing two different problems, one that's on the client side and then one that's for you. Is that correct?
Yeah, for me, it's, I'm just testing it for myself to see if that would actually work. It's only been going for a few days since
Okay.
same.
Are you having like big problems with the other way where they book on the calendar and then you send reminder calls or reminder texts and stuff like that?
Oh, no, it's just, all of them are kind of whiny about having to make phone calls. So,
How much,
Wait,
Jeremy, how much have you, so for your clients, so I think this will answer your question. I think, so here's just for both of you guys. I think Jeremy just started the ad, so he doesn't have enough data regarding what to expect in terms of his med spa clients. And then, yeah,
so are you talking about because I know you're talking about your med spa clients, but I thought you were also talking about your
yes.
acquisition funnel.
yeah, I'm doing
Okay.
it both
Okay.
for the
So
acquisition
specifically,
and
yeah,
clients.
specifically focusing on the acquisition first.
It's just all dried up.
Yeah. Okay.
I would
So,
say, sorry to interject. I would say, Aman, like the part that you can, I think, be of value to Jeremy right now is telling him about your experience when it came to using an AI chatbot for your med spa clients, so that Jeremy has an idea of what to expect. I think that would be valuable to him.
okay. So you want me to focus on the client acquisition side
No, not on the
or
client acquisition side.
no, not the
Focus
client acquisition.
be
Sorry, the client service delivery side.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think Jeremy can expect from the AI tech spot based off your experience as he
Yeah.
spends more money?
So what I've come to find is people drop off big time if you ask for a deposit without having a conversation with them. And so for me, I struggled a lot with getting my clients to actually call the leads. So what I did was I feel like on the sales call in the beginning during the qualification, I have that as one of my questions because I got so sick of it where I'm like, are you willing to call leads? I forgot what it was, but are you or someone on your staff willing to call leads as quick as possible to get 30 new patients a month? And typically I feel like after I started doing that, it was no longer like an issue of like, oh, I don't want to have to call leads. It was just more of like, how do I call leads or how do I make it successful?
Well, and
Um,
I don't know how much you ran into this, but this is what I have seen over the last month, especially because of
mhm,
the ads I'm running. Now I'm getting all these people who are competing with me. I'm seeing all their ads.
right,
And the two things that I feel like I'm competing and running up against is I'm seeing ads saying that they won't charge you until this, so they charge per appointment.
right,
So if the appointment is booked, I'll take a percentage of that. And the other is you don't have to lift a finger. We do it all. So not only are they saying they're going to do it basically for free until they make a sale, but then they're saying they have the team to make the phone calls and do all the work. So what I see, not necessarily from my clients, because just like you, I ask them all, are you the one who's willing to make these phone calls or somebody? And they all know that. But, they're just like, oh, I just don't know if I have enough time in the day. And, but, it's like, oh, sorry for
yeah,
all these leads. But it's, it just, right before my acquisition calls just dried up, everybody was bringing up, will you allow me to pay upon booking? And I don't want to make the phone calls. Those were the two big objections I was running into. So that's what led me down okay, I got to figure something out. Otherwise, I
yeah,
have to drop this niche and figure something else out. Because what I thought was this big money making industry and everybody was making dollars hand over fist, they all act like they're paupers. So yeah, and I don't know about you, but a lot of the clients are like newly started. So
yeah. That's
they just
exactly what I experienced,
money and
and
yeah, I
yeah,
just started. I just
like
put everything into this. I don't have a lot of money. Can you give it to me for free or book it? Can I pay you per appointment and or can you guys make the calls because they're too small to do it on their own? So
yeah, yeah. Either they're like
the AI,
new business or they're like some person who works in the hospital for most of the time and they're not full time in this med spa. So
yeah, I've got a
yeah,
doctor booked with me
that's
and
that's what I'm saying. Like I had
he
so
gave
many
me three
instances.
thousand dollars, and I haven't done a stinking thing for him yet. He's just dropped off the face of the earth. So
Yeah, that's what happened to another one of my doctor clients. He worked in the hospital, paid 3K up front, and then like we couldn't get anyone to be the callers. His nurses tried and they were complaining nonstop. And so we tried to train up one of their moms and then she ghosted us and then I haven't heard back from him. So
yeah,
um
I haven't even gotten to do anything with him.
yeah.
I had a phone call. I haven't even gotten to do an onboarding. He just paid me, and
Yeah, but like
I wish I
regarding the AI texting, the way I just really drill it on the onboard, again, I feel like I just got to a point where I was doing so much qualifying before they closed, that I just made sure that I was like, hey, like this is like realistically, you want someone who's as soon as the leads come in, you want someone who's available. So, I make that clear, and then for the AI texting, I just have it like, hey the AI texting, it's only for when you can't call them right away. It's a way to just keep them engaged until you can call them. So the AI texting is just there as like some extra time because what I come to find is someone's like replying multiple times, they're building multiple touch points, and so it's a lot easier to get in contact with them.
yeah, this
But
maybe a little. This is
That
an actual AI chat bot. It's not the auto texts.
that what I mean, yeah, that is what you're running, right? The AI chat thing.
what do you mean by chat box? So
It's a
chat
bot.
bot.
If they start asking questions, I've
Is
trained
it
it.
on the website or is it on
It's
the?
on Go High Level. Go High Level opened that
Oh
up.
yeah, it's the same thing. It's regardless, they see it as a text message. So they don't know whether it's the bot
It's not,
or
it's not the automated workflow texts.
no, no, neither is mine. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had an actual AI
So
bot. So
Jeremy,
they would, yeah.
so Jeremy, I'll kind of again, you know how you're talking about as you're walking, you saw mine and Amon's footsteps.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut it to you right here. I'm gonna rip the band off. Whatever you're trying to do, I love you to death. Look at just the way Amon's talking. The way Amon's talking. Here's how I dealt with people. Ask me about that. I just made them ask me. Can you double down? So it's like so if so for the functionality that you want, like the problem that you're trying to solve is like, oh, okay, how do I help these med spas where they don't have to call, that I don't have to call, that I don't have to hire VA? None of those exist. Answer ABC is not an answer on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Answers like those don't exist. And so he's using the chat as a way to give people a breathing room to be able to call. So it's like
Yeah.
the chatbot responds so that they can call, but it doesn't do the thing to get them booked in, collected upon. It just doesn't do it.
Yeah.
So
We'll
that's
see how it goes with the people I launched it with today. It sounds like it's probably going to go the same way, but I do like that it immediately responds and is responding. So if they kind of come back with some kind of an oddball question or something, it will talk to them rather than respond with, "This is Jeremy, right?" Which is what I had it doing before.
right.
So it may be some kind of a tool that doesn't work out the way I'm hoping and dreaming it will. But, and I've told all three of the people that I'm going to be putting this in for, chances are you still have to make the phone call. Even if they book the date and time, if you want the deposit, you're going to have to call them because that's where people are stopping. They just don't want to do money over texting. And so anyway, I do have it set up for them, for all of the clients, like first stage is form submitted. So they submitted the form. The chatbot goes into action, tries to get them booked in a deposit. If they don't do anything with the chatbot, they stay in the Facebook form stage and you have to call them. If they do book an appointment and not the deposit, you're still going to have to call them. If they just don't even respond to the chatbot, you still got to call them. So, but I think the enticing thing, especially for the one in Florida, was that she was like, if it could just weed out some of them, that'll be great. Because I guess they're so busy that it's tough for their front desk to even make phone calls. So,
I don't think that's the right mindset. I think the right mindset is I'm going to look under 100 rocks and I'm going to find the gold. I'm going to look everywhere. I'm not going to try to weed it out because if you weed it out, that's where you lose money. There's no such thing. It
well, I
just,
think what she was thinking is if it'll talk to 20 people and knock 3 or 4 of them off our list for us, that's great. That's what she was okay with. But I don't,
yeah.
I told her I don't know what to expect because I've not done it.
The idea with med spas and volume is you just want as many bats as possible. It's you are hungry for, it's like this person might not buy, probably won't buy, but I'm still going to work them. And I'm going to try to see if I can get them to buy. That's the right mentality. And either you got to provide the resources, they got to provide the resources. But it's not what I understand what you're getting at. It's just, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's just that's not the functionality. That's not how it works,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll probably have those types of numbers or results for you next week to kind of tell you, it's not working. But all I wanted to do was for myself, just because I feel like, for me, I'm not doing it. I wanted to test it to see if it actually works so that I could give it to clients as an option. But B, I was just trying anything. I mean, it's been since I think the second week of March. So it's been almost a month since I've had a discovery call. I just don't know what's happened.
So let's look back at your other ads. So in terms of these ads, the TLDR for your instant form ads is this. The TLDR is we're spending money on the ad that's a winner now, and we need to wait till you spend about $160 to make a decision on whether instant form ads is even a possible opportunity or not. And you got to be working all those leads. You got to be calling them. So that's that in terms of instant form ads. In terms of your other ads, we can have a look.
So the one here that's yellow, I literally launched it like while you guys were talking.
Okay.
But this is the top one here that says add one. That's the original. Add two is the newly revised version. Am I still in the face? No. Yeah, this is the last 30 days. That's why there's actual leads there. If I just do like this month, you see it all just,
Okay,
I don't know
so
why it says I have leads. I don't. Oh, link clicks. Yeah, I've only had 7 link clicks all month between the two ads. It's just, I paid $171 for 7 link clicks. It's
so
dying.
go to your Excel really quick. So I want to see what your link click cost is typically. So your typical link click cost is what? Cost per $6. So what that tells me is that you can spend up to 18 bucks to test. So here's what this tells me, right? If we're assuming a three, so does that make sense in terms of three times KPI? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so we know, hey, $65 is what we should be spending for a book call. We can spend up to 180 bucks before we have to cut something off. Now, because that's so expensive, we can go downstream and we can go upstream as well. Okay, cost per acquisition should be 500 bucks. So we can spend up to $1,500 to close a deal. If it's not working, something's broken. So that's upstream. Downstream would be cost per click. And so what I'm seeing here is that we got to cut these. Well, why? Because if your typical cost per click, if we go back to Excel, is what? $8 or something? What do we say? $6. So that means that if your typical cost is $6, we got to cut these guys. It's too expensive
Well,
because these are
the one that says to buy it has literally only been running since April 1st. And the one that says add three buy it, these two right here, add three just literally started today.
But I'm
And
looking at your cost.
April 1st.
What I'm looking at is your cost per unique link click.
Yeah.
And so it's too high, right?
Yeah. So yeah.
So if you're
All I'm saying is they've only been these two, the one in yellow, the second one, literally is hours old. The one down here on the bottom is only 6 days old.
yeah.
Those ads are brand new.
Um, so how much have you spent? So the first one, for example, is like you spent 68 bucks and it's costing you 22.68 cents to get a click. That's not turning around, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's the original.
That the bottom one, you spent 100 bucks, you got 4 link clicks at 25 bucks. That's not turning around either. If you had spent maybe 16 bucks or 10 bucks for a link click on either of those two ads, I'd say, okay, leave it on. But these two they're not turning around. I don't see, I
But
don't,
let me make sure I understand you because my average link click costs $6.
yes.
So I've got 4 link clicks here divided by 25 is just a little over $6.
No, no, no. So $6 is your average cost per click, right?
Yeah.
So that means $6 times three is what? That's 18 bucks. That means you can spend up to $18 for a click during testing. If something goes beyond 18 bucks, it's not going to turn around. So what I'm looking at here is 22 bucks and 25 bucks, and there's multiple clicks. They're
Oh,
not. So I'm making my decision. So if you go back to Excel, so this is what I mean. So I want to spend a little bit more time in three times KPI. What your numbers are telling me on the left-hand side is $6.15. So if I multiply by three during a testing phase, I can afford to spend up to 18 bucks for a click. If it's not, I cut it. If I'm looking at your book calls, cost per book call, it's 63 bucks. So 63 bucks times three, 180 bucks. That means I'm willing to pay up to $180 to get a book call. And if I'm not, something's broken. If I look at your cost per acquisition, it's 900 bucks. Now this is super expensive. That means you can spend up to 2,700 bucks in testing, which is too much. But does that make sense now?
yeah, yeah.
So that's how I know when it comes to your testing, we got to cut these and we got to try other things. That's what this is telling me.
I'm just getting killed. And
Yeah.
I don't know, like I said, it was somewhere after that second week of March where everything just shut down. And when I went back and examined all my ad sets, all of a sudden, all of them had warnings on them that the crowd was too narrow. So
Click
they
on,
got rid of something.
can you click on ad sets for me? Yeah. And then let's click on edit.
So with this, what I did was I went in and just turned off all my targeting and left it blank.
Okay. So we tried that variation. That variation is not working. So my suggestion is this. Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a handful of ads? So instead of like three, let's do like 5 ads total. Okay. Let's turn these off because we're just wasting money right now. Um, and let's have five ad sets, or I'm sorry, five different ads. We'll have another ad set and then test all those ads within that ad set. That would be what I would recommend doing. When it comes to your instant form ads, you can leave those on if you want. That's up to you if you want to test those things out.
But
I would
right with this campaign, just turn it off.
that ad set, yeah, I would turn that off.
Okay.
And again, let's just like carve out some time, the next few days, and let's just edit a few ads. And again, honestly, seriously, if you can somehow get Alpida or somebody on a video to create a testimonial style video like I'm on, I would highly recommend that.
So one campaign, one ad set, 5 ads.
Yeah, completely different kinds of ads. And let's just and then keep me posted, right? Try to update me like every other day. So I can play this clip because and this is important. A teaching moment is like I want to make sure I'm playing close to the chest because I don't want you to be wasting money. So for me, it was looking at your numbers very obvious. We should have cut that off sooner. So I could have saved you a few bucks there. So I want to make sure we're playing this a little bit closer to the chest in terms of like your numbers.
What do you recommend on the ad set as far as targeting? Since they've obviously gotten rid of something, just leave it open.
So that's what here's kind of what I'm foreseeing. So stage one is we're gonna have like one ad set and we're gonna have like five different ads and hopefully something hits. If it doesn't hit, we're gonna kill that ad set, have another ad set, and then from there we're gonna have the exact same ads but different types of targeting. So we're gonna kind of go through these iterations until we hit something. That's kind of what I want to do.
So on this first one though, just leave it empty. Don't.
I would say for the first one, let's do the original targeting that you had, but let's have like 5, 6 ads in there. That's what I think we should do. Because we know that your targeting was proven. We know it's proven.
Well, like I said, the only thing that
until it changed, until that,
yeah, something happened, so all I know is when I tried to duplicate ad sets and stick with my original targeting, I kept getting this warning saying this thing will only be seen by 1,000 people per day. It's too narrow. You're not getting, so that's why I just went in. Why? So fine, here, advertise it to everybody. You pick it out.
So I think phase one, let's try to do the original targeting. If that doesn't work, then phase two is we'll try to expand your targeting a little bit. So we'll keep a lot of the interest in there and we'll just like tweak whatever we need to expand it. So I think that's phase one, phase two.
Okay. So as far as the ads go, the creatives, obviously the three that I have are mostly just me talking. The first two look very similar in the way that they're made. This third one, it only shows my face like 2 or 3 times. The rest of it is kind of stock footage that goes with what I'm saying. So it's kind of a completely different thing. It still has my face in it, still has my voice. It still kind of looks like the same format. It's just it's just very rarely see me. So I think that I'd like to see how that goes.
Yeah.
But what else do you recommend, like for the look that makes it different?
Like I said, I would highly recommend if you can to create a testimonial type of ad like I'm on, because I know that was working for him, once the initial ad started dying down. Aman, do you have thoughts in terms of like what was working for you? I felt like that's what was working is like we did the initial ad and then from there you had like your conversation with I forget what her name is that you blew out the park and that ad was performed pretty well, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, the testimonial or the video interview style ad did really well.
Yeah.
Obviously what she was saying was really great. She's like, we're getting so many bookings and it just happened to catch a good clip. I want to say, let me look at it. It's been a minute. Um, but Jeremy, it's not you were getting leads through the instant form for the same ads.
Yeah, I've gotten 7. They're all junk, but
I wonder, and your link click was fine. Like,
no.
link click went down too.
Let's go take a look. To be honest with you, I don't know. So the link click, yeah, it was $2.89 per link click. So it's doing okay. Cost,
but like
everything on this dropped. Like my CPM is usually around $140, $150. Right now it's only 42. So I just attribute that to I know this is not as high quality. But
these are instant forms.
Yeah. He was asking me what the link click cost was there. So
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm just wondering why it like completely died off. Like, are you still getting a healthy amount of link clicks when it did
No,
start performing bad or
everything
no?
said it
Okay,
was
everything. So,
March 12th, 11th, 13th, 14th, somewhere in there. I don't know how to explain it. Just everything stopped. And last week, I don't know if you heard it, Amon, but Keith told me, he's like, hey man, if this makes you feel any better, go read this Reddit. So I went into this Reddit group and there were a whole bunch of people talking just like me. Like
mm,
everything just stopped. Now, the only thing I didn't see anybody talking about was what I was seeing all of a sudden, which was these error messages. Like I can show you if we go in here, let me get this one off. If we go in here, here. So this is the one where this was blowing it out of the water. I had left it on since January, but now all of a sudden I've got these warnings. Ad set may get 0 leads. And then it's saying your audience size is only 1,200 to 1,500 people. Everything just fell apart. So I don't know if one of the behaviors that I had targeted was removed, because I know they're very nerdy about, oh, we don't want to make anybody feel bad. Like when it gets to health and wellness, um, it just fell off. And yeah, I did. I saw you, Mason, you had job type. I had put that on there too. I was looking for the owners of med spas. It was all there. None of this had changed.
I would say that if you want to message someone to watch his testimonial type of ad, and then you can model that. That would be what I would do if I were you. And that would be
I'll
one.
just try to come up with a couple other ones, just oddball ones. I saw the one I saw that was talking about a chat bot that I really liked was the screen recording. Maybe I do something like that. And
Yeah, like
yeah,
that's the idea. Like we just want to throw stuff at the wall, but everything has to center around your offer, which is like again the headline on your calendar page.
right.
And so it's just testing, right? It's just we're just gonna throw stuff at the wall, and ideally something is an outlier, something gets significantly less cost per click, cost per lead.
Well,
yeah,
just
I also noticed with the testimonial ads that I feel like people were less skeptical or maybe less like would come with objections right away from my experience. Where I feel like with the other ad, there was just a lot of I don't know, it felt a lot worse. Where I mean, probably just seeing like a real person made a big difference. Um, but I also added that video to like the thank you page, so that could have helped as well. But
yeah,
um,
I do have a testimonial ad from Alpida. The thing
what
is,
like
she's just, I mean, it's so good, it makes me embarrassed when I listen to it. It's like a minute and a half of her just saying everybody how much money I've made her and all this stuff. The problem is I can't use it. She won't let me use it in an ad. And the
that's
reason
weird.
is, well, there's a reason. Her husband works in the semaglutide area for a specific company. She's starting her own company and he's helping
Mm,
with it. And
mm.
if anybody figures out he's involved, it's not illegal. He's not doing anything wrong. She just thinks it'll look bad. So she just said, please don't put it out there on an ad. If you want to show it to people to try and get them to buy with you and things like that, you can use it that way. So I just can't use her
What
face.
if you had a different lady lip syncing?
Except, yeah, they'd have to look Indian, because that's where she's from. I don't know anybody. Got a sister who could do it for me there,
Maybe.
or
Give
Amon.
give me a quote.
Is there can you this is gonna sound silly, but can you plug that video into some kind of software and it makes her face look different or anything like that? Like is there
No, not really. Not that I know of. I mean, well, here's what I did. I did put it here. So in my funnel, I went ahead and I put a whole bunch of reviews in there of just regular people talking about me in a generic enough way about my own business, that you can't tell what they're saying I was great at.
when did you make this?
And I put this in here. I did this last week, just trying anything. I was thinking, well, maybe because the link clicks are down, but here's her ad and her talking about, he's the best ever, made me so much money. So I have this here and I just don't have her name and stuff on it.
before you made the change, were you getting, because I remember again the issue was link clicks dropped off. Were
Yeah.
you getting link clicks when you made these changes or no?
No, no. I was getting nothing.
Okay, so my thoughts is I know what you're going through because I went through the same thing. I've done the same thing. Is I get a little bit worried about this because it's like we know your calendar page works. We know it's works just
Yeah, that's
so if you throw the stuff
all
on
I
here,
was these two bottom things.
well, it might affect it negatively. We don't know. That's the thing.
Well, I changed this last week, so I'd already gone through 3 weeks of just nothing.
I know what I'm saying is let's say we get the ads dialed back in, right? We fix the ads, we fix the issue there. Then the bottleneck could become this page.
Yeah.
Is that you're throwing something in there that is not proven. We don't know if this is going to make things worse or better. It's possible it makes it better, but we don't know.
Well,
Is this a duplicate of the original page, or did you edit the original page?
this is basically your page. I just added it because I have a lead magnet on there. I created an ebook which was going like gangbusters.
But like, did you duplicate the page to add the stuff in, or did you just edit the original page? Because one time I duplicated a page, and I realized that pixel stuff didn't go over to that duplicated page. So when I tried
So I
running
got
it,
all the pixel stuff in there.
okay, okay.
The only thing I took off was Amon had 3 little boxes right here with just like a blue, orange, or an orange, blue, and orange icon with like one sentence under each one. So I just thought,
Also, the video about PETA where she's talking, I feel like that could have been done by anyone. I feel like you could just find
well, at
someone
the
who looks
beginning,
like.
I just want to take a moment to give a huge shout out to Jeremy. This guy is an absolute game changer when it comes to marketing.
So
I just want to take a moment to strategy.
I don't know how to
to
stop
make
it
sure
now.
you succeed.
She's talking very specifically about what I do.
No, but I'm saying like I feel like you can literally just take the script, like the transcript, and then have like another
Oh, have
young
somebody
girl
else record it?
just literally talk to the iPhone.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that with
If
my wife or something, or
I know that there's actually an AI that you can actually just plug the script in, and it would
I've
really you can even see the difference between it and like a real human, and they could.
yeah, I've tried a couple of the AI things. I just find that sometimes the mouth isn't perfect, and the tone of voice is easy to tell it's not a human because it doesn't end sentences the way humans do. So I even made an ad for myself at one point with let me just turn all this off. I even maybe I got rid of it because I barely ran it. But at one point I even had, here she is. I had an ad with an AI lady in it because Koshik was making me very self-conscious about my face. So yeah, this is an AI, what you call, I guess, a UGC. But if
This
you
ad generated the next spot 30 clients this month. That's not even the cool part. Here's the real game changer. Out of those appointments, we didn't just collect leads. We used AI to contact and nurture each lead.
so
Yeah,
to
let's give a
me,
weird vibe.
listen to it, you can tell it's not real. And because I get all these competitor things, all of a sudden I'm watching all of them, which keeps generating more and more. But there have been a few that have done these little AI things, and the comments that get left are like, "I can't trust you. It's AI," and so I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want that. So, but I'm back to being a little self-conscious about how I look. So, anybody has any beauty tips? Maybe some makeup. Maybe I'll get a filter on TikTok and do one of those, perfect faces. And I do all these voice impressions. I was going to tell Walgie, is it Walgie or Wilgie?
It's Wilgie, but
Yeah, you were talking about Canadian money. I was going to say, don't worry, Wilgie, we're going to make it American. You're going to be the 51st state. You're going to have great money. Okay, it's going to.
Honestly, that probably
Bro,
would
you
get
should do
attention
you
if
should
did
do a
as an
tariff
ad.
ad. You should do a tariff.
Are
Your
your med spa people so tired of tariffs? We're going to hit them with tariffs like you wouldn't believe. Believe me.
it's actually so accurate. It's crazy.
I'm not kidding. Like we're in the Wild West. You try that.
Yeah.
Seriously, try that as an ad. Try that. Seriously. I'm not
Actually,
joking. I'm not joking. I'm
All right, I'll maybe try.
Just the fact that it would make people laugh would be enough to attract attention. And then, I just like it's in the free to feed stuff, like the 3 finger clap and Aiden's video. Like it blew up just because when the girl clapped, it was like 3 fingers. It was a weird clap, and then the ad worked. So you never know what could work.
So I need to go find like a circus freak. Is that what you're telling me, Wilgie?
I'm not saying that, but hey, try anything, I guess.
I see
Could
these.
work.
I follow an account. I think it's on Instagram called Disturbing Comments. If you watch it and laugh at one of those things, you're going straight to hell. I'll just tell you that. I'm going to hell so many times over. It'll show somebody who's got like a little tiny arm and one finger on their, and he's just talking, and the comments that pop up under it, just like, oh my gosh,
What's
this
it
is,
Don't
called?
worry, I'm doomed too. I'm doomed too if that's the case.
yeah. But I
I
thought about,
100% think you should do a Trump ad. You're
yeah.
too good at that
Here's the
impression
thing
too.
with the Trump, like I was the MC of a charity event here back in February. The charity is called Coldwater, and they have a pantry here, both clothing and food and all that here in my city. There were probably 500 people there, and I was up on the stage, and I had pre-recorded a voice message or like Trump was calling me. So I'm talking to the audience, and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen, my phone's ringing, and I kind of turn away, but I got the microphone up close. I'm like, sir, I told you I'm in the middle of a charity event. Please don't call me and ask me for advice all the time like you're doing. I can't, and I just made it like Trump was bothering me. And then I was like, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. The guy I'm speaking to really wants to talk to you. Do you mind if I put him on speaker? And everybody's like, yeah, yeah. So I put it on speaker and I played this thing. And I didn't say one thing political, not one. I made it where it was funny. If you like Trump, you'd laugh. If you hate Trump, you'd be like, yeah, that sounds like him. He's an idiot, because I was saying like, it's your favorite president, President 45 and 47, which if you think about it, makes me President 92, if you add those together. And that's the kind of nonsense I was putting in it. People complained, so the charity lady came up to me. She's like, okay, next time you do it, don't do Trump. People were so upset that they heard his voice. I was like, oh, all right. So that's the only thing I would say about a Trump ad is you might get a whole bunch of people who just hate me because I had the gall to impersonate Trump. But anyway, I could do an Arnold Schwarzenegger or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, this is a fantastic. They gave me all of this Botox and my face looks so young. I cannot believe it. So the next thing is I'm going to put all of these things into my muscles and my biceps and my chest and get a good pump. This is fantastic. I'll do something like that maybe. But I had even thought about trying like just an image ad. I've seen a few of those. So I'm just getting desperate because I think my face is worn out its welcome. I got to get my sister-in-law in here and get her to help me.
I don't think it has. I think it's just ad fatigue and Facebook being Facebook. We just got to test more stuff. I think that's all it is.
What did MJ put? Heard of IC signs? What's that mean?
LC signs on Instagram.
Are
There's
they
a dude that
yeah,
promotes
the
signs.
little Asian guy, and he does Trump.
Yeah, that does the Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, I follow him too. Yeah, maybe I'll do something like what he did. Yeah. So I'll figure something out. I'm creative enough that I can find 4 or 5 different ads to run. But I just, like I said, that's why this one I made here, it's just short. I'll let you see it, but I just made it where that's not it. Where you barely see my face.
Med spa owners, let's be real. You didn't start your business to struggle with marketing, chase leads, and stress over empty appointment slots. It feels like a never-ending hustle. That's where I come in. I've helped med spas all across the country generate thousands of dollars every single month by turning their leads into booked paying clients. And now you can join in on that success with a proven system that works. Let's take the guesswork out of client acquisition with an easy on-demand system that does the heavy lifting for you. No more wasted time, no more no-shows, just a fully booked calendar and reliable revenue. If you're ready to stop struggling and start scaling, let's talk. Click below to book a call now. Your med spa deserves this.
So it's just very short and simple and doesn't show my face very often. So I thought that's a variance of what I've been doing. So I'm kind of anxious to see what happens with it. So
Play the first 5 seconds again.
Huh?
Can you play the beginning again?
Yeah, let me just pull it up this way so you can see it better. Oh, for crap.
Med spa owners, let's be real. You didn't start your business to struggle with marketing, chase leads, and stress over empty appointment slots. It feels like a never-ending hustle.
Would you recommend like leading with the offer?
Like
a hook with the offer?
Yeah,
because like he's starting off by saying like med spas, like you didn't try to do this, but it's like at some point like the offer has to come in. Like what he's offering right now is like book a call with me down like below. You know what I mean? Or it's like maybe instead of saying like click the link to book a call below, it's like see how we're going to get 30 patient. You see what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Does that make sense, Jeremy?
Yeah. Yeah, I can change that up.
Because like people like the CTA is like, oh, like book a call with me. It's like, what do I even get? You know what I mean?
What's the what's the
point of even getting on the call with you?
Well, if it goes further, it talks about that I've got a on-demand system that does all the heavy lifting for you and, taking the guesswork out of bringing the leads. And so if you go a little further into it, it explains what I'm talking about doing.
Yeah. So like
fast enough.
For me specifically, like if I was a med spa owner, I would want to know like what you're going to do like upfront ASAP to like then be interested to book on the call with you.
Okay.
Because like I especially with like medical spas, like obviously they get ads served like this all the time, but it's like to cut through the noise, you can kind of have a different hook that you have now, but I would get to like the point quicker.
I think what Mason's kind of getting at is like your objective, measurable, and guarantee. I call it an omega, which is the 20 clients in 20 days or 300K in revenue. And this time,
so it's like med spas, the simplest way to scale your med spa business is not X, it's not Y, it's Z, it's blah, blah, blah. And that's why in the next X days, I'm going to get you X amount of clients in your business entirely with your fingers off, because our company is going to run your ads for you, generate leads for you, call the leads for you, and not only just that, but schedule them in your calendar. And all you have to do is service that. Like, see what I'm saying?
That was really good. If you want to play that back, that was pretty good.
I was going to say, could you say some of that again?
Yeah, I would say like attention med spa owners, the simplest and fastest way to grow your business is not by X, it's not by Y, it's not by Z. That's what I would start with.
Okay. So then what's your solution? Fastest way is not XYZ,
it's by creating I don't know what you want to put a twist on it, but it's like creating a demand on a turnkey system where we're actually going to
Jeremy, I would say the thing that you've gotten your first ad is like, remember, it's a TikTok plus AI.
Yeah.
So you can insert that as the quote unquote solution. And TikTok plus AI. And the reason for that is the cheapest, and what we can do because of our AI system is we can click, we can book the call, we can check deposit, all for you, hands off.
Yeah, and then I'm going to hire a VA.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I got some homework. So I'll get one campaign, one ad set, 5 different ads. Second phase, if it doesn't work, we start with the original targeting. Second one, expand the targeting, 5 different ads. maybe make one that gets to the point quicker with the objective offer and the simplest way to get it taken care of.
Yep.
Okay. All right, fellas. Thanks for your help.
Yeah. And then just keep it posted, right? Daily check-in in terms of your numbers would not be a bad thing. Like a screenshot. If I saw like your screenshot or a Loom video of your numbers daily, I can kind of play it closer to chest and I can tell you like, okay, it's not working, it's working, or let's make this pivot.
Okay. I can do that.
All
right.
Jeremy?
That's it. Just got to get I'm good when the ball's teed up. I just got to get the ball teed up again.
Yeah, we will. We'll get it teed up. I promise. We will.
Okay. All right. I'll see you all later. Have a good night.
Yeah. What we got next? So I think everybody that's left. So we got MJ and then we got free to fee stuff again. Mr. MJ, what's going on?
Doing good.
Good. Glad to hear it. So some new developments in terms of the offer. What's going on?
Yeah. Actually still on the same path. So I guess good news is I eventually got an email that my permanent residency was granted. So
What is
that's
that?
awesome. My PR, my permanent residency.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Was granted. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I got to let them know. I told the company about it because they also were supposed to be in the loop. That they know how to pace things. So we talked, or we met up rather, to celebrate it. And during that celebration, I kind of mentioned a few things around when coming in full time to work with them might be. So we talked about July to reassess things and have the discussion then. So basically, I think I remember saying to you that it's like a two-part negotiation that we're gonna kind of enter into. So which is initially like working with them as on contract basis as they need. They send job over and I do stuff with them. Then I work with them full time. If we're good working together on the contract work, then I can come work with them full time. And then that would open us up to how the business is going and how things are operating, and hopefully give us a room to get into partnership, right? And that's the last stage of things. So right now in June, sorry, I said July, in June, we're going to discuss the full-time stuff. And so I expect that we would talk about what salary is going to look like essentially, right? And I just wanted to make sure that I was able to critically assess where the value is that I would be able to bring to the table, and also basically charge properly in terms of like what I would want to make full time as I'm working with them. So a bit of backstory is that initially I know they offered 60,000 a year, which is kind of pretty much what I make right now. It wasn't something I agreed to. I kind of sidestepped the conversation and mentioned that we're going to negotiate or talk about it when we get to this stage at the moment. The only thing that's on my heart or in my mind right now is I want to obviously come up way higher than that. And I was thinking somewhere about, again, I'm just spitting numbers. I don't know that I've fully assessed how well the business is doing in terms of their operating expense. I was hovering somewhere in my mind about like, I don't know, 80, 85, something about that. I didn't want to go too crazy, say like six figures right away, because I'm thinking long-term play. If that the partnership ends up working well, maybe there's a possibility that my percentages that I'm thinking off the top of my head is somewhere around a 10% revenue wise, and then that could get me, 6K right away when I get to that stage. That is my current thought around that. But again, it's kind of why I want to have this discussion to see how I negotiate for the most part and what I should be negotiating in terms of rates ultimately.
Yeah. So I guess like why don't you tell me what's brewing in your head and then from there, because I think as you tell me that, to me, it's like I just have some obvious things that I want to say, but I don't want to necessarily like cloud your judgment. I would rather hear your thoughts unbiased, and then from there, I think you might say some things that maybe I haven't thought about, and then from there I could be like, huh, that makes sounds like a good idea, or like I probably wouldn't do that. So I think maybe hearing kind of like what's been obviously you've given this a lot of thought. So you kind of maybe tell me what you're thinking of doing and saying. So step one, I think I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna say this, and here's why. And then step two, I think here's what I'm gonna do, and then here's why. And then from there I might have some insight or feedback for you.
Um, I wish it's true that I've given a lot of thought. I've only I've only thought about it like say two mornings ago rather. I think I was actually in my quiet time, I was praying, and then an idea came to me because honestly, a bit of backstory though is I had been stressing out about what like how that conversation was gonna go. Mostly because I'm like, how is it that I'm going to be able to, of course, we're going to get to talk about price. And I'm like, this is what I'll let them know this is how much I'm hoping to make at this point and all that. But then I could just feel the tension in my heart. Like, how could I just say that? And obviously we'll have to negotiate and go back and forth and it would make any sense. For some reason, I completely forgot about being able to position the value first. I don't know how it was like 2 mornings ago. I just remembered. I'm like, yeah, silly you. Like, all this while you've been doing the whole marketing thing, you forget like, you show someone what you're able to do. At least that's what I was thinking. You show someone what you're able to do in terms of the app value you're going to offer to plug the holes that is problems that they have. And then, potentially this is what you're going to be able to charge to be able to do that. But what I realized was when that thought came to me 2 mornings ago, is like I realized I don't think I had really taken the effort to dive into fully understanding what the problem is. I think I have a sense of it because we've through banter and discussions, some things have come to me, but it wasn't that I was intentionally trying to find what the problems were. But now I have to like, okay, this is what I think I understand. What I can see is that they have a hands problem. Like they are about to get a lot more work, right? In terms of jobs and opportunities and things that they are moving into. So they are going to get super busy. And of course, operations in terms of people on ground to be able to do a lot of that stuff like editing, color, sound, right? So that was the first thing that I gather. And of course, they are very lean in terms of their operations because they do a lot of contracting with other videographers and people around the city. That's how that's how they operate. So they have a few people in house. I think maybe I don't even know the numbers. Maybe 5 people in total, and then most of other people are like contractors, including myself. The part that I realize that I'm specialty in for them that they don't have anyone around that does it is color. Right. So I am the only person so far, all of their contractors that actually specializes in color. So everyone else can edit, everyone can video, but I do color well. And so I'm thinking, okay, so competitions, they need more people. I do color really well. And they're also trying to expand. So when I said to you the very last time when we spoke was potential of what I was thinking about coming in was to be able to position them marketing wise. Like how do we also start like running ads for people and there's leverage there that I can be able to show them that we could do to add more to our bottom line. So I also came to find that they already have a marketer. So yeah, like I said, they are expanding into the marketing side and advertising side of things. So they already have a third party, I don't know if it's a person or a company that they are working with, that they are taking on their clients and they are pushing their clients over to that market, or rather they have a partnership with someone that they are running ads for the clients already. So that's no longer where I think that my advantage is, where I'm trying to like get them to know that we could do that in the company in-house. So they already have that sorted. So I started thinking, okay, so what is really my role going to be? I know they need creative people. So I know I can edit, I know I do video and whatnot. So there's a creative director aspect of there that I can feel in terms of manpower. I know I have specialty in color, but it also seemed like to me that I think what my strength would be in operations, maybe. right? I think want my strength to be in operations. So hearing them, I'm hearing you need more. So I'm thinking, how can I come into your business and create efficiency to allow you to take on more work? So for example, if I'm thinking about like color, for example, color takes a bit of time. And so if you have like 5 projects, how can I shrink down, or how can I shrink down and or teach more people in the company that do editing how to color? So it means that we can take on 3 projects at the same time because we're not bottlenecked by 1 or 2 people coloring, right? So I'm like, okay, so I think that is my angle. So after just pulling all this together in my brain, I'm like, I think that's my angle in terms of I want to come in terms of like operations and efficiency based on that engine and that pipeline. I'm building systems all through the creative process and pipeline to help increase and scale operations. And also, I'm a creative too, so I can take on creative roles as we need because there are more hands needed. But I think the strength that I'm finding is in how do I scale operations for them? How do I systemize things? And how do I, do training around stuff for people to be able to, plug and play easily for us to scale operations. So that's my thought. That's my current thought at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. I think in terms of how you're thinking through it, I would be thinking through it the same lens of like, okay, how do I make myself as valuable as possible and plug yourself in there? I guess my question is, when they initially reached out to you, what did they reach out to you for? What did they say? Hey, we want you in our life. We want you to be a part of our company. There is obviously they probably in their mind saw you as a specific tool, as a hammer, as a nail, or whatever. They came to you for a specific thing. What did they initially come to you for?
Yeah. So how I'll preface by saying that what I know is they weren't very clear in their language. I really was trying to dig it out of them because I almost feel like they didn't feel like they didn't even know how to put words to it. But from what I understood is something around, the create like a creative director of sorts, because they needed someone that could kind of do a lot of the things like editing video and whatnot because it was a manpower thing, right? They need more people that can
To me,
edit. Yeah.
to me, it almost sounds like there's a certain stage in these companies, right? At the very beginning stage is how do I just like generate revenue? Then when you get to the third stage, it seems like it's like, okay, we're drowning in work,
Yeah.
hands-on. And in my experience, whether as a company is at, a few 100,000 or millions, right? They all make the same mistake of overhiring. And they just it's just like, just please help me, help me. I don't know what you can do, but just help me. And that's what it sounds
Exactly.
like. They're not even thinking in terms of bottom line, top line, how much revenue does MJ have to produce for him to even be worth it? I don't think they're thinking through that lens. They're just like, hey, we have enough work coming in. We're not worried about being out of cash. We know we're gonna have cash. We just need to put out fires. And
Yeah.
MJ seems to be the guy to help us put out some fire. That's kind of what I'm getting.
Yes. Yeah, that also sounds like what I felt
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'll say is that if I were you, if you want to start off and so it's not very leverageable for you to be the person that, hey, we need somebody to film, edit, color, and all that stuff. That's not very leverageable. And if you plug yourself into that place, growth will be very difficult for you. Once you put yourself there, for you to ask for more and stuff is going to be very difficult because it's yeah, it's kind of like once you're paid like $10 an hour and they say, hey, look, I need to, we're gonna pay $8 an hour now. Now there's no way you're gonna take that. Similarly, once they put you in a role for $60,000 and then you say, hey, look, I want to get paid more and I want to do more, there's like, no, 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 this is your spot. This is where you're gonna stay. That's I can see that happening. Um, I think in terms of like color grading and all that stuff, like I do see value in terms of like you building a team and stuff like that and helping them solve that problem. To me, it just like, I mean, how are they doing that now? Like, obviously, they're doing a tremendous amount of revenue. They must have somebody that's in charge of like hiring and firing and recruiting and contracting. Like, how are they? It seems like they already have somebody in that role. Is that right? Like, do they already have somebody that's in charge of that?
I had asked them because through conversation, I just really wanted to find out where I could be valuable for them. Really, that's that. So all through conversation for me is like, well, it just sounds like to me like you need hands. And so I'm really trying to map myself as to where's my strength? Like what is it that you're missing that I could really like plug into, apart from someone that also maybe shares your vision and can see where it is you're going that's valuable. Because I asked, like, what do you do? What were you doing with color before now? And there's a guy that they have that, he's not like a professional or anything, but he could, make color, possible. And that's literally what I think they had told me that we're running before. So I'm like, there was somebody that, and is somebody, like this, he's gone, still there. He's just able to at least get them possible enough with color to the place where at least it's decent, right? But yeah, that's as much as they were able to tell me, like when I found out, like, so what are you doing before with color? That was the answer for that. So
What I mean is like, okay, they have, so what I'm saying is that, okay, they take on job here, job there, and there must be somebody responsible in the company for saying, okay, we're gonna go get the filmmaker here, we're gonna go get the editor here, we're gonna go get,
okay,
there must be one person in charge of that. Is there one
okay.
person or not?
Yeah, I think that's one of the partners. I'm speculating, but I think that's one of the partners because he is the one that reached out to me, and I think that he's the one that distributes this work to everybody. He's one of the partners, and we all talk together. So there are two right now. He started off as three, so now there are two.
And so are you saying that one of your suggestions of your role could be like replacing his work? Is that kind of what you're saying, or did I mishear you? Because you're saying, hey, I
Oh
could.
no. So my suggestion is looking at the jobs that are coming in, right? And creating efficiency for, or I know they have some, if they've already kind of dialed things in, at least to the point where they are now. Um, like I said, I'm good at color. It's possible that I could create a system around uh, making color grading as simple as possible for even more people that are in the company that can edit and whatnot. So there isn't any bottleneck there. So my thoughts of what I was trying to bring in value for is I am going to look at the pipeline of things as well because I know editing, I know color, I know the I know that. How can I even streamline it further? How can we use existing tools? Because for example, they use Resolve, but I feel like they just made that switch like a couple more, I don't know how long ago, but it's not up to a year that they made that switch. And I've been using Resolve for years, and there are many efficiency ways based on how I know that they might be editing, A roll, B roll, different things that again could just help seal the process. So the value that I'm thinking about is just from the creative part of it, like the operation side, like getting the final product faster, like even faster.
Do you feel like once you create these efficiencies, do you feel like you can be replaceable where it's like SOPs and course mature and stuff like that?
That's a good question because I thought about that too. I almost tend to feel like I could be, right? So like, and again, but that is it's SOPs, it's training, it's all of those pieces what I'm thinking about. Um, but also in addition to that, I am also creative with them, like as someone that can do the work, right? So it's that I can create the efficiencies, but of course, me knowing that they also need hands. So if they need color work, I can do color still. Like I'm still a hand that they have available 24/7 to edit and do stuff.
If I were you, I wouldn't make that my value. I would not.
Value.
I I like the whole idea. Again, I need to maybe sleep on this, but like I like if I were you, what could be extremely valuable is one, you create the SOP, the course material, whatever, but then you spearhead each of the projects, or
Okay.
you kind of are like so it's like you have like 10 projects that come in. So out of these 10 projects, you spearhead all 10 of them. You have the
Mm.
SOP to do all these, and then you have maybe one creative director per each of those. That's something I feel like could be extremely valuable.
So say it again. So we have 10 projects and then we have one creative director per the project.
I'm just giving you an example. So you kind of, so
Okay.
so these are represent 10 different projects, and each
Yeah.
of them have a pipeline, right? Find actors,
Mhm.
set the location, film, edit, color grade, export. And so you set up the SOPs to do all that, for project 1, project 2, 3, 4, 5. They follow your proprietary method. But what I'm saying is that there's no way that you can there has to be like one person that's like a director for this entire project. There's a director for this entire project. There's a director for this entire project. There's one person that's gonna be in charge of the DP, the colorist, the whatever. Like there's one director that's gonna be in charge. There's no way for you to be the director of all 10 of these that are gonna run simultaneously. But if all 10 of those directors had to report to you and you manage the director who manages the team, that could be extremely valuable. So you manage the director that manages the team that uses your SOP.
Okay.
Now, all of a sudden, you become irreplaceable. The SOPs and everything, yeah, to some degree can be somebody else can use, but each of these people need to report to you. And so that's how you kind of have like a role. But I would not be in the trenches filming, editing, or anything like that.
Okay. Okay.
Unless it's not big enough where you can be the director of each of these. So maybe you can be the director of role project 1, project 2, project 3, project 4, and you have a DP underneath you, you have an editor underneath you, have a colorist underneath you, have all these people for a project. Maybe that's where they are in the company right now, and maybe that's where you start things off. And that might
Yeah.
actually, to be honest, that might be where you start things off because I think if you go through the process of like, okay, this project 1, I'm going to be the director and I have all these people working underneath me, and then they go through my SOP, you repeat that whole process, 5 projects, 10 projects, you learn it well enough. Now you can be like a director, and you have smaller directors underneath you to do all that. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I think it does. I think one important thing is, or rather, the lack of understanding that I have now is just currently how they operate, because that would give me more insight as to thinking about what you're saying and whether that makes sense. Because if I were to just guess right now, is I know that there is the partner that I mentioned that I think is the one that kind of does all the outsourcing or just acts as the producer, I would say, in
Yeah.
terms of sourcing everybody that's going to be, or sourcing who the director is going to be for a project. If it's going to be internal, like the inside, like the team of the company doing it, or it's external, from a contractor or a different person. And then even after the footage and everything is shot, is giving it to person A to edit, person B to edit, and they're all following like the system or the process that they've built so far. And then that also gets to me to color. And again, everything is like he's always the one that I know that's doing the emails and he's sending the things. And I feel like that's probably already what's going on, that it's sending it all the way to him in that way. So
That's
yeah.
kind of so you're whatever I was kind of explaining was kind of that role. So it sounds like they already have that somebody doing that then.
Yeah. But if it's that, well, yeah, I mean, but if it's that I take that off one partner's plate, even if that's like a conversation, that it looks like I take that off their plate because I can do it equally well. Is there value in there that frees up a partner to do something else, right? Or, and I'm not sure. I don't know. It's just my thoughts are, because I don't know that I fully, because part of it for me is like, I know I'm sort of blind. I know I'm sort of walking blind. I feel like, okay, I'm just gonna, spit my shot in terms of where I think the value is based on what we've discussed, whether that's in and around the SOPs training and stuff like that, for however tighter that we can make the system, because I know that they have more work coming in and we can be able to, because that's one thing that they said is like, when you come in, and if you come in, like if you see the pipeline, there are places of efficiency that you can build, because we know that your brain kind of works like that too. That's something that we'll be looking at. So if I'm just narrowing it down to me being able to show, well, here is what I'm thinking about right now in terms of the immediate returns that I could start working on, because I already know there's deficiency in color, for example. I already know it's that there. And I could build exact node trees that are plug and play easily, no problem at all. And everyone is just putting it to the same lens. That's an immediate thing I can plug in. But I want to be able to say that and throw that idea out to them with the operation side and get their feedback as to if whatever I'm spitting at least touches anything that they're thinking about, or because I don't really know, honestly. I don't really know. And I'm thinking I would say what I'm thinking and get their feedback as to whether or not like that
One thing,
aligns with them in some way.
one thing that you can do is, and you can have a very aligned conversation. It might cause them to have to think. It does sound to me like they're just kind of running around with their head cut off. Um, you can have a conversation with them and say, "Hey, look, what can I do to stop the fire that's burning underneath your feet? Like, if you could snap your finger and I'm doing the task, what would that task be?" And they'll answer. And then you can say from there, say, "Okay, I am happy to do that. However, I am a very ambitious person as you are. You are a business owner and you are very ambitious. So am I. And what I want to do is I want you to think about what can I do that has a direct output or impact on this company? Like what can I do with and that I have a flick of a finger and it has so much impact that it sends it to the moon.
Mm,
What are
mm,
what are those kinds of things for you that I can stack and do for you and make a good amount of commission or salary off of that? So step one is I'm going to go ahead and put the fire out. Two, I want you to tell me what can I do that is going to be tied, my revenue is tied to my output. So in other words, as a salesperson, your income is dependent on how good you close. So give me something which we can tie my revenue to my impact. Can you tell me something like that? And maybe start there.
okay.
And so
Okay. No, that
you're having them think really critically and
yeah,
help them.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That sounds good. I think that would be a good position to start. Because I know one of the things that they said to me
The
when they
main
mentioned offering mentioned offering 60,
the main
and I was like,
the main thing
okay,
I
go ahead.
want Sorry, the main thing I'm getting, and so right from the get-go, right when you mentioned 60 and 80, maybe I should have led with this. Right when you said 60, 85,000, 100,000, my mind automatically went to what is untapped potential? Like I'm sorry, what can you do that's untapped? Sales is oftentimes untapped. It is just tapped by the number of hours you have in a day and what is the value of the offer. Is it a $16,000? If it's a 10,000, what is the offer value? And your income level is up to you how hard you want to work. So that's right where my mind went. So if I'm you, I'm not thinking 60,000, I'm not thinking 100,000. I'm thinking, what can I do that will be direct, like my income is directly tied to my performance. There we go. That's the way I want to say it. How can I tie my income to my performance? And you got to ask them that question.
Yeah, they did. And because what you just said now was actually something that I posed to them in the early stages, where it's like, yeah, okay, you say you're offering 60. Really, what I'm wondering about, this is what I said, what I'm wondering about is how is it that I am not capped at whatever it is that I am earning? That if I know that I'm bringing this amount of value in, right, that I'm able to make more, right? So what they had said to me was, well, first of all, one of them laughed or giggled or was excited that I said that and was saying that I think this is the person who are looking for. I don't know why they said that, but I'm like, okay, cool. Because they mentioned that they were working on some sort of bonus structure, right? Not finished or finalized yet, but something that they were looking at, because I think that feeds into pretty much kind of like what you're saying right
I
now
would,
as well.
I wouldn't do a bonus structure. I would
Yeah.
do direct input output. So like a sales job is 10% of the cash collected. When you do bonus, oftentimes it's like tiered. It's like you have to hit all these things and then you get this bonus. And then you have to hit all these things to get to the next level. I would not do a bonus because it makes you work extremely hard. You can lose motivation. It's not the
Mhm. Yeah.
it's a great structure for employees, but as someone
Yeah.
that's entrepreneurial or entrepreneurial, it's not directly tied to your level of work.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the best thing, which again seems like they don't need help with because this is where my mind went, is like, okay, me, MJ, I can do creative directing and all the stuff you need me to do. What if I go get a new client? What if I drive revenue? Can I get 10% of this new contract I help assign? Like that would be the best thing in the world because now your upside is like so much higher because if you, they already have a big name, they already have these big clients, and if you can leverage that, you could probably sign some really big deals, relatively simple, off the backbone of their name and make a lot more money yourself. So those are the best kinds of things. Bonus, not so much, but that kind of stuff, very much so. Um, but again, it seems like maybe that's not even a problem for them. But
Yeah,
hopefully
it
you
does.
understand.
Yeah.
But hopefully you understand
Yeah.
like like your income is direct responsible for what you're doing.
Yeah.
It needs to be scalable, like whatever value you're providing.
Because I was always thinking that if we get to the part of being able to discuss partnership, it was that there would be a percentage that I'd be making off of their revenue,
Yeah. But
right?
yeah, if you think about that though, in my experience, the only time somebody's going to give up a percentage, in my experience, is, and I talked a lot about partnership, is like if somebody is providing capital that you don't have, if somebody is providing a skill set that you don't have, and there's another one, I forget what it is, but there's only three reasons why somebody should like be a partner or give you profit share. Um, I don't think color grading and stuff like that is enough to
No,
yeah.
no.
Yeah, it needs to be something that's driving revenue. In
Yeah.
my, it needs to be either driving, it needs to either for you to collect a percentage day in, day out, it you either need to drive revenue, or two, you have to have some kind of intellectual proprietary thing that they can't get anywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was the same thing that I was thinking, which is actually why I maybe was settling with knowing that, like, I don't know that I would know, which is why I had them break it up in two phases, because I didn't think that I would know exactly what that was right away if maybe somehow I wasn't also working with them, right, in the business. And because what they said was that they want to be able to use the opportunity of the full time to bring me closer into everything that they're doing, right? So if there's an untapped potential that I see because I'm working full time or whatever the case may be, then I maybe know exactly how I could drive revenue and what that bottom line could look like in terms of what this value could be for the company, and then see where that discussion around the percentages of this idea might be.
Yeah. I would say the best thing you can do is pretty much what I just suggested, which is like ask them that direct question. Hey, you have fire underneath your feet. Tell me what I need to do to make that feel better right now. And then on top of that, what I want you to do is I want you to tell me 3, 4 areas where I could have untapped potential, where you can see things growing. And then as I work with you, I will explore each of those. And then here in 6 months' time, I want to know that I can explore one of those. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, yes, it does. I am wondering how does this conversation, the way that you've posed it right now, tie into me working with them full time? Okay, or how do I frame that in terms of what coming to work with them full time would look like?
So something, I don't know if this is what you're getting at or this answers your question, but something along the lines of, hey, tell me what you need me to do right now to stop the bleeding or feel good. Give me all those things. The 4 or 5 tasks, write it down in a document so I'm very crystal clear. I understand. Okay, great. I will do that immediately. I will start that process and for this rate. However, I want to have unlimited, I want to be able to provide so much value that I can, theoretically write a paycheck of my own. So tell me 4 or 5 different areas where I can help with that. So for example, is that client acquisition. So I spend 40 hours of my week with you doing the thing you need me to do, and then an extra 10, 20 hours I will take on my own dime and I will go explore that. I will explore client acquisition to see if I can help with that side or this other side or this other side. And I will do that for the next 3, 4 months until I figure out which one of those I want to tackle. And then I will start tackling that around the 6 month mark, a year mark. I don't know if that
Okay.
answer your question at
Okay.
all.
Okay. So if I understand you clearly, we put out the immediate things that we put out the fires. That's what I'm working on first
And
6 months.
and that's tied to your 60,000, 80,000 or whatever.
whatever the case may be there. Okay. And then we find I guess it's still kind of like similar to the two-step phase where, okay, well, this is the immediate value we're bringing in on the fires that we're putting out, and this is the rate that we agree on for however long that is. And through this period, what other things are we not thinking about that allow me to be able to help the company grow, and also I'm not capped at what we're earning from as well. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's similar, just like a different wording or different roundabout way with that too. But in terms of like how I assess how much it is that, say, the first 6 months might be based on what they say the immediate fire is, how would I be able to safely assess what I could be saying that this problem could be worth in terms of whether it's 60, 70, 80, and that we agree on. So I guess how would you have me pace that
I'll be honest.
conversation?
I'll be honest. I don't think it's that important.
Okay.
Like in the grand scheme, because
Mhm.
if you make 60 to 80,000, that's a spread of 20,000, sure.
Mhm.
But the thing is, what your play is much bigger of like, okay, I want to make 250,000. I want to make three. If you play your cards right, that's what you can do, 250. And that's 500,000 is a much bigger difference. 200,000 to 250,000 is a 50,000 spread versus what you're talking about is like a 20,000 spread.
Mhm.
For being tied to, so you're talking about 20,000 spread for, day in, day out, putting a certain amount of hours versus I'm talking about a 50,000 spread from making one deal, for example, with the
Yeah.
strategic. I think tremendous. So it's like that's where my focus is if I'm you. If I'm
Yeah.
you, I'm gonna say for you, I think is it gonna be a salary thing or is it gonna be a per hour thing?
It's going to be a salary thing for the first 6 months part of it.
So if I'm
Yeah.
you, what I'm considering is dollars per hour, dollars per unit time. So uh if they say, for example, hey, I want to give you 60,000, you kind of figure out, okay, if they give you 60,000, what is your dollars per hour depending on the task that they assign you? Versus 70,000 per hour or 70,000 per year or 80,000 per year, what would the new obligations be? And then you can decide for yourself which one you think is going to give you the more
Mm.
sexy dollars per hour. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's
So basically, if I'm doing more for the 80, for example, it's not, I guess, in quote, worth it, versus if we saw something less, but the task or the objective for that was something was not as much, basically,
Yeah.
is
So
what you're
me, for
getting.
example, every day, I think I may have shown you guys this. I record myself every time I'm working. So I'm gonna add 2 hours and 27 minutes to our call, which will probably be about 4 hours. So that's my hours for the day. And all I do is I care about what is my dollars per hour. That's all I care about. I just want to be more efficient with my time. So if I'm you, I'm gonna say, okay, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. For 60,000, bullet point, but this is the responsibility. 70,000 bullet point. And then for you to guesstimate what's going to give you the best dollars per hour, pick that one so that you have the time, energy, bandwidth to focus on the more
Mm.
leverageable thing over the next 6 months, 12 months. And you can figure out where you can
Mm.
add value.
Mm. Mm. And so hypothetically, let's just say I'm not able to figure out where that value add would be. Worst case scenario, what do I do then?
Yeah, that's all there is to it. There's nothing else. The only thing that's left is either there's two options. One, you figure out a way to be more valuable and you structure that offer and make that proposition. Option two is you don't. Your only option is to increase pay like an employee, which is a certain
Mm.
percent. That's it.
Mm. Okay. All right. No, that sounds good. I would, yeah, I'll try and mull around it and think through how we have the conversation, because I also want to be careful to not, if there's something that I don't know or don't understand in the heat of the meeting or the conversation, be able to take a break on it to think about it later before giving an answer. if there's something that I'm not too sure on yet.
And again, this could be a good exercise is when you have that conversation, you can literally draw it out. Like, hey, here's what's important to me. I want to put, I want to get rid of the fire underneath your feet. That's the first and foremost thing. The second thing is I want, for me, for my selfish gains, I want to add so much value to you that my cap is potentially unlimited, which is why you smirked the other day because of that mentality, right? Now, let's tackle this first part of putting out the fire. Let's draw something out, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, so on. And I want you to give me bullet points of what would need to be required for each of these revenue numbers. And they will tell you, they'll say, okay, for 60,000, here's what you would need to do. For 70,000, here's what you would need to do. For 80,000, here's what you would need to do. They'll tell you, if you have a again, they're very logical people probably, so they'll think about that. It's kind of like buying something that's silver, gold, and platinum tier, right? Different, more features for the higher price. And then from there, you can then make that decision of, okay, realistically, here's what I think the best value is.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting them to feed you the information that you need to make your decision.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll tell you like, okay, here, and then from there you can make your decision, and then you can say, okay, awesome. And you promise, or we have a verbal agreement or written agreement that we can explore these other areas. Yeah, I think that's what I would do if I were you.
Okay. Okay. I think that's good. That's good. If I have any stumbling blocks in my brain again, I will ask. But until then, I will probably just revisit this this part of the conversation and think things through. But yeah, I think that's good. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Anything else that you want to go over?
Yeah, I think that's everything. That's everything.
MJ, you always look so tired, man. Like, do you sleep?
Really? Well, today, maybe today is a given because I had like a headache. Like I had a migraine when I came back, so I was kind of falling asleep in the middle because I was just trying to get rid of it, honestly. But yeah, I thought I was doing better today, but I'm okay. I just had a migraine.
Better than usual. Some days it looks like you haven't slept in days. And you
No, I sleep. I sleep. I sleep. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, well,
Yeah.
just keep me posted. Let me know. Let me know how things go.
Yeah. Okay, I will. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, well, so Riviera looks like he bounced. So Aman and Righteous. So Mr. Righteous, my free to fee process right now, I feel like service delivery in Memphis is great in terms of generating the leads, just struggling to retain the clients at the moment so far. I love the new hooks call script. I hooked Jim in 8 minutes. I have not gotten a chance to do the warm handoff 3 script yet. What's another word? What's that?
I was gonna say I actually did that earlier today, so I
That's what
booked.
you're okay. That's what you're doing. Gotcha. What is another way to get? Okay, so is this the only question you have?
Yeah, yeah, because you answered pretty much most of mine when you dropped those scripts in there. I had just had to run through everything. But yeah, like so far, I've just noticed I feel like I ran through Google and Yellow Pages. So I'm like, I need another list, like or a source where I can go and get more business owners. I was thinking Facebook, like, because I do have like there's a little tool I can use to kind of just pull up a bunch of Facebook pages and it'll like scrape the name, email, phone number and I can just import, just start doing that too. But I just didn't know, or if there's any other strategies. I
Yeah.
think a month was something completely different. I just couldn't remember off the top of my head.
I have there's at a part of this video.
You're watching video right now. Thing.
I talk about different lead scraping sources. Okay.
Righteous, how many like leads do you go through that you're like running out of Google business leads? So I feel like there should be quite a bit to like, unless you're closing multiple people in one area.
So far, I have closed just one person in that area, and I got a sales call with somebody tomorrow. So, but no, I feel like I just went through every page on Google in Memphis, and then I did the same thing for Yellow Pay. It took some time to get through, but now I'm starting to notice this happened a couple days ago. I'm like, oh shoot, I'm pulling up duplicates on there. But I guess I can just change up the search instead of doing Memphis, just try to do like a just neighborhood or something like that. See if that'll pull up some different ones. Because I did that a couple times and I got a couple business owners off that. But other than
Yeah,
that,
no.
I just keep them coming in.
E7, local scraper, lead, Kauna, Google Maps,
Lead sniper.
Okay.
so these are some lead scraping sources. I would just look into those and then also go on Google and go into AI, ChatGPT, and be like, hey, give me a lead scraping source. And then from there, and then maybe there's like something with LinkedIn. There's probably different lead scraping sources. There's probably different ways to do it.
Yeah.
Probably like some kind of a database of painters, like some kind of association or something like that. I think you just have to do some Google searches to find scraping sources, lead scraping
Okay.
sources.
Copy that. Lead scraping sources. And that's in the actual course too.
This,
Right.
yeah, this is the video underneath the workshop.
Okay.
5 minutes in. Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, cool. All right. I'm gonna definitely do that.
I think Mason once hired somebody off of like Fiverr to create a database of like just med spa business owners. I don't know how he even did it, but there were like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So yeah,
Okay.
stuff like that as well. So maybe go do a search on like yeah, Fiverr and Upwork and see if people can create sources. Yeah, those are the kinds of things I would be doing. Now I would say if I were you, I mean, it depends on time and energy. It depends on your time and energy, how efficient you want to be. But yeah, I'd say like play around with it, but don't spend too much time because you can always just go from one location to another location to another location, right? That's kind of
Right.
where my because your guys' leads are so cheap, that you can get like probably 10, 15 clients before you even really need to think about anything like this. I'll be honest, I think.
That's what I was trying to shoot for, is to get more clients in Memphis before I like switched over. But now that you brought up the other, like getting more leads, I'll try those methods before I throw in the towel and just go to like Nashville or something, because that was gonna be my next route. But like you said, because we got the leads so cheap now that we just got to get the business owners and get them over to them. So
Yeah. Another thing is maybe is there a way to work the leads again? Like the ones that you have, the business owners that you have, you're like, hey, look, I need something painted. Have you tried, I'm guessing you have, blasting all those business owners again?
I haven't tried blasting them again. I can run through and kind of text them again because I'm doing it all from my phone, but I could do that, just send out a second text. I was thinking about that, but I'm like, if they didn't reply to the first one, they might not reply to the second one. But always, like you said, make your decisions based off data, so test it out first, see if it works. But that's another thing I was thinking. I was like, because people do say stuff about the 614 number. Like I've talked to a few leads, but they said sometimes they just have numbers blocked if it's not like from their area code. So I'm like, maybe I could be running into an issue like that. So I was thinking maybe switch up the number and try that as well.
Is there a way to do that? And this is a probably, you guys would know this. You would know this more than I would. Mason would know. But is there a way to get a phone number in a particular location for cheap without dealing with the unsubscribe, stop, and all that shit? Is there a way to like just purchase like a Memphis phone number?
Um, I would say the only way to really get like I don't know. So so I have two accounts. I have a sub account for the painting one. I didn't get that number registered, and I was thinking about just getting it registered for Memphis or something like that. But I was like, maybe not, so because I don't know if I'm gonna be there. Like I could switch locations the next day. You never know, and just this strategy. But I still can get a number registered. It's not a 614 number, and try to get it closer to something that's out that way. But I was thinking I could try Google Because I know like that's free, and I think you can just pretty much get a number from there. I had a number before, but I haven't used it. But I can try Google. My only thing with that would be that I don't know if that you can do the three-way on that yet, unless you pay for it. Like, I might have to look into that because you
So
get a Google number for sure.
Are you talking about hooking, like getting an area code for hooking, or?
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, I was doing California and Atlanta and stuff with just like a 407 number. I think, I don't think they really care what the area code is because they probably just think you moved there or something. Even with calling the leads, I just call them with my personal number because I know there's not going to be any like spam stuff there. Um, so I was calling like leads in like California and like, Atlanta and stuff, and I didn't have any issues, I feel.
I forgot to answer your question because you asked me how many like business owners was I kind of going through, but like literally a lot. I got like 400 and something, 443 opportunities in here. Not all of them are for Memphis because I was doing like Columbus and I was doing a little bit of Charlotte. But I just know for the most part, I'm getting every phone number off Google and like Yellow Pages. Those are just the only two sources that I've been using this whole time. And it's worked fine.
Mass blast on like Google or on Go High Level or something, or are you
No, I'm using
individually 400? You individually send out 400 messages?
yeah.
What? To get how many hooked business owners?
So like a day, I'll probably do like 30 texts at the most, and I'll probably get like two, three responses, and I can hook one business owner sometimes too.
What's your hook text? Because I feel like I can do like about, so like here I have some data on West Palm. I did about 15. It looks like four replied, one, a few answer calls, and then one like hooked.
Yeah, I took Drew's. I just say, hey, dot, dot, dot. I have a house painting I need quoted in Memphis, dot, dot, dot. Do you do that with a bunch of question marks?
Yeah, that's basically what I said. That's basically what I said. That's
I guess
interesting,
I
man.
probably got to do what Coach Sheik said, just text them again because maybe it didn't go through or maybe they were just busy and they got, because the people too, when I talk to people, they say, dude, I get like 1,000 of these texts a day. So like just text them again. If it pops
Mm,
up first and they reply to it, then I'll call them. So
mm.
yeah, I do want we gotta organize the data better. I know we have the Google Doc where we're all putting our KPIs.
Yeah.
I do think having like an Excel sheet would be important because now we can see like, okay, Amon's conversion rate from text to hook call versus yours, and we can see is something widely, something wrong with that or not. Um, so, but anyways, that's something we need to get done in the future. But um, yeah. Um, I would say, yeah, I think we need to create some kind of an SOP of like working business owners in a particular location as efficiently as possible. So I do think that's like doing like a second round, for example, before we move on to another location. And then after that, maybe we try a different kind of offer or opening. Hey, this is important, or hey, I need something ASAP. Right. Maybe that's like the third go around or second go around or something like just it's kind of like the same thing. You work a lead, same thing applies here.
all right.
Um,
Yeah, I would like something like that because I do feel like one text is definitely not enough. Like they could be on a job, you never know what could happen. So to be able to follow up with the business owners multiple times uh would be cool. So
yeah. Okay. Um,
I can show my current SOP because I feel like I'm kind of geeked out about it
yeah,
because of
please.
like my Google Sheet and stuff. Like it's so efficient that I like.
Yes,
eh,
I want to hear all about the efficiencies. I'm getting excited just hearing about that.
Okay, so check it out. First thing I do is when I want to do a location, I have I did buy this just because I did find it so useful. I think it was like a one-time payment of 150. And so let's just say house painter, and I'm gonna clear all this. Okay, so let's just say um I don't know, Miami, Florida. Start. It's gonna open it up for me and it's gonna just start going through the process. And then what happens is it scrapes all this and then puts it into an Excel sheet I could download. And then what I do is I basically have the tabs for like different locations here. And this is my favorite part here. So I basically paste from here to here is what I get from the scraping, right? And then these on the right is basically what I have to like mark my my progress. So I'll like send text. Anytime I send a text, boom, it turns gray. If I called or they answer the call, or actually if they hooked, it'll turn green automatically. If they told me to call back at a different time, then I forgot which one I pressed, but yeah, so it just makes it so easy just to go down the line like this. And then oh, if they responded to my text, then it turns yellow because I know I can call them. Um and so yeah, I just like this is a system that works for me. And then I do the same for my lead. So when a lead comes in, again, I just have whatever location they're coming from. And then I'll put like, booked appointment or not. So personally I really like this sort of SOP for myself. Just makes it really easy to just get things going, not have to copy and paste every, you know, location.
Very cool.
Right? It's just like
Yeah, I'm like, what the? I'm like, yo, I'm over here. If I show you my go high level, man, you would laugh, dude. It's
Actually, I want to see what you do, right? Just
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing cool. Like it's nothing cool. Like what Amon is doing. I was like, he showed me all this. I'm like, I had to mute myself. I was like, what? Holy shit! How do you? All right, I'm gonna show
that
you.
Amon's been like that though. Amon's been doing
Yeah.
like that since for a while.
So right now I've got one pipeline that's these are all the business owners that I'm importing them in there. I only know where they're at because I'll just tag on Memphis. And then I just have this little sequence here,
Hold
respond
on,
to
hold on.
text.
When you initially import them, are you manually typing that in?
Yes, I'm manually.
That's
So
So
Profin, dang.
I'll show you my my list that I'm actually.
Go high level has an import contacts feature, right?
I think I saw that on one of your calls, and I was like, I didn't know how to set that up. I probably, yeah, I'll show you what I'm doing right now. So
I can
these
show
are
you.
all,
I can.
this is what I'm doing, right? So I'll go to Google. Um, yeah, I'll just go to Google, right? This is what I'm doing now. I had to just start typing in. I was typing in different places to see if I could get new leads. So this is just an area that's like right around Memphis. So I'm like, seeing if I can get it. So I'll go here and I'll just simply Command A and Command C it into like a Google Doc. And then I'll bring it in a Chat GPT. And then I'll give it a prompt and it'll spit out like something like this, like a CSV file, and then I'll paste it in here. So I don't import, I just paste it in there, but then I do have to import it and go high level. But this is my list.
So you copy
Uh,
first to Google Sheet and then import it manually to go high level.
yeah. So from there, from once they come in here, I just import them into go high level.
Man.
So
So
yeah,
basically you go to Google and you control C and then use ChatGPT to create some kind of thing, code some kind of thing. So that whole process doesn't take a whole lot of time because you're control C, control V. But then the manual time of going from that Excel to this, that takes quite a bit of time. And then
yeah.
here, once you're here, so once they're now here, new lead. So what are you doing from that? You're going from new lead, you're moving them over to set text sent. Like you're
Yep.
just manually moving them over, but then you're not texting from Go High Level, are you?
No, I'm doing it from my phone. So I'll come in here, I'll pull them up, and then I'll look at the notes. If it's a new lead on that, that's why I had to start organizing it because at first I just had two columns, like new lead and then one. So it was horrible. I had to kind of make it a little better. But if they're a new lead, I know that I haven't texted them, and then I'll just copy and paste it, put it in my phone, and send them a text. And sometimes you'll get a response back pretty quick, and then I'll just move them over to text sent And then from there, I'll call them. And if I, hook them, I'll put them in my trial. And then if I, after the trial, after the 3 warm handoffs, move them to sales call and then so forth. So I'm not doing any Google sheet for the business owners like Amon, but I am doing one for like the leads. I took this from you, but I just kind of copied and paste and just start doing it. But I'm manually doing all this right now. So
Wait, what do you mean you're manually doing the leads? Like these, you're also manually putting them in, or they're automatically
yeah,
showing up?
no, I'm manually putting them in here too.
Oh wow. Yeah, because like for my leads, they automatically pop up from Go
Yeah,
Hello.
I see everything you do is like, oh, that's why I was like, holy shit.
Um,
So yeah, but
yeah,
that's
I
pretty
mean,
much.
like for these, like, can't you just mark them all on the Google sheet itself? Like, even if it's just like manually highlighting it yellow or like gray for text send, green for, hooked.
Like you talking about in here?
Yeah, like for the business owners, not the
Oh,
lead.
for the lead. Yeah, I can do that. I can do the same thing for the business owners too. That way I know, but I just
Because that
got,
way in the future, if we're like, you know, just so we don't accidentally hook call the same person or something, I was thinking we have like a mass sheet or something, and then that way like someone can go onto the sheet and be like, okay, well I could text some of the leads that didn't reply, or but some of the ones that got hooked, obviously they may not call. Maybe they will. I don't know.
yeah. No, I'll definitely do that as well. So like as far as like how you got yours set up? Is that the sniper tool or like you said that's in Go High Level? The
So I
autumn.
use a Sniper to get the leads, and then I'll export it, import it into Google, just like copy and paste it, and then like I basically just have those columns where I can just select it, and then that way I can just track everything on a Google sheet. Does
I think
that
I think the difference between I could be misunderstanding, but it's like Amon has an efficient way to get the business over to Excel. You have an efficient way to get them over to Excel. The difference is Amon is instead of going from Excel to like Go High Level and moving people around, he just kind of checks people off, and you could kind of do something similar, Righteous.
yeah.
You're like both of you could, the difference is you're taking those people and you're going to Go High Level and you're for the pipeline. Instead of the pipeline, he just has like a check thing. Like, okay, this and
Right.
that
Yeah.
so you're going an extra step. That's what's causing the extra work, I guess.
I think even like copying pasting each one, whereas like for me, I'm like I have my sheet full of these leads and I just go one by one, just send the text. Like it's so fast. Yeah.
So and you could probably do the same thing as well, right? Just
Yeah.
like get them over to Excel and then you could just check it off instead of moving to go. If you want to, you can. You know. So
No, I like the checkbox idea easier because it's just right there in front of you. Go High Level it's great, but I like it better for like the leads, like when the leads come, like for the nurturing process. But like for the business owners, I like the spreadsheet for sure because like that way we can keep track and it's easier to know who we're talking to. That way we don't cross paths.
Which version of Go High Level do you have? Do you have the like higher tier version, or do you have like the 97?
97. I
Okay.
was thinking about upgrading too, but I was like, I was just wait till I onboard a client or something and then upgrade and go from
Because when
there.
you do the higher tier, you can connect straight to Google Sheets. So it does make it um a little bit more efficient in a sense. Because like my leads just pop up automatically on the sheets. And I'm probably gonna create like a separate sheet for my client. Because I showed it to him and he really liked just somehow management. So like, I'll give it to him, see what his thoughts are, but like I'll probably give him a clean sheet full of the new leads. Where it'll just pop up automatically and then he can just select it and stuff. But
so there's no way that you guys can do something like take, again, get the Excel, get all the leads, and then move them over from leads to like texted. And then when they move in the pipeline, they automatically all receive the exact same text. They go through the exact same sequence. Um, because it's a Go High Level number, it's a stop, unsubscribe. So it's not possible to do anything like that.
For the business owners,
Yeah, for the business owners.
yeah, right now, yeah, I can't do that yet.
Can't you
Until
like Can't you? I mean, it's like illegal, but can't you like get rid of the unsubscribes stop thing?
Felt like Mason was showing us on a call like you can remove it, but I don't know how to do that. I tried and it like a little error message popped up. I was like, yeah, let me stop messing around for they tell me I can't text nobody anymore.
Come on, what were you gonna say?
Oh no, I said you're like the little devil on our shoulder. That's like take out the reply,
Dude,
dude. Stop.
that's me. I always do illegal shit. Like I don't give any fucks.
Like when I was doing the Google personal one, I was sending out all these messages and then it was detecting a pattern and then it stopped my messages from going out. So I had to get like the business version. And so that way I was able to do unlimited messages.
This is through Go High Level, or this is your own phone number?
This is Google Voice.
Okay.
So I was able to detect a pattern eventually, and then it will stop sending messages. So I just end up getting like the business one. But I assumed that something like that probably would happen if I was doing like no reply stop and go high level. Like it probably would start detecting like mass messages being sent and stuff. Um, I mean, again, that's just theory. I mean, that was my experience on Google Voice. I can't say for sure on Go High Level. You can always test, see what happens if you do a mass send out once without the reply.
In an ideal world, if it's possible, if it were me, and if it were possible, I would step one, I would get the leads from some kind of scraping source, put on Excel. Step two, I would put it in Go High Level. Step three, I would move them over the pipeline, and everybody would go through an automated thing. They would send out a text, and then if they don't respond, it would go in a different direction, a follow up the day after, or something like that. And then a third type of message. That's what I would do if it were possible. If
Right.
if the technicals were possible, and if it was legal, that's how I would do my hooks. But anyways, um, yeah, I guess so Righteous, what else you got for us, man?
Uh, I think that pretty much helped out for me, honestly, because that was
Right. What was that new ad? The one with the
oh
voiceover?
yeah, no. So I'm about to pull that up right now, real quick, because that one's actually it was crushing it yesterday, but both of them are like kind of struggling today. I was probably like, I might have to just duplicate it. But if I go to
It's my
the,
biggest fear. It's working so well, and I'm like so worried it's just gonna like stop running.
oh yeah, hold on. This is yesterday. Yesterday, my cost per lead was $8.58. Crazy.
Is that the one
Uh,
that the guy closed the 6K on?
so actually, that one came through from the original ones that I was testing, like the very first creative that actually started working that you had created. That one came through on that one, and it was an ASAP one. But yeah, the new one is $5 a lead. It was $5 a lead yesterday, which is insane.
$5? Holy shit. What are you guys
I,
doing?
He's cracked the cheat code, man.
Hey,
He was like, I'm getting the cost down. I'm not paying that.
crazy. Good stuff, man. Congrats.
yeah, thank you.
I'm
Yeah,
glad you
actually,
decided to push that route instead of yeah, that was definitely the right move.
yeah, yeah. I'm glad I like really was trying to study the winning perform or winning ads on like.
What was going through your head as you created that? Like how like walk me through the psychology of like how you figured it out.
So basically, when I was going through the ad library and I would look at like months old, like I thought most of it was just gonna be before and afters, but there was a good amount of it that was just like a video of like a bunch like a montage video of painters painting with the voiceover. And so I was like, okay, this is something because I've seen a few of these now have been running for a while. And then the other one that I still haven't tried is literally where like the business owner shows up to the house and he's like, hey, like I'm here for an estimate. My company is this, and if you're looking like where it's like I've noticed that the ones where the people are talking directly to the camera and they're like the owner or they'll say like they'll come to your house and stuff, those last really like a really long time. So like I had like my friend come over, but then he didn't want to film it, so I just didn't have anything to work with for that. But I do fully believe that something like that would crush. But the other one, um, it was so I modeled the voiceover exactly as the ads manager. I didn't use that one though. I used because I was like, okay, well, I want to test the quiz form. So I just tailored it towards the quiz, like fill out the quiz form, we're gonna reach out to you, blah blah. And I just kind of made my own version of it, but it was still like the core concept of a bunch of different painters voiceover, and
I
yeah,
see.
it
So
was like a voiceover.
a bunch of painting over is painting with a proven script that all you do is you tailored it to your offer, which is the cost quiz thing instead of their estimate or discount or whatever they were offering.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's really cool. Huh.
And I didn't want to like I know like you're like, hey, just use whatever, like just test. But like I was like, if I know if it runs, if it hits really well, I'm gonna want to keep it up and stuff. So I was like looking for painting videos in Australia. I was looking for just very like niche, just like random. Like it took me a while to like scour the right footage to like not be so apparent of like using, like I would even like look up like where they're from. And I'm like, okay, this one's from Atlanta. I'm gonna avoid like his, but
So the footage you cut together was from other ads then?
it was from other like YouTube shorts that I would try to find that were very like either low, count, or they were like in different countries. Um,
I see, I see. So it's
stuff
like
like that.
the same core concept, but in terms of the shots, it's like these shots are not in these viral ads, so it's less likely that somebody's gonna see and be like, hey, that's my ad or whatever they
Right.
show.
Yeah.
It's really
Um,
so it's
yeah,
like the
and I try to model still like after what they're doing. Like the first one was a wall one, so I try to get like a really catchy like wall one. So I still try to model it as close as possible.
interesting. Good stuff, man. I think this in itself could be a freaking masterclass. So
Yeah.
I'm yeah. So this is good, good.
My time at the agency paid off.
Yeah, I was gonna say like definitely for sure.
Yeah.
Um, so what else, guys? What else do you guys want to go over? Righteous, someone?
I guess.
Huh?
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, of mine. If you want to go ahead, you can. I had you asked me to do some homework yesterday, and I wasn't able to talk to the business owner until today, but I was able to get like what date I generated the lead,
Okay.
um, the date of the estimate, day of close, cash collected, and the day he's going to be doing the job.
Okay. Um,
And that would be my Memphis client, not the Columbus one. I have to kind of go back through the text just to kind of figure out
okay.
when he closed and all that stuff.
Okay, so let's go over that really quick.
All right. The date that I generated the lead was April 3rd, 2025 at 5:19 a.m. I don't know if the time was important, but I was like, I'm gonna just jot that down.
More info the better. Okay, so what else? What's next?
Date of the estimate would have been Friday the 4th. Yep. So yeah, that was on the 4th. So that'd be this month, the 4th. And I believe that was the same day he closed the deal. He said he came, he did the estimate, and she signed the contract that day.
April 4th. So um uh came by, provided estimate, signed contract, April 4th. Okay, got it. What else?
And the last is the day of job completion. He said he will be actually doing that job tomorrow, maybe around the afternoonish, around that time.
Okay. And then what else anything else you have?
That's all I have for that. I will have to go back and kind of look through the text for my Columbus one and get all the details on him.
Okay. So when did you start the trial?
That trial was
When did you do the hook call? When was the hook call?
looking at my calendar. Who was that David call? That's the third. So the day before he actually went out and did the quote.
That's crazy. So you did the hook call on third. You got him the lead on the third. He did the estimate, close the deal the next day. Dang. Okay. Wow.
And he
Um,
just got his third lead today, which is like today at 7:30, we were able to do another one. And that's when I booked the sales call. So it was a little longer than expected, but
this
it
is
was
so righteous. So who is this guy?
Jim.
Jim. Okay, this is the guy you have not closed him yet, so we don't know yet for sure. Okay.
We haven't closed him yet, and he's the one that closed the 6K job.
Yeah. Okay. Job for 6K. Okay. So the reason I'm trying to get this data is I'm just trying to put two and two together. I'm just trying to be like, okay, here are the best case scenarios. So if you get a lead, if you get a hook and you get them a lead and that doesn't estimate the next day and they close a deal, you're gonna most likely close the deal.
Okay.
Just trying to like figure out a pattern that's gonna make you guys more able to close and do higher pay in fools and stuff like that. So that's why I'm trying to gather these data. Um, yeah. Anything else you feel like I should know regarding this gym guy? Yeah. So you already got him three lead. Okay.
I think that's pretty much everything for Jim for right now. But I'll definitely let you know how the sales call go. I'm pretty confident with this guy. I feel like it'll be a no-brainer for him, especially since he already closed and the lead I gave him today, he was like, "Let's go, I'm ready." So he was super hyped up about it. So
Walk me
um,
through, okay. Walk me through, and this would be important, I guess, for you as well, Aman. Um, Rodarte, hope you're doing well, man. It's good to see you. Um, I want to hear more about what happened with the Columbus client. So you had this person, you ran ads, you got him a lead, he closed a deal, he came due, you closed the deal. And then so I have to wonder what's going on. What happened there?
yeah. So with Theory, I just feel like because he closed the deal, he came back, we hopped on the sales call, and now that I'm thinking about it, because like maybe it was some things that I probably said on the hook call that I probably or didn't say on the hook call as well, because it was so long ago that I probably should have clarified all that on the sales call. Just like miscommunication and just not setting proper expectations. I don't think it was a belief thing for him because he closed the deal, but I think he was just under the impression that every lead was going to be hot and ready to buy because he was like, I'm calling these people, none of them are answering and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's normal type thing. And then he didn't have proper expectations on, when the payments would be due. So I guess he was assuming I was gonna call him and, hey, do you want to keep moving forward and type of thing like that. So it was just a lot of, miscommunication and stuff like that.
No, it's all right. This is what we talk about failing forward. This is not a mistake. It's just you going through the natural cycle and learning. That's normal.
Okay.
Um,
And I gotta be way better at relations. I will say yes. In sales, I'm not the greatest at that. I could be straightforward and just probably too plain with it, and gotta be gotta see be able to put myself in the business owner's shoes. How would they feel? So
So here's why so everything you said is extremely valuable. What I want you to do is I want you to give me a chronological thing. Because if I hear a chronological thing, I'll be able to better pinpoint exactly what happened. So basically you closed and then he contacted you. And then you did, told him you can only do sales call. You closed and then walk me through what happened. I'm trying to get a chronological understanding of what happened.
yep. So from the close, there was no onboarding, right? Because I didn't think that was even necessary or I had to do it. So just off, not having an onboarding, there's no proper expectation set on what's going to happen next, how to handle the leads, when they come in, and just really that. And as far as like, the reoccurring payments. thing. Just being clear, like, hey, I'm not this is gonna keep happening every week. I'm not gonna call you or anything like that to run your card. It's just gonna keep going unless you tell me to stop, right? Something in the lines of that. So no onboarding. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. So no onboarding, you launch the ads. Like what happens next?
And then from just launching the ads, it was just pretty much, me just sending the leads over to them.
So so leads, so you launch ads. When you say you sent leads over, are you saying like send it over to him? How is he receiving these leads?
Just text. I'm just texting these leads over to the business owner right now, not doing anything automated.
So you are manually texting the leads over.
Yeah.
Oh dang.
Yeah, I'm manually doing a lot of stuff.
I just so here's the crazy thing about you, bro. Oh my God. I'm on this probably thinking the same things. Like you are like you're like this dude that's like working out with like you ever see those dudes out in Africa that make their own bench?
Yeah.
You are making your own thing, benching. You look jacked as fuck for no reason. You're not even taking supplements. Bro, you like, bro, like you like the dude out like catching snakes, biting them, and like I guess I'm okay. And I'm
That's
thinking,
why
okay, what if we get him some actual weights, get him an actual gym, get him on steroids? Like, yo, this dude's about to be like Mr. Olympia. What do you do?
Yeah, I gotta get my phone number registered for the painting so that I can just automate that and just that way I'm not texting them. I'm gonna just say, hey, once we partner together, I'll have my actual, agency text you the leads and email that over to you. I probably can do the email right now, but like texting,
We'll get into that. We'll get into that here in a bit. First I want to just see what happened. Because I want to give you specific advice on that. I don't want you to make that mistake. And it's not a mistake, but it's still failing forward of like just not being as efficient as you can be. That's the big thing I'm seeing with you. Again, I'm seeing when it comes to efficiency, that's not your fault. It's just a lack of knowledge, and again asking questions, and us being able to like kind of give you some systems and stuff like that. When it comes to the sales and stuff, that's the thing. Like you just got to be more active about that and put a little bit more effort in that. But anyways, so your leads are being manually texted, and then what happens? You shoot he get so leads are being manually texted for how long? How many days before he says something or before something happens?
um I would say it would go maybe a day or two, maybe a day or two before I hear something.
Okay,
Like,
so
especially if he doesn't get a response from any leads, he'll be like, hey, we called these leads, this and, haven't got this response, or we quoted
so
this person.
so your leads are being manually texted for 1 2 days, and he's responding to those with like I think you said like he would give you like an emoji or a thumbs up or something.
So that was Carlos. Theory, he kind of just texts me back with like a rundown of like what happened with the leads, or he'll be like, okay, so I only got a hold of one person out of those leads. I mean, the rest were bad, or I couldn't get a hold of them.
So this was like 2 days later or what? So I would say like if I can even paint a day to these, like leads are being like launching ads on Tuesday. If I could have like a timeline also, that would be helpful. Again, if you don't have it, that's okay.
Yeah, I think that was another problem with me not having like and I think you even told me not to be doing that like on a sales call. Like I have to remember, don't push it to the next day. Like, buy yourself some time to set things up. Cause I'm like, well, we'll just get it launched the next day. So like the next day leads are coming in. Like I'm literally just texting the leads over to him. And then, like he'll just text me back maybe at the end of the day or something, be like, hey, didn't get a response or something like that.
Launch ads from. What's brewing in your head in terms of what you wanted to go over in the meantime as Righteous is figuring that out?
Well, I wrote out like an outline for the onboarding. But I didn't see your onboarding script. So I don't know if I should just kind of go through yours first and maybe sound like a loom or
Yeah, why don't you,
um
as I guess I work on this with Righteous, maybe just skim through this. Um, Nothing crazy. I mean, it's pretty much what you were doing before, very similar. It's not even a script. I'm just kind of like telling you, like, here's why I would recommend having like this
right.
part.
Third tweak the onboarding. Um yeah, yeah, because I wrote down like a bunch of like different things, but again, like here it says um don't go as hard on like the mindset and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but I guess I could like go through what I did, like at least outline, and then whatever
Yeah,
you feel like would.
cool. Yeah, we can do that. That'd be good, I think.
Yeah.
Righteous, did you get the date? It's okay if you don't have the exact date. It's not that important.
So let me see. I mean, just going through his text, like we were texting, it says March, like, what is this, the 30, 29? How many days did it go? 28. Because there he pretty much texts me back. Um, pretty frequently after I'll send him a couple of leads, he'll let me know like if he got a response or anything like that. But I
Okay.
don't know if my screen or froze or anything. Did I miss another question that you asked me, or was that what you were looking for as far as like the dates he was responding to?
Oh, no, the question so basically what I was trying to put a date next to each of these so I can kind of get a timeline. So the question I asked you was like, what date did you launch ads for him initially after you closed him? So you closed him, there was no onboarding. So when did you launch ads? If you don't have that, that's okay.
Yeah, I would probably have to go get that because like my ads were for theory. Oh no, because he was Columbus. Now I can figure that out. I got the dates right here. My fault.
You're okay.
Columbus. Did I launch? I had a million duplicates. 327. That was the first ad set that I launched. So 327 would have been the my launch date for that client.
Okay. And then when is the next time you're hearing from him?
So if I launched 327, there's that. I heard from him the very next day. So that'd be the 28th.
Okay. And then what happened from there?
Sent him some more leads from the 28th. The 29th, I sent him a lead, couple leads. Well, just two. And then the 30th, I sent them a lead. And then that's when he reached back out to me on the 31st and then just gave me an update about like the leads and stuff like that.
And then what after that, what happened?
Responded to his text, just asking him a couple questions. Looked like we were just chatting. And then from there, just went back to sending him leads on the 31st. It's like up until shoot. I get the date on this. Yeah, it looks like that might have been the last time I sent them some leads, and then from there, that's when he kind of just hit me back and was like, he wasn't able to get any books or anything, and that was the 3rd of April.
Well, then what happened?
And then from there, I think that's when you had told me you gotta square that away because he had said something about something about me contacting the leads and nurturing them. And he was like, no, no, square that away. So I hopped on the phone with him and we talked. And that's when I was under the impression that he wanted to keep moving forward because we were renewing the next day. But you know, I probably should have just drilled him more on that call, like letting them know. But like I said, it was already ruined at that point because I didn't drill it before then or plant the seeds. Um, but yeah, from there I hopped on a call with them, and then I thought that we were good to go, and then I kept everything going. And I think the very next day, that's when he was like, he wants a refund. I was like, okay, all right.
Hmm. Hmm.
And I didn't get a chance to send him like any leads over or anything like that, so I don't know if he felt like he was supposed to be getting a bunch of leads every day or something like that. So
He asked for a refund. Is this for the initial payment where you closed him, or is this for the re-up?
the re-up.
Okay, so when was the re-up? The re-up happened when? So after you and him spoke, the re-up happened the next day?
Yeah, that had a re-up happen the next day.
Okay, that's important. Okay, and then when the re-up happened the next day, then like, what did he just say? Like, what was the message? He was like, "Yo, I need a refund. Your shit's not working," or what's happening? What happened there?
Yeah, he said, "Good morning. Please don't tell me you took 500 again. You have to ask me. Please send me the money back." And then that's when I hopped on the call with him. I tried to, square it away, and then I just didn't go good. But I was like, "Yeah, I got you. I'm not gonna keep you at 500." So, but
Okay,
yeah,
so there was an initial phone call. After that phone call, then the re-up happened, and then he asked you for a refund. And then you hopped on a call, and then can you give me a synopsis of like how did this conversation go, first of all? Like, can you give me a really quick synopsis of this call and then a synopsis of this call?
Yeah. So on that call, when you told me to square it away, I hopped on the call with him. And he was like, "Yeah, pretty much not getting a hold of the leads. I was only able to schedule like one quote or whatever out of the leads that you gave me." And I was like, "Hey, based off what I'm seeing, that's typically normal. One of six are gonna pick up where you can actually go out and actually do a quote." Um, and then I just kept going on from there. So as far as let me think, trying to remember. I know I went over that. Um, and then I think from there it was just like, hey, I got more leads coming in, and I can get those over to you. Because he said that he has people that can dial for him and follow up. And then he was just like, okay, I'll be on the lookout for the leads pretty much. But that's how that call went, which is probably why it didn't go so well. I probably should have, drilled him a little more, uh, just kind of just letting them know, hey, it's a week to week thing, by the way. You know what I mean? Like that way he understands there's gonna be a payment coming out of his account tomorrow. That way I can get him some more leads. But that's pretty much what happened on that call. And what else did you want to know? You said
So the
about
last call where he was like probably pissed off or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Last call, he was definitely pissed off. He was like, no, no, what I mean, you got to pretty much call me and let me know. And I was like, that's my mistake. I just probably didn't set proper expectations on our video call. I was just trying to explain to him how the leads work, but he didn't want to hear any of that at that point. It was too late. So he just wanted his money back.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, everything that I'm hearing is it's the onboarding call, right? It's not the sales call, it's the onboarding call. Like, yeah, for you in your mind, it's the sales call because you in your mind you're not thinking of even doing an onboarding. Like onboarding is not important. But moving forward, again, assuming you close this next one, you're going to do your very first onboard. You're going to see how important that is. Um, you're on your onboard, you can say things like, "Hey, John, I just want you to know, hey, it's a week-to-week payment. Now here's the thing. You have to understand, John, that we might get your lead tomorrow, this week, but that lead might not convert over for another week, or even by the end of the month, they might not be fully ready. But it doesn't mean that that lead's not going to convert over and you're not going to make money. So you have to understand, it's a game where your efforts today, you'll see the fruits of it in 3 weeks' time. So again, you can say those kinds of things. So you have the onboarding to be able to say those kinds of things because at that point they've already paid you. They're willing to listen to you. They want to make this work as much as you want to make it work. So yeah, that's all it is, man. It's the onboarding. And so you onboarding is such an art, by the way. I will tell you, and I'm gonna probably tell you, and it's just as important to get good at onboarding as it is like your sales calls. It's just as important. So important. It's so important. Like that you really got to really take time. So if you know, again, I'm rooting for you, you're gonna close the deal. I want you to put like so like all the effort that you be putting in with all this manual stuff that you do. I want you to take that effort. I want you to put on your onboarding call. Okay. I want you to go ham on your onboarding. I want you to commit a day to it. Okay. Focus, look in the mirror, but like seriously, be empathetic, like do all that stuff, ask questions. Like what me and Aman are about to do, we're gonna go into his onboarding. Like that's gonna be very helpful for you, what me and Aman are about to go through. And just yeah, a lot of time and energy on your onboarding. That would
Got
move the needle a lot for you.
copy
Um,
that.
that being said, bro, what else did you want to go over, bro?
Uh, shoot, I'm trying to think. Nah, I think that's pretty much it. I gotta get to work now. So I was a little nervous. I thought I wasn't gonna be able to get a business owner hook or book a sales call this week because just the last couple leads I was calling was just didn't answer or anything like that. But I finally got a hold of somebody and was able to do another hook call. So or
Good,
not a hook call, but warm handoff. But no, it's
good,
we
good.
crystal clear. You wrote those scripts up pretty fast, man, and definitely gonna help out a lot. Got tons of value on them, so I feel
Good.
like that's what I was initially missing, like just on the like
Which
the
part?
warm handoff calls.
Yeah. What I guess like what was it specifically that you read through that you were like, oh, this helps out tremendously? Was it the hook call? Was it the handoff call? Was the sales call? Like what specifically are you like, oh, I'm this is very different than what I was doing. I can see it making a big difference.
Yeah, it just keep like me having a script is gonna keep me to be able to kind of make sure I'm hitting each line and going over, or else I'll start, freestyling again. I might miss some points because initially I didn't have any scripts for like the warm handoffs or anything like that. But the hook call script is gold. Is like it's much easier to kind of flow through it now with how you made adjustments to it for sure because it was a mess from what I had.
Okay. When you say it was a mess, why was it a mess?
I just had a well, one I had like a little bit of still Drew's part saying like just on the pricing part, I felt like that was just a lot. Like how you're saying like a lot trying to go through we pull out the red pen and all that. Like I was saying that and going into the part where he's like, okay, well my pricing is usually my sites are 2K and so that was just a lot on the call. I like what we're saying now, just kind of baby stepping it, the relationship, taking it week by week. That's much easier to kind of run through. And then let me see what else is here that I noticed.
And you've tried this script? Is this the one? Have you tried this hook call script already or no?
Yes, I had so on my hook call script, the only thing that's different is the like just the very top part. Like I'm still saying pull mine up. Actually, I got it right here. Like I'm still saying like the beginning part, like hello, it's righteous. I text you about a painting quote for a home in Memphis, and I ask them like, do you guys do residential? Are you focused on commercial? Like I'll still say that part, but then everything else is pretty much how you have it dialed in. Like even just on the establishing and credibility part, like I was saying a bunch of bullshit on that part. Like I'm a freelance videographer, but now it's much it's easier to say, yeah, I'm that part. Like I don't want to waste any of your time. I work remotely from home. I got good at generating leads. Like it's easier to say that than to say some stuff that I was saying.
So you feel like it's more efficient? Like you've been getting through it faster, is that right?
Yes, much faster.
Much faster. Okay, good, good. Okay, cool. And then the hook call script, have you tested this stuff out? Is this making a difference or it's not making a difference for you?
I tested out the third one. I haven't done the first two. Yeah, I haven't done the first one just yet, but I tested out the third one. But just having that is definitely gonna help out a lot. That way, I'm just not on the call and just saying whatever. Because I'll just qualify the lead and then just kind of merge them, and then after that, I'm just kind of listening, what they're saying. Like, okay, can they close? Like, or do they even have good communication skills? But what this is telling you to do is pretty much, okay, just have something ready for them to hype them up, just keep them, built up and keep them excited. So I like what this is telling me to do versus what I was doing. Um,
Okay. And then, okay, because there's some stuff I threw in here as well. Like there's like some minor tweaks between each of these. Like I'm trying to accomplish different things with each of the three hooks. This one I'm really focusing on. All right, okay, here's what you expect tomorrow. And then also like, hey, like we are doing this for two other business owners, creating some scarcity, some urgency. So good,
yeah.
good.
At one point in time, I was probably doing that. Like I was probably saying,
you're
the
doing
doing
you're
that,
doing
doing all three.
yeah. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, because at one point I probably was doing like the scarcity part on all three
Yeah.
of the hook.
Yeah. Oh, you were. Dang.
Yeah. So I was like, oh shoot. But that's why I was like, yeah, the script is gonna help me out. That way I know, all right, let's do the hook one. I mean, yeah, warm hand off one, two, and then three, and just keep it going.
Okay. Cool. Interesting. Okay. Cool, bro. Yeah, just keep us posted. Practice the sales call. And then, the onboarding, let us know how that goes. Yeah. It's
Mm.
interesting. I feel like this whole process, the sales call, you don't even have to be like that crazy about it. It's the onboarding is what I want you guys to focus on, really. That's what's gonna make the biggest difference. So, anyways, we're like 4.5 hours in, man. This is a long ass coaching call. Um, I'm gonna was there anything else, right? Just I'm gonna move on to Aman. And I think that can help you out.
No, that was everything I had to run through. So I appreciate everything. So
Sure. Okay. Righteous. I'm sorry, Aman, let's delve in and then Rodarte and Riviera will breeze through. Really quick, Rodarte, Riviera, what do you guys got going on? I think because I might take a little bit of time with Aman. What do you guys got going on?
I was just checking in. I was just checking in. I may not have anything really. I just like listening. I may not even be able to get through a lot of it because I actually have family I'm meeting up with for like a family dinner. They're like flying out to basically see it. I'm basically going to see some family from out of state. So, but yeah, I don't really have too much. I just like listening in.
Okay. Is there anything specific that you had, Riviera? Is there anything
Uh,
top of mind that you're like, okay, Koshi can answer this real quick?
if you or Amon or anybody's got a process on like hitting up a business owner that kind of been cold just because leads haven't been solid, like is there a process you go through or you just hook another business owner? That's pretty much like the only thing that's really been on top of mind.
Yeah, I would just hook another business owner if the energy is like a little bit off. I mean, you
Hmm.
might, if I were you, if you wanted, you could call them out of the blue, and then just honestly, you could just call them and be like, hey, how's it going? And then after you break the ice, cut to the chase, and like, hey, look, things were a little bit, I kind of disappeared there for a little bit. Were you still interested in this whole process? And then you kind of feel him out. Let him tell you if he's still interested or not. And if you gauge and you're like, hey, he seems interested, and it wouldn't be awkward. I could, have the right dynamic, then yeah, maybe continue to run ads in that location. If again, you're getting good results in that location. If not, I'll just move on.
Okay. Yeah, because it's pretty easy to get hooked. So, but maybe I'll try it just because his energy seemed pretty chill. Um,
It depends on the
yeah, he
energy.
seemed pretty chill. He
Yeah.
he seemed pretty like he was the guy that was like, I did he accidentally hit him up even though I was supposed to be talking to some other guy. So, and he was still interested. So I'll see about him. If not, I'll just hook a new one.
Yeah. Yeah, do that. And then in terms of your ad results, I think how how is that going? I think the big unlock for Aman and Righteous has been like their ad results. That's a big thing I'm seeing with all of you guys. For the free to fee method, it's like you guys got to figure out ads. You guys got to figure it out where you're getting consistent, predictable results. Are you still working on that? Are you still trying to like test stuff
Yeah,
out?
I made a shit ton of ads, but it's like it's so weird. I test other my new ads and the other old one does better. So it's like but now I've kind of gotten to the point where it's like $20 a lead, but I think I'm just in a bad pocket or something because a lot of these guys don't answer. But it's like, one out of every four I'd say is real. So I'm on to something, but I'm also been running only $20 a day because the days that I was available at $70 a day, there was glitches, and then as soon as I was ready to be like, okay, fuck the glitch, like I figured it out, I can get it back to 70. That's when I got slammed with like 10-hour shoots. So it was like kind of a mix of like, shit, I'm ready to I got it figured out where I can scale it to $70 a day just to kind of really run with this ad. But now I got like no free time, so I've just been kind of working through that. So that's kind of the only hiccup that I've had. But I feel like I'm there. I'm right there. I just need to yeah, I'm just gonna try doing a duplicate and doing an ABO and then just running it like maybe $50 a day just to start out and see how that fares. But yeah, it's one out of every four, but maybe I'm in a bad pocket because I remember when I first launched it, like three out of every four answered. So I want to make sure that I feel like I could get there again because I'm getting like, low cost per click, good retention on the unique click-through rate, like I think 1.5% or something. So and they're filling out the form. They're answering every question. It's like a 4-question form. So yeah, I think I'm in a good place. I think I just need to get
Good
into a
funnel.
better pocket and but at least I'm getting attention to my ads, and they're getting clicks and leads. But I think I just need to yeah, I just need to get into a better pocket or something.
Did you funnel hack to figure out your ad, or is this something you're just like throwing on the wall? Like, how did you come up with that?
Funnel hacked, yeah, funnel hacked. Renewal by Anderson, this national company, pretty much ran their before and after ad. And yeah, just been working like crazy. For at least in terms of like my client over in the valley, like he gets like they pick up all the time. So there's something to his madness, and I'm just literally copying that playbook. So I feel like I'm there. I don't know. I don't know why Orange. I can always change location too. That's the thing. I'm just doing Orange County, right? Because I'm like, oh well, LA County worked with my client. Fuck it, let's just do Orange County. But I could technically always switch location just to see if it fares maybe like actual leads that pick up. But that's my only thought process, just because the ad is kind of working. Like it gets the clicks, it gets the leads. But I'd say if I'm running $20 a day, I get one lead every other day.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah.
I think I need to do 2 leads a day, like Amon said, and that will really fucking. I feel like that will really fucking like everything's just gonna because I feel like the calls are always good. Like with the lead, they actually think I'm repping that company. With the business owner, they're like ready to go. So it's just like fuck, man. It's like if I could just get those 2 leads a day, and at least if one answers out of those leads a day, I'm fucking golden.
Yeah, I think so too. Cool, man. Well, just keep us posted. Yeah, it could be just a poor pocket. So I said try that again and then keep us posted, and if we need to pivot to another location, let's pivot to another location. But for the most part, it seems like it's just a small little thing. It seems like you're there. So good. So
Yeah, yeah.
Also,
So and I'll
very
look at your scripts and stuff in more detail and all that. So but yeah, I actually have to take off here. I just got here. So but it was good talking to you guys, and yeah, I'll keep you guys up to date.
yeah, check out whatever me and Omar are going to talk about in terms of his onboarding. I do think that's important. So when you do get a chance, I would listen back to that when you get a chance. Okay.
Yeah, you'll post the loom, right?
Yep. Cool.
Cool,
Vera,
cool.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
send
I'll definitely
you.
check that out. Oh, what was that,
Vera, I'm
Amon?
gonna send you a text that I sent to two business owners when I was like over a week old. That
Uh-huh.
revived them, and those are the two that I closed. So
Oh
also I'll
yeah.
send you. So
Oh
it
yeah.
got them.
Dude. Dude, thank you.
Aman, can
Yeah,
you post that in if you can post that, bro, in the free to fee channel?
yeah, yeah. I'll put it in there.
Sweet. Dude,
Yeah.
thank you so much. All right, guys. You take care.
Peace.
Later.
Mr. Rodarte, what's going on, man?
Dude, I missed your faces.
We miss your face too, bro.
Yeah, it's been hectic.
Miss your
Um,
jokes. Miss your funny jokes.
yeah, I'm glad to be back. But yeah, it's been busy throughout the week and family stuff, keeps coming up, but I'm here now. And today was just a check-in, man. I had one hook. He liked the idea for painting, just to remind you. And so now I just got to build it out. And I told him, like, yeah, you can expect the leads to start generating like midweek, maybe Thursday is the latest. He's like, okay, good. This is last week I told him.
Mhm.
So he's like, okay, cool. I just wanted to buy myself time in order to build it out. So now that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, so you're in the process of like creating the Facebook page and the Facebook ad and all that stuff. So you haven't launched the ads yet.
Nope.
But you have done the experience of like texting a bunch of business owners. I remember you had an initial issue where like you were texting like nobody responding, and I was like, "Yo, what's going on?" Did we fix that? It's not obviously you fixed it, but
Well, I guess I just, as soon as they would reply, I just like started calling them because before I was just trying to like answer through text, and these guys were just, I mean, they weren't just responsive. They'd be like I was like, "Hey, do you service this area?" And like I get a response like, "It depends," and that was
yeah.
it. I'm like, okay.
Aman, Aman, can you and Righteous actually can you just like copy and paste what you guys have as your opening message inside the free to fee, and then this can help Rodarte out? Because I was telling you, I was like, it's probably your opening message that's resulting in that.
My opening message was just like, "Hey, do you service um this area?" Um, and it might have been like one other sentence I used. But anyway, and then I got like a bunch of like depends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aman and Righteous say something different. They just went over what they say. Just
Okay.
really quick, what do you guys say? Just really quick.
I say, I have a 2,200 square foot house in Greenville, that needs some exterior painting. Is that something you do or something like that?
Okay. Yeah, that's probably puts a little more fire into them. I would see why. But what I'm wondering right now is I'm still catching up on the free to feed posts and all that. But is there like a for your the funnel, the pipeline, or the funnel actually? So do you guys download it to just copy paste like the steps, or is this something you build it from the ground up?
What do you mean?
So you know how it's like the websites, right? So the landing page, the because I noticed like there's questions and as far as the ads, you know.
Oh, yeah. So if you want to like post inside the free to fee, Aman, or and you can maybe read through it. Aman and Righteous have to like just share their ads. It's an instant form ad.
Okay. I thought it was a landing page.
They tested that stuff out, and this is what works for them.
Okay, cool.
Where are you hooking right now, Rodarte?
I'm sorry?
Where are you hooking right now?
Painters?
No, where are you like where'd you hook your business owner?
Oh, this it's Southern California. It's called the Inland Empire. It's just
Okay,
an area. Um, so I think the guy hooks is in San Bernardino.
got it. I'm just, we gotta make sure we don't like overlap or I mean, I think it's right now we're
Okay.
far.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I just did something that was local to me, but I guess it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
so. Set the text out. How was the initial hook call? Like, do you feel like how many hook calls did you do? How many have you had so far?
Um, I had three, and
Okay.
only one finally hooked,
Okay.
and then one guy like the other two were just like kind of like basically F off kind of a thing. Like, it's all right. I just gotta get back in there, sharpen my skills. But one guy, I just came and said, hey, I was asking him, do you do this? Do you do that? Exterior, interior? Yeah. I was like, are you guys do residential? I was like, yeah. Okay, in this area, like, how soon can you paint these? Like, well, when you need it. And that's when I jumped into like, well, I'm trying to see if this is a good fit. I didn't follow a script. I just kind of like went off memory from what Drew said, and I just said, yeah, I'm just trying to see if you're a good fit. If we're a good fit for each other, what I do is I generate leads, and I got really good at generating painting leads, and I have leads right now. Um, but I had to backpedal and be like, oh, because I didn't have the leads to send them. But I'm like, yeah, I have leads to and nobody to service them. So I'm looking for someone in your area that can service these leads, and I'm willing to give these for free if you see this worked out. And then he was kind of confused, like what? I think I spit like a lot of information at him at once. Like there was no like ping and pong really. So I kind of like walked him through what I was talking about, and he's like, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, "Yeah." So like next week I can give you some free leads, and once you close those, or like once you that's where I messed up too. I said close. Once you close those, um, we can start doing this weekly, like build like a partnership, and I'll only work with you, and we'll do this weekly. And I told him what I charge. Like, we can kind of get your foot in the door for like 250 a week for the first month. After your free few days, I think I might have been a week. I don't know. Yeah, after your free leads, the first month rather will be 250 a week, and then once that start building up, then we'll move on to 500 a week.
So
He's like, okay.
So first of all, like after like you did like I know you have like more to do in terms of like explain what all you did, but I would say you're on the right track.
Yeah,
I would say what I did you see like the new updates?
I haven't seen these yet. No.
So like I redid all these scripts. So now you guys can just follow this. So I like earlier I was asking Righteous and Aman how they felt about it. Righteous has had a chance to use some of these. And so like everything you need is here. So the initial
Yeah.
hook script, just do this. Like I basically took Drew's calls, I took what the guys are doing, and I Frankenstein this together, and it's been working. So just do this, and so you don't have to think about it. Moving forward, when it comes to your handoff scripts, this is what you can do for handoff 1, 2, 3, still call script. So I've got all these in place, so you don't have to worry about it. Should be a lot easier than everything we've done so far, from what I'm hearing the guys say. That being said, I guess like what's the core question that you have before I move on to like working with Aman's for his onboarding?
Was just that landing page question, just to kind of get started building it, but I guess I don't need one, so it's just a Facebook form.
Yeah.
So that helps. It's easy.
Yeah. I would just go through this free to fee and kind of see what Aman and they're doing, and maybe you can find it. If not, just you can always just
Okay.
they'll probably just send it over to you.
But one thing I did mess up is I never mentioned the warm handoff.
Yeah. It's all right. Like here's the thing, like what I'm noticing with the guys, I don't know how much you've been paying attention because I know you got your own stuff going on, but the guys are doing handoffs and closes like it's a walk in the park. So the thing is, like, you're not going to get it right on the first one. Like, I'll tell you right now, like, there are some things you said you already kind of shot yourself in the foot by saying things like, hey, after you close or whatever, you kind of shot yourself in the foot a little bit. So it's okay. And here's the thing, you can either continue with him or you can just get another business owner, just hook another one and just practice and do it like the quote unquote right way. It's up to you.
Yeah.
It's so easy to typically do these, honestly. So yeah, I don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll before I launch, I'll give him a call.
Yeah.
And I'll backtrack on the closing thing. Like these are, like you were saying, like these are leads. Like you'll probably have to work to
But I would,
close.
if you're gonna call him to backtrack, then I would say if I were you, I would just go through this first.
Okay.
Go through this first, get an understanding of what all you're supposed to do, and then from there, after you have a conversation, try to quote unquote backtrack. And if he takes it, great, run the ads for him. If he doesn't, move on to the next person.
Yeah. And then you were saying, or Riviera was saying, or rather, he's getting $20 a lead.
He's doing a different niche than you.
Oh, that's Windows. Yeah. What's your cost per lead average, Righteous and Aman?
They're getting like $10 leads.
Oh wow.
Like 5. It's kind of crazy what they're doing.
Man.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
all thanks to Aman. You owe Aman a huge thank you. This guy went to Trent. He spent like $1,000, $1,500 testing out ads. We were at like $60, $40, and he got it down to like $5 So Aman's the wizard here.
Yeah, I'll give you like a I don't know, like an Amazon card or something.
Normal proprietary licensing fee.
I'll give you a Jelly of the Month club.
No, but Aman crushed it. He did. He was able to bring the cost down like by doing a lot of research, putting a
That's
lot of time.
cool. Good. Yeah.
But
So
what else you got for us?
that's it, man. I'm just happy to be back, man. There's just a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just excited to get started. If you guys hear that, that's a peacock. If you hear that, I don't know if
You got a peacock in your house?
no, there's a peacock in the neighborhood. Yeah, the lady across the street has a peacock, and Charlie, he's always just freaking yelling.
Okay.
He was screaming. I don't know if you could heard him or not.
No, that was just very random. But okay. Anything else, Rodarte?
Oh man, that's it.
Cool.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna watch Amon's onboarding tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
All right. I'll see you guys.
Yep. All right, Ellen, let's check out your onboarding.
All right. Okay, so I'll try to kind of, oh no, this is my MedSpot one. I'll try to zoom through it. But basically this was just brain dump, like things that I feel like would be important. So, realistic timeline for them to commit before they get their first win. So just somehow word it to make it clear that, hey, this is, I mean, I was kind of like really pushing on that when I was doing my close. But best practices to work the lead, how leads from Facebook is different from referrals, so that's mindset stuff. Skills need to acquire, and then like a timeline in terms of like what they can expect. So I just copied this from my med spa. Obviously, I need to like change the wording here. But so like for mindset stuff, what I have is, and this is not word for word, this is like brain dump, just the idea I'm trying to get. So first few weeks is about building the right skills. So I assume that during this that they're gonna they may get hang up, so they may get like certain things like I have a certain verbiage when I call the leads to keep them on the line with me. So maybe I do have to end up teaching that to them. Um, so like first learn set skill to book multiple appointments, close a job or two, and then once you're getting enough estimates booked, we're gonna focus on sales scripts to get more closes and increase the price they pay. Um, because that at least I only wrote that just because he specifically said like, hey, like I get a lot of estimates, but everyone, there's all these painters who are doing it for so cheap. And so I don't know how they undercut me so much because I don't know how they like profit at all. And so I figured that was like a pain point of his where he's getting enough estimates overall. So, I just wanted something in the pipeline where I can, get him to be like, hey, just keep working with me and then we're gonna focus on just still stuff. Um, so yeah, and then even numbers to expect, like I need to actually write down like, okay, for every 10 leads, you should see about like 3 to 4 closes or something. Um, this is more for like assess progress after 10 initial leads. This is like more to prevent them being like, hey, the leads don't come back. And so like only 3, 4 leads coming is too early to assess any progress made, but after your 10th lead comes in, we'll do a deep dive on how things are going. Again, it's just more of the idea of like how do I make it so they don't freak out over the like first initial couple leads, but rather like wait till 10 leads come in and then let's see what progress is made.
I have
Um,
an idea.
Mhm.
I have an idea because what you're trying to do is you're trying to elongate the process and you're trying to get them not to bitch and moan, right?
Right.
So a potential idea is where it says like week one, focus on the skill set of CRM. Week two, get first 20 leads. Week three, get 1 to 2 closes. Week four. And so you can kind of maybe pace it.
Right.
I'm brain dumping here, but you can kind of pace it like, okay, if you just do week one. So for me, one thing I do that works really well is always tell people like, hey, look, in my experience, if you're spending 30 to $50 per day, you should be able to close a deal within about 14 days. It takes about typically 14 days. And I've seen people close faster. I've seen people closer, but at least 15 days. And so now people are always pacing for 14 days. Bare minimum, they're giving me 14 days to give them value.
Right.
Anyways, keep going, but that's an idea to simplify this.
Yeah, pretty much. Let me see what else I written on. Okay, so I put like the more you utilize the tools we give, script, tracking system, the better results you'll get. Again, I've come to find a certain hook that works well when I call the leads. It was from Jeremy Miner that I got that at least keeps them on the line. And then obviously if they utilize like actually leverage the tracking system like the CRM, then I feel like they would get better results. Um, and then working leads is the highest leverage activity you can do. Like prioritize. Basically, it's just my way of saying do whatever you can to prioritize these leads. And like, if it's calling them in the morning, calling them as soon as they come in, calling them right before you like, following up with leads. If it sounds like a lot, it's because, it is. And I'm not gonna frame it like that, but like ultimately if they just know it's the most important thing, then it'd be worth to spend the time to do that. Um, so yeah, that's my overall like mindset stuff here.
What
As far as
you want me
yeah.
to take from what you just went through? Like, what do you want me to take away? What do you want me to be thinking about for you?
I mean, just really if anything sticks out or if things can be worded, kind of like what you mentioned, like about, oh, well, I think we condense this information. Really just is this like, do you feel like it's worth some of these points I'm hitting in? Like, do you think it's gonna cause resistance or it's actually like, should I get more data on it first, or should, do you think these are gonna be important? Like something like the more you utilize the scripts and tracking system, maybe you're like, hey, don't focus on those things because we want to just, make it as seamless as possible. So like those sort of things. Um, just
Yeah.
kind of like having like a second opinion on any of it, like what I should add in or what I
I
should take
feel like
out.
you can make things a little bit more complicated than they need to be. That's kind of what I've like the overall general. Maybe it's just me, but to me, it's like it's you say things in a way which is like it causes you the way you kind of say things causes people to need to require to use their brain a lot, and it could mentally exhaust people. That's kind of what I've noticed with you.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you agree or disagree, or like what are your thoughts
I
on that?
agree. I agree.
And so it's like I want to make this as like painless as possible. And
Yeah.
so that's why I like certain like frameworks. Like, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. It's very easy to understand. Like week 1, here's the goal. We're gonna hit this number of leads. I cannot deal with here's what's gonna happen typically within the first 5 leads. You're gonna this might happen, that might happen. There's no review, nothing like that. That's completely normal. Okay, week 2, we're typically about 20 leads. During this time, you've had some SMS given, you may have closed a deal. Week 3, da da da. By week 4, we should have this much cash collected. Like very week 1, 2, 3, 4. Just I don't know. To me, that seems a lot more simple.
Yeah, it does. Well, I think like all this is just more of like this is what I want to get across, or like this is what I want them to walk away with, but doesn't I don't think it's like how I want to communicate it. It's just more of like me brain dumping. So like what I feel like may be important for them to take away.
So we can like say, um, the more you utilize the tool. So, week 1, get access. Start the access to the tool for scripts,
Yeah.
tracks. By week 3, you should be an expert on the tools.
Yeah, well, I guess for me, I want to avoid building out go high level for someone, like because they have to do the ATP, you have to create a whole new thing, get them to fill out the kickoff form, if I want to build out go high level. Like I want to make it where once they lock in a full month, then I'll do all that for them. Ideally, where I can just, for the week to week, I kind of mentioned it like that. I'm like, hey, like, initially just to get things started and get you some wins, we're gonna just, for the week by week, we're just gonna have the leads forward to you. You're gonna call them.
The reason for that is just it's just too much work for you to justify the price point. Is that right? It's like is that
Yeah, because like if they are in the first week and then they decide to just cancel for the second week or the third week, it's just like, okay, I spent all that time just like,
how long does it
building.
how long does it take you to set all that up?
Um, Maybe like a few hours.
Like 3 hours, 4 hours?
Yeah, like 3, 4 hours. Um, and plus there's gonna be like not only that, but like so I set it all up and then I'll have to train them on getting access to them and then that's kind of where like it becomes like, it becomes a whole training session and stuff. Whereas like I just kind of want to see first if they're going to be a reliable client. And then I feel like if they get a close or two, then I know for sure, like, okay, they're going to stick with me for a little bit. It's going to be worth going deep, versus I feel like, from the med spa clients, I spend all this energy up front and they're not even like qualified to begin with, to be honest. So that's just kind of how I was approaching it.
That's fine. That makes sense. I understand. So it's like with med spas, you'd have a client that you spend 4 hours with to onboard them, get access to all the stuff, and then you're like, "Fuck, this person even wasn't worth it." Um, just the effort wasn't worth it, and that
Yeah, I mean,
more the case here because this is like week by week and they're paying so much less. So it's like that's
yeah,
just way too risky to even for the med
yeah,
spa. You're paying $1,500 or whatever, so I can justify it. For here, it's like, dude, it's probably doesn't even make it doesn't make sense. I get that.
right, right. So, at least, if they close one or two and they seem very happy and they're gonna stick, then I feel like, the way I kind of want to frame it is, hey, you're gonna need the CRM. Like first we're gonna get you leads. We're gonna focus on just like the speed to lead, getting enough calls, getting enough estimates. Eventually we are going to need the CRM. And so typically after the second close, that's where we'll implement the CRM and then we're gonna train you. I don't know. I don't know if that's the best. Again, it's complicated, but
Let's keep going. I think for what you're trying to do, I really do think you don't need mindset outline all this stuff. I think you just need week one bullet list. We're gonna do this, 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 this.
oh yes, that'd be so much better.
Bullet point, this. I think
I
that's
really don't want these onboardings to be super long like they used to be. So I'm totally game with that. Um, okay, so here, so yeah, I like that. For here, this is just like best ad practices and best outreach practices. So I don't even think ad practices are that important because I don't need them to send me content.
you need
Yeah,
this. You need this
yeah,
otherwise.
okay.
That's
Best
the
outreach, I do think this is important. Speed to lead, call leads multiple times. Um,
so I feel like you could have literally week one, master understanding leads and call in, and there's like a Loom video. So
okay,
you will record it and have them to watch it day like day one, day two, week one, week three. Like day one is go watch that video, go watch the video. Like you don't need to spend all this time and energy on all this stuff.
okay,
Just say, so in terms of overall process, day one, what you need to do is we need to master this. So there's a video here to watch. You're gonna watch this after you and I speak. But basically, really quick in terms of a nutshell, leads, you gotta work them fast. You gotta work them often. You gotta keep drawing them over. Maybe spend a little bit of time there, but and then move on.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. So this is basically all going to be in like a video that's and then under like day one. Um, okay. Let's see. So I do think long term is going to be important for my clients to be tracking their leads. Just I don't know, from what I've come to find, my clients that actually track their leads and manage everything, they just have a much better pulse and they actually do better results. Again, I kind of showed him both of these. I showed him this, um, as well as the CRM. And I was like, and I kind of just framed it as like, hey, it's up to you how you want to track, but maybe on the onboarding, I'll frame it differently. But I do think it's important and allows me to have accurate data on like what they're doing and if they're um doing it properly. But of course it does come with training and all that stuff. So I don't know what's the best way to really teach them to track their leads. I do like the Google Sheet a lot personally. You can download this on your phone,
Okay,
but
so let me share my screen with you.
yeah.
So kind of like what I'm imagining is it's like week one, and then it's like do this thing, call in, and then a Loom video. And then below that, you can say like, why is this important?
Wait, I can't see anything. Oh, wait. All right, I see it. Okay, so
Over. So basically, so this is how I think for now, from what I'm seeing from you, it's very different than what I've kind of proposed on my onboarding. But like just from you, what I've seen so far, day one, what we do is blah, 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 blah. Here's a Loom video that you can watch. I'm not going to go super in depth in terms of this, Mr. Business Owner, but this is what you'll watch right after our conversation so you can get caught up to speed on that. The reason this is important is blah, 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 blah. So you have like a sub bullet point. Okay. So that's the first thing. Okay. Now, the other thing that we're going to do during day one is this thing, column, and there's a video for you to watch as regarding this as well. It's a really quick 5-minute video, get you caught up to speed. Now that takes us to week one. Our goal for week one is we're gonna, I don't know, whatever, launch ads for you. And then week two, da da da, or week one, da da da. And you can have a sub bullet point underneath every single one of these if you want to elongate on them. Okay. And so you have this whole section on that. And you just break it down week 1, week 2, week 3 for what I'm seeing. And then because you're saying like I'm going to use Excel here and then I'm going to use go high level here. Yeah, so far that's what I'm seeing. What else? Yeah, so that's all like milestones and pacing, honestly. Um, I don't think you need to go higher mindset communication. I do think you should have then a communication section. Yeah. And then just like that's it. Like this, a communication section of like how to speak to you, when to speak to you, when to respond, whatever. And then lastly, an expectation section of like big, refunds and chargebacks or whatever. Like the big core thing. That's it. That's what I would be doing if I were you, I think. Is this making sense? You feel like this is valuable, or you like, hey, this is not helping me at all?
No, no, I like it.
Yeah. This I think would be much simpler. So if you just rework your onboarding to work on this part and then get back to me, or if I can tweak it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that
I
helps.
guess knowing the timeline, like that's probably gonna be the challenging part. But like day one, you know, watch speed to lead. And then even like the script, right? I could just again it's not like a whole 15-minute script or anything like that. It's literally just the hook. I've just come to find that that specific hook worked well for like not having people just like hang up. But maybe I'm wrong. Like again, it seems like this painting niche is more straightforward. So I'm sure if you're just like, hey, I saw you opted into our Facebook ad here. Um,
You can
which is pretty much
yeah, you can share your screen again. We can kind of keep going.
okay. Um, let's see. So yeah, this will go into week one. Some kind of metric and timeline. So again, this timeline kind of goes back to what you just did, where like first we have onboarding, then um I just kind of put like 1 to 2 closes with me forwarding the lead. So that's roughly 1 to 2 weeks. Once 1 to 2
I would say
closes in the
that
book.
another big thing you might want to make a mental notice of this is like whenever you go through that week by week, if I were you, I would really emphasize your words to get them to understand I got to be in this long haul with Aman. So how do you do that? So for example, now week 3 is where this happens. Now this is where the magic sauce we have. This is where like, you ever see like those cartoons where the snowball is really building, it's like this boulder. That's week 3, right? So here's what we do in week 3. See what I'm doing? A small little psychological warfare. That's what I would be doing if I were you to get him to be in the mindset of again, I got to stay at least a month long. That's I don't know if that helps you at all, but I think that's a big thing. It's a really big thing.
Yeah, I gotta just figure out like what makes it worth it to get, because I don't want to think like, because like I feel like for the videographers, like because the sales stuff is so new to them that like okay, like by week 2, week 3, that's when I'm gonna start seeing closes. Whereas like I feel like a lot of these guys, they're already getting so many quotes, they're already getting so much traffic that they're like, oh, I have to work 3 weeks to get a close. Like I don't want them to feel that either.
Yeah.
Um,
Don't then focus on other things, right? Focus on other things.
yeah.
Focus on other things. Don't I the core thing is they just have to be willing to wait until that time frame. So you can literally go out and you can say you can do day 1, week 2, week 3, 4, and then you can have like this big jump. So this is all up until like week 1 to 4, and then you can have month 3 to 6. So you can have literally a segment that says month 3 to 6, and from here you can have bullet points like scaled up 20% revenue. So you got like this
Right.
big jump, and now you're getting him to look forward into the future, thinking about, okay, 6 months down the road. So it's like that's what you're ultimately building for.
Right. Yeah, I like that.
More focused on that. It's like, hey, we do all these micro details, but hey, this is what's gonna, because I do that with the guys. I say, hey, look, month 1 to 3, I'm trying to get you 6 figures, close deal, It's not gonna be until month 9. And month 9 is where we're doing this consistent 15K per month or 10K per month. It's where you built out the systems. That's gonna be month 9. And I'm talking to somebody during like just off the onboarding. And so I'm already talking about month 9 and 10 and 11.
Mm. Got it. Yeah, I like that.
Okay. So you can try and implement that. Okay. Expectations, communication, send text 24/7. If anything urgent, I'm happy
And
when you.
obviously this, I would just make it simple and just do the 2K, 5K thing.
I like this expectation section for the most part. So it sounds like for communication, I mean, you don't have a section on communication. Maybe that's probably just a me thing. Um, but I would say communicate. I mean, yeah, maybe for you, you can put, for me, I had a whole communication section. I guess if you want, just have a communication thing right in the expectations. For you, I would recommend that you go more hard on that.
The communication.
Yeah, because you would get chewed up and Ian, like you always seem to be stressed out about communication. So it's like,
Yeah.
hey, communication, you can send text message 24/7 if anything, or I don't know. Like I think you need to have more um what's the word I'm looking for? Like lines, borders, boundaries. That's the word.
Yeah.
You need to
Yeah.
create
Yeah,
boundaries for
I was kind of modeling this off the Slack, which is like you can send a Slack message 24/7 as long as it's in Slack. And I just kind of like modeled that after that. Whereas like here, I feel like, hey, just I reply to texts between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Um, if you need to go, if there's anything urgent, you need to get on a call, just please text me first or something like that.
so communication, when you get your first close, I'll hop on. We record every so I would have training and marketing purposes at the very end. I would um
Guessing before the job to close.
we'll get your 90 dash on your share drop to close. I would communication. It's really quick and communication. I would have this be the second bullet point, which is we will get your 90 dash line your job to close. So the last bullet point that you have, the 90-yard dash line.
Yeah, unless you end up putting this after.
I would put the 90-yard dash line. Um, I don't, yeah, I would put that as your second bullet point.
Mm.
It's your job to close when we get it. Okay. Um, re, refunds and chargebacks, I would put after that. No, no. I would put it after below that one. Yep.
And what about refunds and chargeback? Like we don't
So
do them.
no, so what I always say to the guys, and I put this on onboarding as well, I think it's important, is hey, when it comes to refunds and chargeback, I've never been asked for a refund or chargeback. And the reason for it is the energy that you got for me on the hook call or initial call is the same energy you got for me for the 3-day trial, is the same energy you got for me yesterday, is the same energy you're getting for me today, is the same energy you're going to continue to get for me. And that's why I've never had anybody ask for a refund or a chargeback because we're really good at what we do and we're really passionate about helping you guys. Now, that being said, if you do want a refund, if you do want to charge back, if you do want a refund, it's very simple. Our refund policy is and for me, this is what I say. For me, my refund policy, you can find at www.sunmarkandchico.com/TOS. And a refund policy is very simple. It's if you launch my funnel and you don't generate leads within 24 hours, you get a 100% refund. Good luck getting a refund. And then everybody kind of laughs. So it's a catch 22 because like you want a refund, you have to prove that doesn't get result, but it does get results. So good luck getting a refund. So I kind of make light of the situation. So if I were you, I'd say refund and chargeback. Now if you so refund chargeback, the energy you got from me, energy that'll say the same. Then you go into now if you do want a refund, Doug, my I have a rule. Basically, if you want to get a refund, our only refund policy is that if our stuff doesn't work for you, we'll give you a 100% refund. So if within 24 hours you don't have leads coming into your pipeline, cool. Feel free to reach out. We'll give you a 100% refund, no questions asked. Good luck proving that. Again, you got to be like more witty with that. Good luck
You feel
proving
like
that. Good luck proving that because
right
we've already gotten you leads or something like
you feel like
that.
it's work right now having the refund stuff? Because I feel like we didn't like like those things kind of like thought of that during the close. Like there's no guarantees or anything,
I think
you
it's
know.
important. I do because it's like somebody just paid you money on the sales call and Yeah, I do think it makes sense because now the next thing you're going to go into is the $500 per week. So it's like I'm about to talk to you about numbers. I'm about to talk to you about what you're going to pay me from here on out. So before I even talk to you about that, let me just tell you how good I am.
Right.
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense to talk about refunds and chargebacks because again, you heard Righteous's experience. He had somebody ask for a refund.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it makes sense. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Wait, give me your logic. Actually, I want to hear you out. What is your logic for like not having a refund or chargeback section?
Because I mean, I just feel like right now in the phase that we're at, we're still like trying to make sure our leads are coming consistent and stuff. And so like they're probably like, it's saying like, oh, you're gonna get a lead in 24 hours, but I don't know if it's gonna be in 24 hours, I don't know if it's gonna
Oh,
be.
oh, okay. I see what you're getting. So what I said is I just made that off the cuff. You make it up whatever you want it to be. You make up the refund term whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
So for me, that's
It's like
mine. Like,
if we
hey,
don't get like 15 leads at the end of the month or something.
yeah. So if we don't generate piping hot leads for you by the end of the week, we'll give you 100% refund. It can be literally as simple as that. The idea,
Okay.
so it's the important thing to understand. Okay, okay, I understand disconnect now. You're fixated on the offer, you're fixed on the guarantee, you're fixed on the contract. I give zero fucks about that. This has nothing to do with that. This is all about emotional energy that you're giving to him to get him to calm the fuck down and be like, yo, this guy Amon's a G, and I'm looking forward to working with him. It's just about the energy you're giving off,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
That's the whole part about this. It has not nobody's gonna fuck. The thing to understand, he's not gonna remember this. I know you have some
Right.
experience. Like, well, what about they're not going to bring this up. If you do it this way with the right energy, they're not even going to bring it up.
Okay. I see. I see.
And on top of that, like, what the fuck are they going to ask you for? They gave you $500. They didn't give you like $3,000. What's there to worry about? So it's really just about an energy kind of thing. For me, it's an energy thing. For me, I don't want you to dare even think about refunds or chargebacks. When you said that thing of like, hey, they're not thinking about, this prevents them from thinking about that.
Okay. I see.
I don't know if it's making sense. It's not about
Yeah.
logically kind of guarantee or
Makes
offering.
sense.
It has nothing to do with that. So you
Okay.
make it
I see.
something as outlandish as like, hey, so in terms of our refund guarantee, if we don't get you piping hot leads by the end of this week, 100% refund, no question asked. He's not even gonna fucking question what the fuck does a high quality high pumping hot, he's not even gonna ask you, I promise you. Test it out, you'll see.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I get where it's coming from.
Okay. Um, first month, $500 a week, then we'll switch it to. So this is the part where you're giving me verbal diarrhea here.
Well, yeah, this is just what I originally just kind of brain dumped. Again, these are all just like brain dumps. So like I'll probably just go with the 2K, 5K ink goal. Just
So
make it
most important thing is first month is $500 a week. There and then thereafter it's like 2K. And then if I were you, I would put in parentheses. So this is what I do. I literally put in parentheses, I tweak it out for every onboarding call, and I literally have the dates.
right.
So I would recommend doing that. So and then I would have them schedule and let them know this is all automated.
Yeah.
Super important. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, because then I did that once where I had him pull out his calendar and then it's like, hey, it's gonna automatically
how
renew
did that
at the state 2000.
how did that
What
go?
was that?
How did that go for you? Like,
Um, well, at first, like on the onboarding, he's like, no, I got it. Like he just didn't want to do it. I was like, okay, like, that didn't work. But then like I felt like I did it really well, like how I like just was on it. And then he messaged me later in the month. It's like, hey, when does the thing
yeah.
renew again? I want to pay it off. So
They always do that. Yeah. That it's
yeah,
not that they always do that. I used to have that experience, which is why I went into the calendar. And so now you can make that part of your line. It's like, hey, do you have a set? Can you pull out your calendar really quick? I get this message at the end of every single month. Or you can kind of play it as, hey, look, can you put out your calendar really quick? This is really important because the last thing I want to do is I want to be respectful of a relationship. And the last thing I want to do is have something come out of your account and you think that it wasn't supposed to come out. So it's really important. Can you please put out your calendar for me? So you frame it
yeah,
and they'll do it. So anyways.
yeah,
Um, what else? Is there anything I have on my? So I would emphasize that you're getting 90 hour dash line. It's your job to close. I have something with a refunds charge back. Explain that they automatically charge. Explain 4 weeks after they're given a date to personally reach out to them. Okay, I'll go over exactly 7 days. Okay. So one thing I put on my onboarding that you might want to put on, this is for the 5K thing. So I say, hey, the first four payments are going to be automated, $500. After that, I'm personally going to reach out to you before $2,000 a month to make sure that you want to move forward. Why do I say that? If you had to guess.
Um, maybe to bring his guard down.
The reason I'm saying that is because I'm kind of like planting a seed for him to mentally prepare for me to reach out to him, because when I am going to reach out to him, I'm going to try to get that paid in full. So I'm going to be like, hey, John, reaching out to you as promised on this day. If you want to continue, we can. It's $2,000 a month or prepay option.
Do I bring up the prepaid option here and then? Okay, so I don't even bring it up here. I'm gonna just say, hey, before the 2000 a month, I'm gonna give you a call. I'm gonna set
Just
in
to,
my calendar, give you a call.
yeah, exactly. I'm gonna give you a call. I'm gonna shoot you a text. I'm gonna shoot you a text. I'm gonna give you a heads up. And so you're right. It is to help them bring their guard down, because they'll be like, oh, this Amon guy's nice. He's not gonna just charge him 2K. He's gonna reach out to me. And so he's gonna bring his guard down, but then you're gonna reach out, and that's when you're gonna collect the pay in full.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. So that's it, man. I think the main difference between what you got and what I got is I would just have a week's thing. That's it.
Basically, I have like a day one, speed to lead, track the leads, intro, like good.
If I were you, I would have like, so if it says day one, I wouldn't have speed to lead. I would say master lead nurture.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of like, the topics. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And then like week three, we'll probably have build out CRM, and then, or like week two, focus on master nurture skills and close, your first lead. And then the week three or week four, build out CRM or CRM training to automate texts and track clients or something like that.
Yeah.
I could
Okay.
try for now. And
Yeah.
if I feel like I need more time, then next time I could just,
Yeah.
do something like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
Build,
just
build it out the best you can. And then when is your call on Wednesday?
Wednesday morning.
Okay, so we got plenty of time for me to
Yeah.
review it.
Yeah.
And then if you can give me editing access, or if you want to like create one for you and one for me, this way I don't mess yours up, I can maybe tweak it so you can kind of look at it for inspiration. If
Yeah.
there's something. What else is brewing in your head?
Not much. I think that's it.
Yeah. We went over a lot today.
Yeah.
Um, anything else that's that you want to chop it up about? You were righteous.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know
What?
how you I got like a 30-minute call with my client. I'm like, bruh, like, are you done?
I mean, luckily I only do this once a week, so
Yeah.
I can muster the strength to do it once a week. If I had to do it every day, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, for sure.
I I think because I do it once a week, I actually it's not like I look forward to it.
Mm.
Yeah, I actually look forward to it. If I did it even 2 days a week, I would not look forward to it.
How many sales calls do you have during the week? Like one?
I have like two a month, if that.
Okay, two a month. That's not too bad. Because
I
I'm
have
about to
like
say if you had like two a week or something, and then you had like
uh,
3 hour calls, I'd be like, I don't know how you do it.
there's no way. I used to. That's what I used to do. I used to have like 3 to 5 calls a week, each of those 3.5 hours long. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Grind season for sure.
That's grind season. Yeah. I'm too old
Yeah.
for that. So, but yeah. Anything else you guys want to go over?
No,
Oh man, you
seems
look
great.
dead. What happened? It's funny with you. I noticed with you, it's like you're. I've noticed with you, it's funny. It's like you're super chill, you're talkative, and then what happened? There's this massive threshold that happens always, and then your battery just go
Yeah, yeah, big time. It's
super chill.
like
You're,
it
then all of
feels
a sudden you're just like,
yeah, I feel like dissociated. It's weird. It's like
I know.
nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you notice that on our monthly calls as well. Like once you get like 3 hours, you're like gone.
Yeah. It's insane. That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, how are you like we're like 4.5 hours in and you're like sharp as a tack. Like you're still
Like
Yeah.
you're still asking what else? I'd be like, nothing else. Like like that's enough.
I'm good. I'm retired for sure. I've had my fill. So, all right, then if that's everything, Righteous, anything else?
Nah, that's you covered everything. I just wanted to stick around and hear you and Mom chop it up about the onboarding process. And I'm just being a fly on the wall taking notes because I'm gonna be making mine here tonight so that I can be ready for tomorrow. So
We'll all play it close to your, obviously posting the free to fee, and then we'll kind of work together, and that should help you on the process well, Righteous. So, all right, guys, I'll see you guys next week. And then I'm gonna work on an investing video today, work on something else probably for you sometime later this week, and then hopefully sometime next week we'll be able to chop it up. Okay.